All right, hello, welcome to the Scarlet Classic Grassroots Rutgers Pokemon Champions event. I am Kevin Miller, joined by Chup across the fourth. Chup, how you feeling? You excited for today?
Yes, feeling great, Kevin. Rutgers always puts on some amazing events for the Scarlet Classics that happen every year. This is an event that has a long history in the grassroots scene. Again, it's just very fortunate to be able to go to a school where they're helping us put on a Pokemon event like this. So huge shout out to Rutgers and the Rutgers Esports Club for making this possible. And in exchange for that, we have an amazing event to put on today.
Yes, we have, I believe, 7 rounds of Swiss. We have over 90 competitors today playing 7 Swiss rounds, hoping to make a top 8 cut eventually. We have some of the best the Tri-State has to offer. So we have people that flew in to attend this event. So it is a very stacked grassroots tournament, and I am super excited to get started.
Absolutely. You know, when you usually hear the word local grassroots, a lot of the time you're thinking like, oh, there's going to be the best players in a given city. But because of the scope of this event, and I think how excited everyone is for champions, this is, going to be even grander than some of those events. Like you said, people flying in, because we have quite a lot of prizing on offer, up to $1,000 total across cash and Pokemon cards. Some of the same things that competitors would be fighting for at a VG regional or a much larger event. So, the people making it to that top 8 cut are not walking away from this event empty-handed in the slightest. That said, I'm sure everyone is going to be trying their absolute hardest to win a slice of that pie.
Indeed. And we are about to start round 1 of our tournament. We have 2 competitors almost ready to go. We have Richard Wan and Ian O'Brien. Richard Wan, actually the champion of the last time we held a grassroots Scarlet Classic event. So really cool to have him back and on stream in round 1. And we have Ian Bryan, who is a local player, newer to the scene, and excited to see how he does round 1 on stream.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Ian O'Brien. I'm not sure if he's someone who's achieved success at things like the New Jersey or Tri-State area locals yet. Richard Wan, on the other hand, definitely a very solid player. I think almost like our friend Rich, who's joining us on commentary, someone who's really been grinding away at those locals, putting up good local results, things like regional day 2s, and not shocked to hear that he'd won this event in the previous year. So really an up-and-coming name within the region.
Indeed, on the verge of his Worlds invite, I'm pretty sure, with I think almost 100% day 2 record this so far at regional. So definitely a up-and-coming New Jersey Tri-State player. Running a very interesting team today. Pokemon that you expect to see at the top of the usage stats for the most part. We have the Sneasler, King Gambit, Mega Frostlass, Mega Aerodactyl, Garchomp, and Basculegion Male, some of the strongest Pokemon in the format right now. And what's Ian running over there?
Yeah, on Ian's side, we're going to have a team of Meganium, Pelipper, Garchomp, Basculegion, Raichu, and Kingambit. So I think this pairing of Meganium on rain teams is really interesting, kind of highlighting their need for a grass type. And then Mega Meganium, obviously very unique in the fact that it can benefit from, it's as if sun was up all the time for Meganium. So you can have this extremely powerful grass type without needing to set the sun for it to enable big moves like Weather Ball or Solar Beam for it.
Very true. I think it's one of the strongest new Mega abilities we've got from the Legends EA new Megas that were introduced in this format. Richard going with one of them as well, one of the new Mega Frostlass. It will set the snow with its ability and has a very strong special attack and speed stat, and will certainly be put on a lot of pressure early on in this game. I believe our trainers are about ready to start and get into the game. We will see what they lead momentarily. We have Richard with the lead of Frostlass and Sneasler, and Ian with the lead of King Gambit and Raichu.
Okay, both players kind of choosing to hang on to their weather for just a second. Obviously, Frostlass is going to be able to set up that snow warning whenever it wants to, but I think that decision to be able to be flexible with it is really important. I think something else that's important to note here is that Richard Wan probably has speed control of the fake out just because Sneasler is often going to be trained to be faster than Raichu, but that's not exactly a sure thing either, and I think the player with the faster fake out is definitely going to have a bit of an edge here.
We see the Frostlass swap out for the Garchomp on Richard's end. The Raichu actually goes for the fake out first. Let's see. The Sneasler will flinch from that, and the King Gambit will go for the Kowtow Cleave into the Garchomp that just switched in. That will take that decently well, better than the Frostlass would have for sure.
Yeah, definitely a quite solid turn for Ian, just forcing a swap out of Richard's side right away. Garchomp is able to take the field relatively comfortably. It looks like on this Raichu set it only has moves like Nuzzle, Volt Switch, and Rain Dance, so it's not like it's going to be able to stop this Garchomp from moving with something like this an Earthquake set if it wants to.
We see the King Gambit protect on Ian's side, wanting to keep it safe this turn. We have the Volt Switch from the Raichu confirming it is faster than this Sneasler. It will want to get out of there and switch into something a little bit better that will want to take this Earthquake probably more favorably. We see the Pelipper switch in, immune to that Earthquake, like I just said, setting the Rain on the board. The Sneasler yet to move for Richie. Will close combat into that slot, going aggressive into the Raichu, and the Pelipper switches in very nicely. The Garchomp here will get to move after the defense drops from close combat. We see the White Herb proc on the Sneasler, doubling its speed, restoring its defensive stats. And Dragon Claw also into that Pelipper, not enough to pick up. It hangs on and will eat its Citrus Berry.
Yeah, this Pelipper is training really coming in clutch there, just able to take that like read of a double up actually relatively well. I don't know if this Pelipper is going to go down to one more attack from here. And Pelipper's come in, and King Gambit's still relatively out of position though. Even with a Chople Berry, I think this King Gambit might have actually taken enough chip from the rough skin that it's going to be in range of something like a Sneasler close combat. So I think Ian taking so much damage on the switch in there definitely makes it feel like he might still be a little bit behind Richard in terms of positioning.
For sure, this King Gambit is definitely threatened right now. Might have just enough to hang on from a close combat, but it is definitely the slowest piece on the board right now. Definitely threatened by both pieces on Richard's board. We'll see what our trainers lock into here in a second. This Sneasler putting on huge pressure. This Pelipper in range of another Dragon Claw. We do see the King Gambit swap out. It was under pressure. The Raichu comes back in for Ian. We see close combat go into that slot, and we see the Raichu doesn't hang on. It hangs on via its Focus Sash. Very makes sense that item is on the Raichu, not known for its bulk. The Sneasler drops its defenses again, and we see Dragon Claw take out the Pelipper, not getting to move at all. Was a good defensive switch in, but didn't get to do anything on the board with that Rain.
Yeah, it feels like Ian is really struggling to find his positioning after a good start, almost going for so many switches that are maybe not really paying off for him so much in the long run. I think the Basculegion on the field is going to give him a chance to get back into the game because Rain has just got up, and it's not like Frostlass has Mega Volt. It's going to be at least a turn before Richard is able to reset the weather. That said, as soon as Frostlass Mega Volts, that is going to be snow setup probably for the rest of the game. There's going to be no Pelipper to take it away. I think it would be a little bit difficult for Raichu to find time to go for a Rain Dance in front of it. I totally think it makes sense that Richard just wants to go for some, double protect here in front of Raichu's fake out pressure.
Yeah, nothing stopping Richard for like fake outs on the board, double protect, assess the next turn, see what the Basculegion locks into. Although it is actually Mystic Water, not the Choice Scarf set we see so often. It is Mystic Water Swift Swim, interestingly, without adaptability. So this Basculegion needs the Rain, and makes sense to double protect there defensively.
I really have to wonder if Basculegion can stop the Sneasler from moving with something like an Aqua Jet, and I also wonder if it matters because the Sneasler has Unburden activated because it used its White Herb, so this Sneasler is very likely to be the fastest Pokemon in the field right now, and I think if you're the fastest Sneasler, it's very tempting to just do something like put a close combat on this Raichu slot.
We see the Raichu swap out into the King Gambit, feeling threatened. Dire Claw into that slot. King Gambit switches in on an immunity, really good switch. The Liquidation comes next into the Sneasler. That was -1 defense and takes it out. Really good defensive swap in there on the Dire Claw. And then we see the Earthquake lock, maybe thinking that Sneasler was going to go down, getting good damage on both these Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely a pretty impactful Earthquake. I think it's really important on a team like this that actually has like relatively limited Earthquake immunities, really just the Aerodactyl, to know when you're just going to have to go for one of those into your own partner, because it made Garchomp's damage output that turn so much higher than if Richard had gone for something like a Dragon Claw or a Rock Slide instead. Frostlass coming onto the field is really going to turn the tides of things. For right now, it might look like Ian has a bit of an edge, but I think this Frostlass being able to take Basculegion's speed advantage away is going to make things so much harder for Ian. I have to wonder if Frostlass was going to go down in one hit to King Gambit. That could be a bit of a problem for Richard, though.
We do see the Frostlass Mega Evolve, the snow warning will set, and snow will change the weather, slowing down this Basculegion. We see the Garchomp go for Protect, playing defensive this turn. We see the Frostlass, we see the Basculegion go for Protect, feeling threatened as well. We see Protects all around, everyone feeling a little pressured right now, and we see the Frostlass maybe get the Veil up for free. Yeah, with everyone going for Protect, Frostlass able to set the Veil, was threatened by Sucker Punch, so setting the Veil makes a lot of sense there, in my opinion.
Yeah, Veil actually a really great call out to make sure that, like you said, even if King Gambit had gone for Sucker Punch, would have just whiffed against that. And I think Frostlass, with the Snow boosting its defense, the Aurora Veil boosting Richard's entire side's defense and special defense, it is looking really hard for Ian to find enough damage to stop Richard's side from attacking. I even think Richard at this point probably has enough bulk that he could just choose to do something like a Blizzard and Earthquake combo to make sure that the Pokemon on Ian's side really begin to fall down.
We see the King Gambit swap out for the Raichu. Frostlass goes for the super effective Shadow Ball into this Basket Legion and will take it out. This Raichu on 1 HP is switching it into attack from this Garchomp, and I do not think it is going to survive this turn. We see the Earthquake anyway, going to hit its own Frostlass as well, but more importantly, does take out this Raichu, and it is a 3v1 versus this King Gambit.
Yeah, King Gambit finding itself really at the end of the game here. Another turn where the defensive switches aren't paying off for Ian quite the way that he had hoped. I'm not sure if Ian is going to be able to use this King Gambit to learn any more information about Richard's team. Maybe, if anything, we could learn a little bit more about how much that Sucker Punch is going to be doing to Frostlass. However, it seems like Richard has other plans than just protecting the Frostlass.
Yeah. Oh, well, Ian maybe wanting to get that information also protects himself, taking his time, maybe thinking about the Game 2 adjustments, gonna wait a second out, see if he can think of an adjustment, but we will have another turn, and we can see if he gets that information with the Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I do kind of like these decisions to go for Protect at the end of the game. I think on Richard's side, forcing him to, maybe do one of these Earthquakes into his partner when it's not able to Protect is something that's going to be useful. It could be a useful strategy for him to try and recreate in Game 2. Maybe if the board state was looking a bit different, it'd be more impactful. Sucker Punch actually doing a lot to Frostlass, taking it into the red.
Yeah, Frostlass did have some chip on it. Sucker Punch putting it into the red, and the Blizzard, such a strong attack from this Frostlass single target, is enough to take out the King Gambit. And Richard Wan takes Game 1 of our set. I think just put on a ton of offensive pressure early on, was able to navigate the fake outs by Raichu, and overall just a very good performance in Game 1.
Yeah, it seems like a really dominating win for Richard. It feels like Ian is really going to have to go back to the drawing board from that. And the more that I look at the team matchup here, I feel like this Mega Frostlass is actually a really difficult Pokemon for Ian to keep up with. Do you have any ideas on what he might want to do differently to keep up with Frostlass?
It's interesting because I think the best way to hit the Frostlass would be something with Basket Legion in the rain, put on pressure with King Gambit early. You have Meganium to hit a super effective Fire Weather Ball, but this Frostlass is just so much faster than a lot of this team and can freely click Blizzard, set up Aurora Veil. I think if Richard really protects the Frostlass and makes sure he maintains the Weather War, it's going to be very tough for Ian to deal with it, but I think really putting on the pressure with King Gambit and Fake Out possibly to get rid of the Frostlass early could be the ticket for Ian.
Yeah, something that I didn't realize about last game is Ian didn't actually bring his Mega, which is usually a sign that a matchup is looking pretty scary for you if it feels like your Mega is boxed out of it. And like you mentioned, that does kind of make sense. Meganium isn't a Pokemon that's exactly going to excel against Frostlass. However, I think that pairing of Basket Legion and King Gambit is definitely something that Ian could look to for success here. We're just going to need to see him be careful about the partners. Let's say Raichu, it doesn't exactly feel like a Pokemon that accomplished too much the last game, especially after Sneasler was able to get that unburdened speed boost advantage over it. That said, maybe we could see Meganium slot in, almost instead of the Raichu or something. Again, I do think this looks like it's going to be tricky for Ian to approach.
Yeah, Raichu making sense on a rain team like this. You have a lot of things weak to electric. Raichu offering that lightning rod support, but looking at Richard's team sheet, there is not an electric move in sight. This Raichu is a fake out machine, and it is not providing the most support right now. And not bringing your Mega does sometimes feel awkward in this meta where Megas are your strongest Pokemon. We have our leads from our trainers for Game 2. We have the Garchomp and Sneasler for Richard and the Raichu and King Gambit for Ian. So kind of like I said, bringing on the fake out pressure and trying to maybe threaten the Frostlass early, but there's no Frostlass in the lead for Richard.
Yeah, if anything, this lead actually feels like it might be trickier for Ian than last game, because last game Richard had to spend a turn positioning this Garchomp in and eat about 40% from the Kowtow Cleave as it was coming in. Now that Garchomp is here immediately, it feels like Raichu is going to really have to think about doing something like a fake out into Garchomp and breaking its Focus Sash on the rough skin process.
We see the King Gambit feeling pressured, swapping out, into the Pelipper. Pelipper switching in, maybe expecting a ground attack from this Garchomp. We see the fake out from the Raichu into the Sneasler, showing its speed dominance. The Sneasler getting flinched on this turn, and the Garchomp launching Dragon Claw, breaking the Focus Sash on this Raichu, taking it all the way to 1 HP.
I like this decision from Ian a lot. I think forcing the Garchomp to, it's going to be hard for Garchomp to make a read to hit the Pelipper and swap in there. I think by going for Fake Out on the Sneasler, you keep your Focus Sash intact and also say, hey, Garchomp, the best thing you can do this turn is not for Raichu to Focus Sash. Raichu is probably a Pokemon that was not going to have that Focus Sash active for a lot. Ooh, Nuzzle on the Sneasler is incredible. This might be setting up for a Hurricane combo.
Yeah, Nuzzle going into the Sneasler, making sure it is paralyzed and his speed is halved. We have a Dragon Claw into the Pelipper and a Tailwind coming from the Pelipper, doubling this side's speeds. Going for super speed control this turn with Nuzzle and Tailwind. This Sneasler does get a close combat, however, into the Pelipper. Not enough to take it out, but will proc its White Herb and get some of that speed back that it lost.
Yeah, I do still really like this as a way to kind of capitalize on the Nuzzle though, because being able to go for Tailwind with Pelipper is also really important. I think that's still going to be enough to set this Pelipper above the Sneasler in terms of speed control right now, if I'm counting my speed stats correctly.
It will be interesting to see the training between these Pokemon. Sneasler is super threatened by a Hurricane, as Ian has the weather control right now. Will be interesting to see how Richard plays defensively in front of this board state.
Last game, I don't think we saw any flying resist on Richard's side. There might be something like a King Gambit in the back, but it would be something that we're seeing revealed for the first time. So it feels like Richard is actually the one who has to figure out a way to keep up with this Tailwind right now.
We see the Raichu switch out for the Basculegion and the Weather Ball coming from the Pelipper, maybe just in case of a switch or something. And it's not enough to pick up, however. Hurricane would have taken out the Sneasler, but instead the Weather Ball does not. Dire Claw into the Pelipper as well, not enough to pick it up. This Pelipper is a bulky Pelipper. Rock Slide goes into both Pokemon, misses the Basculegion, and will pick up the KO on this Pelipper.
Yeah, I think that Weather Ball might have actually been the play that Ian went for, almost in hopes of hitting something like a King Gambit in the back. However, because we didn't see the King Gambit come in, Sneasler being able to survive the turn and go for one more attack there is the difference in Pelipper being with us or not. Raichu coming back out onto the field to offer a Fake Out again, but again, Raichu's still really not enjoying this matchup against Garchomp very much.
Yeah, could very much see Richard opt for the double Protect again here. Fake Outs on the board, protect, keep both your Pokemon safe, and adjust the following turn. Install a turn of Rain, just play a little defensive in front of this Fake Out. This Raichu, like you said, is not in the best, most oppressing positions. But we'll see what he does here.
That said, I think the Basculegion is still relatively well-positioned, being able to threaten now a 100 base power Last Respects for 2 knockouts, or moves like Liquidation is definitely looking tempting for inside. Like you called out, I think the double Protect is a really smart way for Richard to just buy a little bit of time here.
Yeah, the Liquidation would have went into the Garchomp. That is a Mystic Water. Liquidation in the rain would have done a lot of damage, but Richard playing it safe with the double Protect. But now he's got a decision to make. This Basculegion is the fastest Pokemon on the field with Tailwind and Swift Swim. It is starting a lot of damage. It'd be interesting to see how much it does to this Garchomp. This Garchomp is at full health. If Garchomp's, it's a pseudo-legendary, has a huge base stat total, but we don't know how bulky it's trained. We see the Sneasler swapping out here, preserving the Sneasler, preserving Fake Out. The aggressive swap into the Frostlass. We see Liquidation go into the Garchomp. It eats it very well. And we see the defense drop actually as well from the Liquidation. Rough-Skin doing some chip to the Basculegion. We see Volt Switch into this Frostlass. This Raichu will preserve itself, doing some pretty good chip damage. Curse Body not going to matter because this Raichu is going to be leaving us. We already saw the King Gambit is in the back. King Gambit will check back in. And we have a Dragon Claw from Garchomp getting good damage into this Basculegion, and the rain goes away, and Pelipper is no longer in the back to reset it. This Basculegion still in Tailwind, but lost its Swift Swim.
Yeah, really a bombastic turn all around, Garchomp taking all that damage and taking a defense drop, which could be kind of important when we're thinking about the damage from moves like Opposite. And Frostlass, I really wasn't expecting to see Frostlass come in there. Not a Pokemon known for its very bulky stats in its base form, so that Volt Switch actually felt like it did pretty meaningful damage to Frostlass. Some of the best damage that Raichu has done yet this game. I think if you're Richard at this point, you really have to be worried about some of these priority attacks coming out from Ian's side. We might have to see Richard think about making a read do I go on the offensive or do I go for something like an Aurora Veil reading a Sucker Punch again?
We do see the Frostlass Mega Evolve will set the snow for Richard's side. Will it be setting the Veil for his team to keep its defenses strong? We see the Garchomp go for the Protect here. And we see the Frostlass lock in. Oh, we see the Basket Legion protect first, excuse me. Playing defensive all around. We have the Aurora Veil set here. Maybe I think it makes sense expecting the Sucker Punch potentially, but did Ian call that and just kowtow this slot and remove it from the field? We actually see the Iron Head instead. Iron Head into the Frostlass, and it will pick it up.
Yeah, really critical knockout. I think the Frostlass going down here is actually could be some of what Ian needs to kind of keep up with Richard's pace in the game now that the tailwind is over. So let's think about what Richard has in the back. We have King Gambit on very low HP. It's not going to be able to do anything to save Sneasler on low HP, not going to be able to save itself from something like an Aqua Jet from the Basket Legion. However, the defense drop from the Liquidation and the Aurora Veil are going to cancel out. I think they might cancel out to that Garchomp being in range of something like a Sucker Punch. So again, Richard just feels very concerned about these priority attacks from Ian's side right now.
We see the King Gambit swap back out into this Raichu. Raichu coming back on the board. Sneasler fake out, going just into the Raichu. Will remove it. Swap back in. Did not see very much time on the field. We next have the Aqua Jet into the -1. Oh, sorry, into the Sneasler, getting rid of it. And now we have the Basket Legion very vulnerable to another Dragon Claw here. Dragon Claw into that slot, and that will remove it. And once again, we have King Gambit versus the world for Ian.
Yeah, and I believe King Gambit's still on full HP right now, isn't it? Has it been hit by anything?
I don't believe so.
What did it get hit by?
I don't think it took any damage. We could both be very wrong.
Let's see, who's in the back on first try?
Not a Pokemon.
Basket Legion, yeah, that is not exactly the Pokemon you most want to have to fight King Gambit. That said, I think with the Aurora Veil, Basket Legion's calcs against King Gambit looking a lot more appealing than they would otherwise. I think it's very possible that Basket Legion will be able to take a hit from King Gambit.
King Gambit going for the protect, maybe stalling out these turns of the Aurora Veil. Going to see what Richard locks into. We see the Dragon Claw into that slot, not wanting to hit your own Basket Legion with an Earthquake. And we see the that was a wave liquidation from Richard into the King Gambit as well. Yeah, like you said, with the Aurora Veil, this Basket Legion I think will be able to live any one hit from this King Gambit, but we see the Sucker Punch into the Garchomp. Is it enough? It is enough to take it out. We'll take some rough skin chip. In the meantime, we see this Basket Legion lock into Liquidation into this King Gambit. Very interested to see if we get a defense drop or something that could proc this Defiant, but we do not, and this King Gambit is a little below half, and this Basket Legion is at full health with Aurora Veil.
We also have to remember this is a Focus Sash Basket Legion set on Richard's side, so at this point it's looking guaranteed that Basket Legion is going to be able to go for a Liquidation followed up by something like an Aqua Jet, which is going to be very impossible for the King Gambit to figure out anything to do with.
Yeah, with the Focus Sash keeping this Basket Legion safe for 2 turns, regardless of the Veil being up, I think Richard can lock, like you said, Liquidation plus Aqua Jet and wrap this game up. This King Gambit, it was close, but just not enough on the board left to do it. The Sucker Punch goes into the Basket Legion, knocking it to its Focus Sash. We see the very niche item on the Basket Legion Focus Sash coming up very important here. We see the Liquidation into the King Gambit. Is it enough? It lives on 2. However, the speed of these Pokemon is very, very important. Basket Legion, very much the faster Pokemon than King Gambit, and has the priority move that should go first and send Richard to the next round up 1-0.
Yeah, God, what a narrow endgame we found ourselves in. Yep, Basket Legion's just needing one more Aqua Jet to close it out, netting Richard a win.
Yeah, very, very good. We see Richard, our past champion, starting off this tournament very strong. I expect a very deep run from him, but it was a good set by both trainers. I think Ian, unfortunately, just very, very tough matchup. Like you said, we couldn't really find the tools to help him against Frostlass. Frostlass not so much the issue in this game too, like it was in game 1, but still caused him a lot of positioning issues in that set.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Richard definitely a player that we're lucky to be able to highlight because, like you said, someone that is always doing well in these locals and someone that might even see more of later in this tournament.
For sure. And that is us. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say maybe we'd have a chance to speak with Richard quickly. Are we going to do
that is the plan right after to do a player interview with the winner. So we will take a quick break and be back with a player interview.
That means kill you fast.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from round one of the Rutgers Scarlet Classic. I'm Chuba Cross, and I'm joined here by the winner of round one, Richard Wan. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. I'm doing great. It's amazing to be here. Such a cool atmosphere. Tri-state locals. You know the feeling and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so tell me more about your thoughts on that last round. How did you decide on the strategy that you were approaching the game with?
So first of all, I was in game one, I was a little surprised he didn't bring Meganium, but Meganium is a little hard to pilot because depending on but it's also really good into some of my mons. So I was have to prep against that. So that's why I was Basket Legion and stuff. I didn't because I don't have Iron Heads on King Gambit. So if it's an end game where King Gambit versus Meganium, it would be really weird. So and then Sash is always a guarantee to live one, and then I fight you back with the Aqua Jet and something like that. So game one, and especially he didn't see my lost Pokemon, but I did think his lead was really annoying for me because he let Raichu and King Gambit something like that. So I didn't like getting fake out immediately and then started giving a free kowtow into my Frostlass slot. I didn't like that, so I just pivot more into Garchomp mode. Then both I'm starting both of his Pokemon in turn one, and maybe have later with a weather setup.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I actually really liked about your adjustment for game two that just helped you kind of take better control of the early game. You correctly predicted that he enjoyed that Raichu at the start that and just made sure that your Garchomp was leaving the early game as healthy as it could.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to give him I changed my originally this team sheet has citrus berry, but I changed to Dragon Claw lately because I just want to one shot the opponent's Garchomp before and stuff. But yeah, so that citrus kind of bite me off, and so that's why I'm trying to really do the damage control on Garchomp.
Were you worried about the outcome of game two at all after that Raichu was able to connect that Nuzzle?
Not really. I mean, it is a little more. I mean, it's annoying because after that Nuzzle, I feel my Sneasel was kind of just useless because he has Bask, he has King Gambit. Sucker Punch or Aqua Jet would just KO me right there and stuff. So after that Nuzzle, I was alright, then I really have to protect Garchomp. Then Garchomp become my win com instead of Sneasler. That's why I was
oh, okay, yeah. So after seeing that happen, it's you kind of changed your approach to which Pokemon you're prioritizing. Something else that I think you did really well that game was making sure that your Basket Legion had Focus Ash active at the end of the second game. Made that end game actually looks close, 1 HP, 1 HP, but very secure for you because you're the faster Pokemon, you got that priority move. Was that something you were thinking several turns ahead, trying to create that?
Yeah,
situation?
I was thinking in endgame, if it's Bass versus Garchomp, then it becomes Bass and Garchomp versus their King Gambit. He has more things to worry about because it's 2v1, and then technically it's 3v1 because I have a Sash. So you have to kill my Basket Legion twice, and then what I can do is I can always fish for a liquidation defense drop. So that's I don't care if you get Defiance and stuff because I'll just Aqua Jet you and stuff. You have to attack me 3 times to kill me and stuff, so I don't really care if you get a attack drop, a +2 on Defiance and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Richard, I have 2 more questions
Yes.
for you. First one, are there any teams that you're worried about going up against today or that you think, serious threats to win the event?
Yes, so obviously, I think obviously Charizard won so many past tournaments recently and stuff. So Charizard is definitely one of the big thing in terms of I think at least top 4 finish. We're going to see a Charizard. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong. But the other thing I'm more worried about specific matchup, which is more on the Mega that's more underrated. For example, I think Scizor is really, really underrated. And then I play with my friend, and Scovillain is also really annoying because I have 5 special attacker, 5 physical attacker, 1 special attacker, and then I really don't want to get burned every single turn. I'm not winning the damage rate and stuff.
Both of those actually do seem pretty tricky matches for you, so I guess we'll have to hope that you keep
just
them.
dodge,
And then the last thing I wanted to ask is, are there any players that you're hoping to have a chance to play today?
So honestly, I really want to play against Team Edward. So he's a really good friend of mine. So I actually met him through our friend Dakota. So we like the first like tournaments we went to was I think it was Pittsburgh, like 2024. So that was the first tournament we went to. I've never met him in person, so I was just like, but I faced him, and that was round three. We were both 2-0. We faced each other at Pittsburgh for the first time. I was like, oh, face reveal, and then finally play, and then I was able to win. But ever since that, we go to like a lot of locals and a lot of regionals together. We never paired into each other and stuff. So I definitely would love to like play, but we practice all the times and stuff. But it would really be nice to like face him in person.
I know it's always fun when the stakes are a little bit higher in person. It's almost like you get to see a different side of someone, or like they're kind of activated when you play them at a local or a major event.
Yeah. I played with my good friend like Kevin too, and then it was a really interesting story. Was like we actually play in I believe it was Toronto, but like literally like two days before the Toronto, he was like, Richard, run me a matchup. I was like, okay. I got cooked by him 2-0 easy. And I got paired into him again, and then I was like, oh great, this is. I was so mad because I know one of us is going to get 2-0. There's no game three, just one of us is going to get 2-0. But luckily I won. That's that. But yeah, there was a lot of like friends team skills in terms of like regionals. In my recent performance, I faced a lot of my friends in like day one and day two and stuff. So let's hope we get all the team skills at local and regional. We can do like a separate like things.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you so much for your time, Richard, and good luck on the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from round one of the Rutgers Scarlet Classic. I'm Chum across the fourth, and I'm joined by my good friend Rich.
What's going on? What's going on, guys? How's everyone doing today? It's actually a really exciting day today.
Yeah, I know. We're going to probably start to have some of these results from round one rolling in soon. But right now, we come here to talk to you about the usage stats from the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see right now, we have a big like stacked tournament, but also some of the Pokemon here like with high usage. Like, let's talk about number one, Garchomp. It's always taken over the meta game as well. The high win rate of like 55%. It's doing really well in the format.
Yeah, I also just want to call out some of these usage stats feel like, we have, I think 90 players in the tournament today, 23 Garchomp skills, or, what is the 23 on the side? We will figure that out, but yeah, Garchomp looks like it's, potentially one of the most used Pokemon today, and also putting up a really impressive win rate in the sample that we have so far.
Most definitely, and some people are also opting to run like off-meta picks as well. Some people like running Meowscarada, Heliolisk, some people actually run like Sandaconda. Some people are actually running like different types of like off-meta picks to counteract stuff that are like normally used, but it's actually like bringing them like really good results. But I want to see like how it's actually going to be a big turnout going into this tournament after round one.
Yeah, and are there any of those off-meta picks that you're really like expecting to see good things out of? I think Meowscarada definitely one of the big ones for me. Like if you played early Scarlet Violet, definitely like a star of that format in that lower power level with like really reliable moves like Flower Kick and Knockoff. Happens to be a little bit faster than Caesar. So there's a Pokemon with like kind of a lot of attributes to be an offensive, frail and offensive threat, like a Caesar.
Exactly. There was another off-meta pick that I keep seeing as well is Glamora and Meganium as well, the two megas that were introduced in this game. People are seeing some high success with it, but some people kind of like fall off with it because of the other megas like Scizor, Charizard, Gengar. But Meganium and Glamora could actually have a place here in this meta as well because of Mega Soul, having the sun able to be active when you're doing Solar Beam or Weather Ball, and also Mega Glamora with adaptability, having with Tailwind teams, it can actually have a really, really powerful impact.
Yeah, I think Glamora especially is like a Pokemon that I'm excited to see more out of. I don't know if I've gotten to commentate any sets with it yet, but adaptability is just like such a huge blessing for that type of Pokemon, really letting it get the most out of that like very reliable poison and rock type coverage. And I think especially for someone like the top like Megas, Mega Glamora is potentially a horrible matchup for Pokemon like Floette, Charizard. So I think if you're using Mega Glamora, you're really hoping to play some of those top Megas.
That's true. One mon I do have to call out is that Tinkaton. It's someone is actually running it for this event. Tinkaton holds a really good place in my heart, but also like other like off-meta picks that people keep on seeing, like someone is running Sableye. Actually, Sableye has been doing really well on the ladder and rank battles, and it's been doing really well on rain teams. Also, people have been trying it out on like other modes, and it's honestly been having a really good like record so far going into the tournament.
Yeah, Sableye definitely a Pokemon I'm excited to see more out of. And when people are doing well with it, or like when you think of strong Sableye sets, does it tend to be more about the light screen and reflect set, or is it more about like the Encore and Disable combo?
I think it's more of the fact of like Encore and Disable, I would guess, because with screens, critical hits exist. That's nothing we can't get rid of. But with Encore and Disable, it's really good against like the Choice Scarf users who want to like disable Basculegion's Last Respect. You want to Encore someone into Protect. It's like a back and forth thing, but also Sableye has the Prankster ability. You can also burn Mons as well, and even set up the weather, get access to Sunny Day or Rain Dance, help out Arch, or it could also help out Charizard.
Yeah, that's one of the scariest things about facing Sableye is, especially if you're playing it on ladder in like a best of one format where you don't get to know your opponent's sets, Sableye has like what feels like 10 or even 15 like relatively good status moves it can choose between. You're never going to know exactly what it's using until it starts throwing those moves out. Another like not a status move per se, but a supporting move we didn't even talk about is Fake Out. That's going to be on a lot of sets and just like potentially buy Sableye a little bit of time at the start of the game or help its partner set up. It's just an extremely flexible support Pokemon.
That's actually a good thing as well. I cannot wait to see what like teams we get to see in this tournament actually come like with a big result. I'm excited to see what people are cooking and actually how people will adapt more as the meta progresses as we move forward toward our next regional in next month. But this is actually the starting point for teams actually getting more adaptive and creative, and you see a lot of players, even top-level players, try to be more like creative with their team building as well. Even mons that have not even picked up like popularity, like even mons that we haven't even seen in years. Like, when's the last time we've seen Aerodactyl? When's the last time we've seen Aerodactyl?
Aerodactyl has been deep in cold storage, deep in a fossil.
Yeah, like we have not seen that mon in a long time. But honestly, guys, it's going to be a really great day, and we're going to be right back with more fun right here, right after this. Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second before anything.
You want me to confirm?
Yeah, please confirm for me.
No.
That's not him.
That's the wrong Adrian, bro. It's not me.
I need everyone also put the last name.
Adrian Hayes.
Wrong Adrian.
Hey, wait, Adrian, is your name like just Adrian Hazel or like something obvious on the team sheet?
Yes. It's literally my name.
Did you check that file?
Yeah, we
This is
did.
something I checked. I mean, it should be.
Wait, so this is Adrian's team?
Yes.
Like this shows
Here, Chuba, can you hand me the switch? We're gonna create the battle room and you join our battle room.
I think it's still. You can just give them the code.
Oh wait, that's Adrian. It's Aiden Magmeal. Adrian Hazel got it right here.
You're gonna leave the battle room.
There we go.
Yes. Can you hit X?
I can bring it to him. Just unlock your phone. I won't go sleep.
Okay, what we got here today? Okay, we got Charizard X, and we also got Garchomp, like a Floette, Sinistcha. Okay.
Okay, fun.
That was a fun thing. We have two Sinistras here. We got a Mega Gardevoir.
So it seems like it could be a matchup of the setup.
Yeah, because you got Trick Room.
Ricky.
Yeah.
You still in the battle room?
I'm excited also for the Sacho Berry on Incineroar.
Yeah.
We got Talonflame with Sharkbeak as well. And Incineroar, Chople, Sinistcha with no...
I led him to the last round, so why don't you do this?
Sure, absolutely. I would love to. Okay. Rodon with Magnet. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
We'll just send this.
That's Will's. That's our friend Willie's son.
What camera's right? I can't.
That's Willie's son.
The camera's right there. I have to go forward.
Oh, you don't want to look at
You're on.
I can't look right. I can't.
My goodness. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Rutgers Scarlet. Huh?
The camera's that way.
Scarlet Classic 11.
Scarlet. We're on. Yeah. Do you want to do it one more time? Yeah, transition away real quick.
Okay, 1 second. We'll be back.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Scarlet Classic Tournament here in Rutgers University. My name is Richard McGowan, and I'm joined by my buddy, Chupa Cross.
Hi. Great to have you on the stream again, Rich. You know, it was fun being able to go over some of those usage stats with you, and we are getting ready for a really exciting round 2 in just a moment here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, round 1 just finished, but we did see a lot of really interesting teams make it over 1-0, but also we've seen a lot of players get that first win out of the way and trying to see if they can actually advance going on forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and as a reminder, this is going to be, I think we have around 90 players today, so it's going to be 7 rounds of Swiss and a top 8 cut. So you are going to need a record of 6-1 or better to guarantee a spot, and if you have a record of 5-2, you're going to need to get a little bit lucky with things like opponent's resistance to move forward. So players maintaining that X and O record early on is going to be very important for their tournament life here.
Exactly, as well. There's I would say there's kind of no room for error in a way. There's some room you're going forward 1 loss, but the undefeated run will actually feel great going into top cut. But also we actually have we were seeing some of the matchups as well going into round 2. We saw James Evans versus Alex Simsey. We saw William Brown on the first table, and now we actually have 2 really great players here. They're actually local that are actually going to be here for your round 2 as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a matchup between Lorenzo Arce and Adrian Hazel. Definitely people that are staples of New York and New Jersey locals. I think you were saying this is actually a New York versus New Jersey match.
That is true. It's a true USVA New York and New Jersey match. But honestly, we've seen a lot of also of Lorenzo, doing great in majority of tournaments as well, making top 8 at Baltimore. Really having great runs in regionals. I can't wait to see who he's actually bringing here for this event.
Yeah, and I will be able to show you their teams very soon, but I, again, just very excited about this matchup. I think this is two teams with two very different game plans that, like, will be clashing against each other. We're going to have to see which of these very different styles of team comes out on top.
Most definitely, and especially like I said earlier on our meta stats, like off meta, trying to find a creative standpoint in the meta game, trying to make it like you can counteract like the main top 10 threats of the actual VGC meta game, but also it kind of relates to I could actually run something fun. That's also the main thing people also focus on too, is running something fun.
Yeah, being able to, not only have something that you're having fun playing with, but has the potential to catch your opponents off guard is really interesting. And this is a tournament where the stakes are high enough that I don't think people are holding back the punches, especially as you named some of the top players here, like William Brown, James Evans, the list goes on. Lots of people with regional cuts and incredible success like James's Worlds performance to their names. You cannot be holding back your punches with so many top players in the room here.
Most definitely, and we do see our two players here, Lorenzo Arc versus Adrian Hazel here. And I think it's to say, we could be going over the teams in just a little bit, but these two players are ready. They did win their first round. Their teams are really ready to go. And honestly, now it could be a really good set.
Yeah, and I think now we could maybe kind of read these teams to give you, the viewer, a little bit of a preview of them. I think some of the teams that we're going to be looking at here on Lorenzo's side, it's actually going to be a Charizard X, a Sinistcha, an Incineroar, a Melodic, a Sneasler, and a Gardevoir. So in some ways a pretty standard Charizard X build, but I think the Gardevoir really makes it interesting.
The Gardevoir with the Mega is honestly a really interesting take on Trick Room. We did see it actually do well in the Champions Festival, and honestly, Mega Gardevoir does have a place also in the meta too, being a really top tier Mega Mon with Pixelate, and also with Trick Room as well to really have a good standpoint. But also when we look at Adrian's team as well, we do have Garchomp, Rotom Wash, Sinistcha, Floette, Talonflame, and Incineroar. So a standard hyper offense, but you do have Floette with a setup move of Calm Mind.
Yeah, I think that decision to have the Floette with the Calm Mind and the Sinistcha to heal it up with moves like Hospitality, Life Dew, Supporter with Rage Powder really sets this team apart from some of the other maybe more standard Talonflame, Floette, hyper offense builds that we'd see. I think Adrian is definitely going to have the choice at his disposal to potentially slow down the game if he wants to.
Pretty much, like you said earlier, also it's a battle of setup versus setup. Which Mon's going to get set up the most. You have Charizard with speed, but you also have Floette with bulk. That's the thing also with these two teams, is that how are you actually going to set up, with the other partners trying to take you out as well. You have Milotic as well with Icy Wind with Life Dew, trying to keep that Charizard safe. You have Sinistcha, with Life Dew as well. So two Mons that can actually keep the main damage dealer, which is Charizard, safe in that long run. Which compared to Adrian having Floette with Calm Mind, and also with Sinistcha and with Incineroar trying to keep it on the field for a long time, it's going to be a little difficult for Adrian. But I'm honestly excited to see this match.
Yeah, I think both of these players, if they want to, they can really slow down the pace of this game a little bit. It's almost making me think about the pace of things like something like a Raging Bull here, where Raging Bull and its fake out buddies and Pokemon like Rillaboom that are going to help it heal over time were such a big part of the story of those games. I think we could see this playing out the same way. The fact that both sides have Sinistcha and at least one fake out user really does make me wonder, are these going to be drawn out games, or are players going to be looking for offensive opportunities, trying to get those knockouts as quickly as possible?
Really much so, as we are waiting for our players to select their Pokemon. I'm also excited to see that Rotom Wash from Adrian's side, having the Magnet item and also having Electro Web as well. Really optiming for also another form of speed control, as well as also has Talonflame in the game.
Yeah, I think especially in a slower pace match, that could actually be a really appealing piece. We're actually going to see Adrian go right on the offensive with Floette and Talonflame in the lead against Lorenzo's Incineroar and Melodic.
Pretty much so. It looks like we're going to go a little defensive here on Lorenzo's side. You could just go ahead and try to go for a Scald into the Talonflame side. You can go for Fake Out into the Floette. But honestly, Adrian could just go ahead and just Mega Evolve and just go out all offense, going for Tailwind, just trying to get the knockout on the Milotic or on the Incineroar. I know the Talonflame is intimidated, so it's going to be a little bit rough for Talonflame to try to get a little bit of footing on attack power, but it could play off in different ways. So maybe Lorenzo does have that Mega Charizard in the back to try to get set up for later. But the main threat, honestly, for Lorenzo is this Floette that's just going to go for Moonblast with that Fairy Aura. It's going to take over the game.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point that the Floette just seems like it's something that's really well positioned here. Maybe we full advantage of that choosing to make a Floette here.
Absolutely, we are going to see the Floette going to go ahead and Mega Evolve. But what did Adrian decide to do? I feel like it's going to be a Tailwind. No, we're actually going to see a Protect from the Talonflame, so no speed control right now for this turn. But what did the Floette decide to? Floette went for the Dazzling Gleam, just going straight for the offense. That did about a really good chunk of damage to the Milotic and to the Incineroar, but Milotic does go swinging with a Icy Wind, going to lower the speed of the Floette. But the real question is, what did the Incineroar decide to do? I'm thinking it's probably going to go for a Parting Shot into the Floette, trying to lower its special attack power even more. But that's what Lorenzo decided to do, trying to make sure that that this Floette is not doing enough damage as it is.
Yeah, the Floette choosing to go for the Floette attacking the Talonflame attacking in front of Incineroar looked like it could have actually been a really good catch on Adrian's side, saying like, hey, I don't think this is the stop that's getting hit with Vega. However, it doesn't seem like that Dazzling Gleam damage has necessarily been super impactful. And I think this Icy Wind from Melodic is something that's really going to force Talonflame to go for a Tailwind if it wants to keep up the speed. But in the process, Talonflame is extremely vulnerable in front of Pokemon like Charizard and Melodic here. I wonder how Adrian is going to try and reposition, or maybe if anything, he's happy about this. Maybe he's saying like, oh, I still think my Floette kind of offers enough offensive coverage here for me to be happy with this. I think something else that's interesting about this turn is that Charizard could actually consider non-Mega Evolving yet to hang on to the fact that it has that fairy resistance with its base Fire type.
Most definitely as well. I mean, Charizard could honestly have the option of not Mega. It honestly could just go for just a regular old Dragon Dance trying to get the setup. But honestly, Talonflame just goes ahead and set up the speed with Tailwind. But what did Floette decide to do? Floette decides to go for another Dazzling Gleam. It's already a -1 special attack, but that did a good amount of damage. Milotic is at half health right now. But what did Charizard decide to do? Charizard is going to go for the Dragon Dance, so no Mega Evolution this turn. But now the Milotic, it could honestly choose to go for another Icy Wind, which it actually does. So lowering the speed on the Floette by 2 and the Talonflame by 1, so speed is up. But the thing is, Charizard is at +1 speed and Floette's at -2 speed, even with Tailwind up. So the speed interaction here, Charizard honestly is going to go first.
Yeah, the fact that Charizard is able to outrun Floette even in the Tailwind is really a huge edge for Lorenzo's side at this point. This Melodic just showing us how tanky it can be, how infamously difficult it is to remove from the board. I think even on this turn, Melodic probably isn't staring at the potential for a knockout from Adrian's side. So I think things are really starting to look up for Lorenzo. I wonder how Adrian's going to try to reposition against this Charizard.
Pretty much so. I mean, right now, Charizard is the main threat of Adrian's team right now. Charizard can literally just go ahead and Mega Evolve, go for Flare Blitz, and try to get the knockout on this Floette. However, we are going to see the Brave Bird going to go into the Milotic slot. That's going to go do a really big chunk of damage. Even with the Intimidate, it's still doing a big chunk of damage. Charizard going for another Dragon Dance. So this now is at +2. This Charizard is going to go ahead and go swinging next turn with a Mega Evolution. But Floette is going to go ahead and go for Moonblast, trying to get the KO on the Milotic, and it does get the KO. Now that Charizard is set up, the speed is in, is in Lorenzo's favor, honestly, to be honest with you. And now Adrian got the knockout on Milotic, but what's next?
Yeah, I have to wonder if Melodic has done its job this game or not. I think it really seems like it's put out a lot in terms of more so speed control than anything right now, making it so that even under your first hill when you have the speed advantage is really colossal. However, with that competitive going down, Lorenzo's side is now going to be vulnerable to something like Intimidate. Even if this position looks nice for Lorenzo, we do have to remember Lorenzo still has yet to take a knockout. He has lost a good chunk of health on this Incineroar, and the entire Melodic has gone down.
Most definitely as well. Incineroar does come back in, threatening a fake out and also threatening another parting shot onto the Floette too. Charizard is all set up, it's ready to go. It can Mega Evolve, go for Flare Blitz, and try to KO the Floette. Honestly, I'm thinking here we're going to see probably a switch out from Adrian. It could be the Incineroar in the back, but you also have to be careful also switching out that Incineroar willingly, because if Milotic is still alive and you switch it in on a nonchalant turn, then Milotic gets a competitive boost. But Adrian did have the Incineroar in the back, and we are going to see a Mega Evolution from the Charizard, Mega Charizard X. I love Mega Charizard X. It's actually a really good design. But now, honestly, what did Adrian decide to do here? We're going to see a Flare Blitz from the Charizard. That's going to do a good amount of wow, that's a 50% of damage from the Mega Charizard X. That's at +1. It got intimidated as well. Brave Bird is going to go ahead and hit into the Charizard. That's going to do a little chunk of damage, but that's down into the yellow as well. But another parting shot from the Incineroar into Adrian's Incineroar, so lowering the attack. But honestly, I feel like Adrian's Incineroar just came in, took a bunch of damage, but didn't do much.
I think Instant being able to come in there is actually pretty nice, kind of abusing the fact that Floette and Instant pretty much switch energy. They're, baiting the Flare Blitz, saying, like, okay, better for my Instant to take a Flare Blitz than a Breaking Swipe and lower its damage output, maybe. And Charizard is actually going to have to be really careful with its health, because if it wants to save its health to do things like Flare Blitz on the Floette that's in the back, it's going to need help from Sinistra to make sure that it's not knocking itself out in the process. I do see what you're saying there, though. The fact that Instant came in, took all that damage, and Charizard is still feeling relatively comfortable on the field, is definitely good news for Lorenzo's side.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, most definitely as well. And especially we're looking at the Talonflame's at -1 right now. I don't know how much damage it's probably going to do to the Sinistra in a way, because Sinistra, it's a very bulky mon. It's there to keep Charizard safe as well. But Sinistra does decide to switch out, probably preserving that hospitality ability. Incineroar comes back in again. So another Intimidate on both of these mons. The one thing also that Lorenzo does have in his Charizard is Breaking Swipe, but we're not going to see the Flare Blitz. It is going to go ahead and get the knockout on the Incineroar. So no more Intimidate from Adrian's side. That's actually good for Lorenzo. So now you don't have to worry about Intimidate. You don't have to worry about lowering a stat. But honestly, you do have to worry about this Floette in the back. Brave Bird does go off, and it's going to hit into the Incineroar. A little bit of damage. But yeah, honestly, I think that's what Lorenzo wanted, to just knock out the Incineroar from Adrian's side.
Yeah, this Talonflame has spent a lot of time on the field despite being I want to say we're at -1 attack right now. Even with that Sharp Beak item really just not putting out as much damage as it would like to. And that's part of why Charizard is able to just continue going on the offensive with all of these Flare Blitzes. Being able to get a knockout on Instant by spamming Flare Blitz is pretty remarkable.
That's interesting too. It was also a +1, plus also the ability Tough Claws. Any contact move will do a really boosting damage, and also getting the knockout on Instant with Flare Blitz. I've never seen that in a while. But honestly, now the Floette does come back in here. Charizard is going to be threatening the Floette with a big Flare Blitz, and also the Incineroar, it did come in, so it does have access to Fake Out. So we're trying to see, how can Lorenzo actually try to, probably close this game out, because, Incineroar's gone on Adrian's end. We did not see the last mon yet. It could be the Garchomp in the back, but it also could be the Rotom, but Floette is going to switch out, and it is going to be the Garchomp, the Alolan champion, coming in as the Talonflame goes for the Protect, trying to bait out a Fake Out here. But what did Lorenzo's side do? We're going to see the Fake Out into the Garchomp here, taking that rough skin damage. But oh my goodness, that Charizard goes for another Dragon Dance. And there's no Incineroar to get rid of that boost.
Yeah, I wonder what the point of that swap was. It almost feels like that was kind of a bait to say, okay, I want you to go for Flare Blitz on the Garchomp, and then hoping that the Charizard would end up going down to recoil there. However, the fact that Charizard hasn't fallen for the bait yet means Charizard is clearly the fastest Pokemon on the field. Talonflame has no Gale Wings active to make sure this Tailwind can actually outrun the Charizard. And we haven't talked about this. This is a Breaking Swipe Charizard, which is threatening spread damage here. I think we're on, I want to say, 2 boosted stages of attack. I think Lorenzo might be looking at a double knockout on Adrian's side right now. So Adrian is really going to have to find a way to pair maybe that Floette, which is going to be immune to this Breaking Swipe, with one of these other 2 Pokemon to guarantee that his side can get off at least 1 attack. But it is looking very, very tricky for Adrian right now.
Pretty much so, but also Lorenzo does have that tools to keep that Charizard safe and alive with the Hospitality and also with Intimidate as well. But what also this Charizard could also do, Breaking Swipe, how much is going to do? That is going to go ahead and get a double knockout. Oh my goodness, at +2 with the Tough Claws getting the double knockout, Lorenzo is going to take game 1. Oh my god, the setup was Charizard taking it the whole time. Honestly, Adrian just went out full offense with Floette, but I don't think that was enough.
Yeah, the Floette at the start of the game did look really threatening, but I think Adrian is going to need to go back to the drawing board and look at a little bit of a better long-term plan for this Charizard, considering it's something that is such a huge offensive threat. I wonder if Adrian's side could be doing anything more proactive to deal with it. I think, if anything, the pairing of Floette and Talonflame actually really let itself down in terms of approaching this Charizard, so maybe that's something that Adrian could address for the next game.
Definitely, Flare Blitz does KO the Floette. Lorenzo does take game 1 here, but honestly, like you said, like Adrian has to go back to the drawing board. Charizard is going to set up and go for the damage here. You have to figure out a way to like not like stop Charizard, but it's like, how can I make sure that Charizard is not a big threat? You know, Garchomp can help with that, going for Rock Slide, trying to catch him, not going for the Mega Evolution, but also trying to position Floette to maybe set up a Calm Mind or two to like go for the Moonblast damage here. But also, how can you position it well? Because Lorenzo does have the tools with the Sinistcha and with the Milotic and with the Incineroar.
Let's think about the Pokemon that we didn't actually see come out on Adrian's side that game. So we didn't see Rotom Wash come, and we didn't see Sinistcha come. I think Sinistcha might be a little bit of a tough Pokemon to bring in the face of a Charizard X sweep like this. Rotom Wash, on the other hand, actually seems very interesting. It's going to be pretty strong against that Milotic, and kind of like with Milotic's Icy Wind move, dropping the speed stats of both of the opponents, this is an Electro Web Rotom. So if you can do something about the Milotic, maybe set up a knockout on it with one of those Electro Webs, you're not going to have to worry about the competitive boost, and you will be able to just harass that Charizard with Electro Web over and over. I think another kind of nice thing that Rotom Wash does is, I think it's just going to force that Charizard to Mega as soon as it sees Rotom Wash. You cannot very comfortably leave your Charizard out in front of Rotom and take potentially super effective damage from either of its water or electric moves. So I think Rotom Wash is really a Pokemon that Adrian could look to for this game if he's scared of the Charizard.
Most definitely. Also, the Rotom Wash is holding the magnet item, so we're going to get a boost in electric type attacks as well. We also have Thunderbolt on it, Electro Web is on it, Will-O-Wisp and Hydro Pump on it as well. So honestly, Rotom Wash could be an answer here against Lorenzo's team. Threatens, you said it threatens the Milotic. It also could threaten the Incineroar as well with Hydro Pump as well, as long as it connects. That's the thing you want to do. But we are going to see the Rotom Wash come in with the Floette, as well with the Milotic and Incineroar from the Lorenzo. So both doing very defensive plays here of just going with Milotic and Incineroar, trying to be like, you know what, I'll go for Fake Out, I'll go for Icy Wind like I did game one. But I think Adrian has something up his sleeve to try to like counteract what Lorenzo did game one.
Yeah, I think this Rotom is like already a really stellar adjustment, not only catching the Milotic but the Incineroar at the same time. These are two of Rotom Wash's absolute favorite matchups here. So I think this is going to give Adrian a bit of a leg up to begin with. One thing that's important to note about this Rotom Wash is it doesn't actually have Protect on the moveset, so it isn't going to be able to protect in front of Incineroar's Fake Out. That said, I don't exactly think Rotom Wash is afraid of very much, and I do think it's probably the most comfortable Pokemon on the board right now.
That is very true. I mean, Incineroar does have to fake out one Mon. You either fake out the Floette or fake out the Rotom. If you fake out the Rotom, Floette could probably go for a Mega and Calm Mind. However, if you fake out the Rotom, like if you fake out the Floette, then Rotom could just go for a free Thunderbolt. As it actually does here, the Protect on the Floette, and Thunderbolt does a ton of damage. That is about 70% of the damage output. Icy Wind does go off from the Milotic, is going to hit that Rotom. And as well, I wonder what the Incineroar decide to do. I probably went for Parting Shot as well. We didn't see Fake Out.
Yeah.
So probably went for like Parting Shot, try to reposition this up, probably trying to bring Charizard in. Parting Shot into the Rotom as well, but Rotom did enough damage onto the Milotic where I think another Thunderbolt could KO it.
Right, but we have to remember, after that Icy Wind drop, Rotom is not very likely to outrun the Milotic at this point. So I think the fact that Lorenzo is able to get the Parting Shot target right and make sure that he didn't hit it into a Protect is very significant there. Sinistcha is actually very possibly faster than this Rotom at this point after the Icy Wind drop, and might even be able to give Milotic a Life Dew boost if it wants to.
That is true. The Rotom is very threatening onto the Milotic. However, it's not threatening the Floette. Floette could Mega, go for a Calm Mind, try to get set up, and be like, one of the big damage dealers if it gets like 1 or 2 Calm Mind setup boosts. I mean, for Lorenzo, I think for Lorenzo, he's trying to like to maybe get Charizard in position. It's a kind of a tough thing because there's a Rotom on the field. You did lower its speed, yes, but how are you going to deal the damage onto the Rotom when Floette can just go ahead and set up?
Yeah, I think the Calm Mind is looking really appealing for Floette here, and is definitely something that Lorenzo would struggle to keep up with like any of the 3 Pokemon that he's revealed so far. Even if last Pokemon is something like a Charizard to deal with that, it's going to have to show up. It's going to have to put itself at risk in front of Pokemon like Rotom. Looks like Adrian is taking full advantage of the position with the Floette this turn, going for a Mega Evolution. We're going to have to see if this is a Calm Mind or if he's going on the offensive.
We did see in game 1 he didn't go for all offense, and he's going to do it again, going for all offense into this Sinistcha. Oh, that did a ton of damage. That is about 95% of the damage. But Citrus Berry is going to heal it back up. Icy Wind's going to go ahead and do a little chip damage and lower the speed of both Floette and the Rotom. But Rotom's now at -2. But the real question is, how much will Rotom take from this Matcha Gotcha? Floette misses. It got missed from the Floette. Oh my god.
Rotom Wash probably still the Pokemon that you need to hit even more, though, giving Sinistcha a little bit of health, and this might actually be putting it outside of range for a potential follow-up from the Rotom.
Thunderbolt is going to go ahead and hit into the Milotic slot. That's going to do a little bit of chip damage onto the Milotic leftovers. It's going to healing, recovery. Right now, that Moonblast did a lot. I think another one could be coming to KO that Sinistcha. I think what Adrian's trying to do is like get rid of like the pieces to keep Charizard safe. And then once you have that, Charizard's just vulnerable.
Absolutely, yeah. I completely agree with you that Adrian is the one essentially trying to break down Lorenzo's tower here. Say, like, once I have 1 or 2 knockouts, I can deal with the Charizard, I can isolate at that point. And it's so interesting just because this is like a much more aggressive take than I think either of us might have expected to see on that turn with the Calm Mind. However, I definitely think this is a strategy that could pay off for Adrian. It's not like Floette is uncomfortable at all on the field right now. It's still hitting at full power with these Moonblasts. Rotom Wash actually going to choose to withdraw here for that is the Talonflame.
Talonflame does come back in here, but Milotic is going to go ahead and go for another Icy Wind, trying to get those speed drops here, trying to get it all set up for Charizard, but we are going to see the Machagacha from the Sinistcha. Going to do a little bit of damage onto both of these Pokemon here. Critical hit onto the Floette. That is a little bit of critical hit than I expected to, but healing up that Sinistcha to a good amount of HP. But what did Floette do? Floette did decide to go for another offensive move and Moonblast into the... Oh my goodness, Moonblast does go ahead and KO the Sinistcha. So one part of the tower down. I think it's 2 more to go, but the thing is, Sinistcha was kind of like a main key to keep Charizard healthy when it keeps switching in and out of Hospitality. Now you have to deal with the Milotic.
Yeah, Charizard at this point, if it is the Pokemon that Lorenzo has in the back, is going to have to rely solely on Milotic's Life Dew for recovery, which isn't exactly going to be as reliable or automatic as Sinistcha's Hospitality, so definitely something that could be tricky. On the other hand, Charizard actually looks like it could hit the field really comfortably here. It's coming on these 2 Pokemon that both have speed drops from Icy Wind at this point that can very possibly outrun. I think these Icy Winds from Milotic are like really starting to pay off in Lorenzo's favor, where his side just has a very comfortable speed advantage at this point. Something else that I want to call out about Adrian's swamp in there is that a Talonflame having chip damage and a Talonflame at full health are very different, because this Talonflame no longer has access to any priority attacks, which means it's going to be tougher to do things like priority Brave Bird or priority Tailwind more impactfully, maybe to try and like reverse the speed order of this game at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Adrian could also switch out the Floette, try to get that speed back up in the field. You also could see Talonflame try to go for Tailwind as well, try to get Adrian set up for an end game where it could be Floette, maybe a Garchomp in the back to actually take care of everything. But we're going to see the Talonflame switch out. It's going to go back into the Rotom slot. But what did the Floette decide to do here? But actually, we're going to see the Mega Evolution very, very sooner rather than later. Charizard's going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, Mega Charizard X. I wonder if actually Lorenzo went for Dragon Dance here. If he did, that's going to be a very interesting thing. Charizard actually goes for the Flare Blitz, and it is going to go ahead and get the knockout onto the Floette. Tough Claw, Flare Blitz, and that's not even going to be like a boosted Dragon Dance. That's just KO in and of itself.
Yeah, I do think that was kind of a knockout that Charizard needed to go for, because like you said, if Charizard doesn't take that knockout, it's very possible it's eating a Moonblast or a Dazzling Gleam to the face that turn. And because this Charizard doesn't have a Sinistcha partner anymore, it really has to be a Pokemon making sure that the pace of the game is staying up, or else Floette is just going to be able to break it down.
Honestly, Adrian did a good job baiting out the Mega and actually got Charizard to Mega Evolve now. I mean, honestly, if there is Garchomp in the back, it does threaten the Charizard as well. You do honestly have to get the knockout on the Milotic more importantly, but also one thing to call out, Charizard did Mega Evolve. Now it's actually not immune to Earthquake no more. So you can actually just go for Earthquake, you can go for Dragon Claw, whatever you need to try to get it out, and Rotom would be safe from that. However, Talonflame could come back here instead of Tailwind, but Garchomp is going to be the mon of choice to come back in here, and it's threatening the Charizard very, very heavily right now.
Something else that's really important about that last turn is I think that was the first time this game Milotic went for something other than an Icy Wind, and the consequence of it is this Rotom should be faster than Milotic. I believe we saw that speed interaction at the very start of the game, which means that something like an Earthquake and Thunderbolt combo is something this Milotic would have to worry about before it can even move. I think that's scary enough that Lorenzo's going to have to consider swapping in his Incineroar to slow down the damage of this Garchomp. But that's something that Rotom could try to read with maybe, I don't exactly think Incin wants to take an Earthquake Hydro Pump combo as it comes in. That said, this is a Pasho Incineroar. This is exactly the kind of matchup that you have a Pasho Incineroar for.
Pretty much so. Charizard does go for the Protect here, as Garchomp's just going to go straight swinging with the Earthquake. I wonder how much damage it's going to do onto the Milotic here. It could be in range of a Thunderbolt here. Now that's going to do a ton, and that is definitely going to be in range of a Thunderbolt, and now the Milotic is gone. Like you said, Tower is falling, and now the Incineroar is left on the field, basically next to the Charizard here. However, Talonflame's in the back. It actually could go for Tailwind here. It's kind of looking a little dicey for Lorenzo, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's really difficult to say how this is going to go. Let's think about some of the pieces on hand here. So there's a Talonflame in the back for Adrian's side that, I think the Talonflame being able to finally reset all those Intimidate drops, there's going to be no more Intimidate activations because Lorenzo is down to their last 2 Pokemon here. So Talonflame's damage output is actually looking higher than it would have been before this. However, Charizard's Breaking Swipe is looking really good at this point in the game. Charizard, very likely a Pokemon that's trained to be able to outrun Rotom Wash. Rotom Wash probably not going to be able to take a Breaking Swipe from here. And even if Garchomp is able to survive one of those, still going to take a lot of damage, and that second attack drop on it is also going to be really significant. I wonder if this means Garchomp would even consider doing something like swapping out for the Talonflame at this point to get rid of the Intimidate drop, but it's a little hard to say. It's just tough to say which trainer is going to be able to come out on top here.
It is a little bit hard to say, especially if you swap out, Charizard could be susceptible to actually going for a Dragon Dance, which it does. It is going to get set up with a Dragon Dance here on the field, basically try to get set up here for an endgame. Rotom does go for the Electro Web, so lowering the speed of Charizard that just boosted its speed one stat. Now it's going to be lowered back to neutral, and now Rotom kind of did its job a little bit because now Garchomp is threatening the Charizard again with Earthquake, but it now is looking very, very dicey for Lorenzo because you needed that Dragon Dance. You needed the speed boost to deal with the Garchomp, and you also needed to deal with the Talonflame, but now you're back at neutral. It's looking very, very tough.
Yeah, Rotom being able to connect that Electro Web there is huge because I think the speed boost from the Dragon Dance is actually what Charizard needed more than the attack boost, and with the Electro Web, they're just getting canceled out. Garchomp is once again the Pokemon that runs the game in terms of the speed tiers and is going to be looking at a really threatening Earthquake before Lorenzo's side can even respond to it. That said, if Charizard is able to go ahead and survive this Earthquake, I think even one Breaking Swipe is going to be really critical for Lorenzo's game if he's able to connect that.
That's very, very true. Garchomp does go swinging with an Earthquake. Not going to hit the Rotom, but how much does this do to the Charizard slot? That's going to do a ton of damage. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of damage. That's rough skin damage, but also Charizard just go for the Dragon Dance. Charizard's trying to get set up for one last ride. Thunderbolt's going to go ahead and hit into the Incineroar. It's going to get the knockout, and it's just Charizard by himself.
Yup, but Charizard on this low HP is not going to be able to do anything to knock out the Garchomp without knocking out itself in the process.
That is very true. Honestly, Adrian did a great job here taking down the tower of Lorenzo's support pieces. Took down that Milotic, basically that first turn. Also took down the Sinistra. Next turned down the Incineroar and just left Charizard by himself. Honestly, it was part of Adrian's plan, but also we said in the beginning of the game, Rotom was actually a really good addition to the team for Adrian to actually get this win here.
Yeah, I think Rotom actually looked really incredible because there's not really any Pokemon on Adrian's team that can take down the Milotic quite as efficiently as a Rotom can. And I think the Milotic is actually one of the biggest pieces because once you're done with the Milotic, it's going to be easier for you to find a way to, let's say, actually use your Garchomp the way that you want to against Charizard. I think knowing when to use, let's say, more of a setup Pokemon like the Calm Mind Floette in a slightly unconventional way and just go for that offense right away is just, such an important skill to have when you're using a setup Pokemon like that.
That Breaking Swipe does KO both Mons, but the Rough Skin's gonna KO the Charizard. That is an interesting endgame right here, and it was just it's just one Mon left, and that's the Burnt Rotom at 6 HP, and we're gonna go to a game 3 with Lorenzo and Adrian. That was an interesting game right now. We talked about game 1 where Adrian just let Charizard get set up and just take over the game. However, it's basically like saying, I need Rotom to deal with the support pieces, and then Charizard is just vulnerable by itself with the Garchomp on the field.
Yeah, and if you're Lorenzo at this point, what kind of adjustments do you think you might be making going into a game 3? Because if I'm Lorenzo, I need to think, what am I going to do about this road time? How can I make my early game cleaner and, not only leave the early game with speed control or chip damage, but actually maybe a knockout on Adrian's side or not a knockout on my side. I think those are really some of the things that Lorenzo is going to need to change here.
Basically, honestly, looking at for game 3, we could honestly see a different mega. Lorenzo does have Mega Gardevoir that does honestly deal with the Rotom, and also does deal with the Garchomp as well, and also could take advantage of Floette's Fairy Aura ability. Could set up Trick Room as well to try to be the fastest thing on the field under Trick Room. It's going to be a really interesting adaptations of the game here. It's like you said, what do you do here if you're Lorenzo trying to get a footing here? Because Adrian just said, I'm going to take out what you have to support the Charizard, and now guess what? I could actually go ahead and make it that Charizard is just a sitting duck when it Mega Evolves. And also forcing that Mega from Lorenzo was actually key to Adrian's victory in Game 2.
Yeah, I actually like the sound of a Gardevoir a lot. I think that could be a really great adjustment against the Pokemon that Adrian is bringing so far, especially if we're just going to see this Rotom and Floette in the lead. And it is going to be that Gardevoir and Incineroar right away on Lorenzo's side.
Oh, the cover the Mario, but also it would be funny if Gardevoir traced Levitate. That would be even more funnier. But also Gardevoir is actually a really good actually a good Trick Room setter as well. You can go for Fake Out, you can go for Trick Room as well. If Floette Mega Evolves, Hyper Voice is still going to hit hard as well because, Fairy Aura enables it as well. Now,
one consequence of leading with your Gardevoir like this is you're telling Adrian that he has to be careful about when he's choosing to Mega Evolve. The Floette knows it is going to be powering up that Gardevoir when it activates the Mega. So if Adrian wants to, he could play a little bit more defensively with that Floette, choose not to Mega it, choose to swap it out, and essentially deny Gardevoir that attack boost that it was really hoping to hijack in this game.
Pretty much so, and also the thing is too is I don't know what Adrian has to switch in for Trick Room. I don't know. He didn't bring Sinistra the whole entire 2-game set, but now we're probably going to see the Floette go ahead and Mega Evolve. It doesn't care. It's probably going to go for another offensive damage. Going for Moonblast. It's probably going to go. Maybe we might see a Calm Mind setup maybe this one game. But honestly, it could play off in Lorenzo's favor. But Lorenzo is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve the Gardevoir. Probably going to set up a Trick Room. Because, you have, Incineroar, you have Milotic in the back to help you out in this game. But Gardevoir is now properly kind of set up here. Could just go straight for Hyper Voice. Floette is going to get faked out from the Incineroar. But what did Mon decide to do? And Hydro... Oh, no, never mind. I thought it missed. See, the animation missed with a Pistacho Berry. It's going to do really less damage onto the Incineroar because of that Pistacho Berry. But what did Gardevoir decide to do here? Gardevoir decided to go for the Trick Room. So the dimensions are twisted, and guess what? Gardevoir can just go ahead and just shoot out all these Hyper Voices.
Yeah, that's an absolutely critical turn for Lorenzo. I think getting almost everything that he wanted to out of that turn. Something that we're going to have to think about now is Gardevoir is actually a Pokemon that's naturally a little bit faster than a Rotom Wash. So it's Gardevoir outrunning Rotom Wash is far from a certainty here. And I think if Rotom Wash happened to be faster, it would give Adrian's side a little more say in how he's going to respond with moves like Hydro Pump and Thunderbolt. However, definitely still have to give the edge to Lorenzo here. I think Floette activating that Mega only to give Gardevoir the boost on its Hyper Voice is just potentially looking really tricky. You have to remember, Gardevoir's Hyper Voice is often stronger than something like Floette's Dazzling Gleam to begin with. That's even before we think about Fairy Aura.
Yeah, so we actually do see the Rotom be a little actually slower than the Incineroar, but Thunderbolt is going to go ahead and hit into the Gardevoir slot. Get the Para as well. Oh, that's kind of mad a little bit. Gardevoir's Para cannot move. Floette going to go ahead and going to go for the Moonblast into the Incineroar, and that's going to not even enough to get a KO. Oh my god, what a turn. What a turn. That is a turn that you don't want. You do not want your Gardevoir to be parried. And now Trick Room is up still, but Incineroar is about to be KO'd.
Yeah, Gardevoir taking not only the damage there, but more importantly the paralysis in the field turn is just absolutely critical for Lorenzo here. This is a game that's moving fast enough that you can't afford to waste turns like that. Lorenzo is going to have to think a lot harder about how he responds to that turn now that Gardevoir has lost one of those ever critical Hyper Voice turns. This is also really making me think about what Lorenzo has in the back. This could be a great moment to reveal the Sinistra to get a little bit of health back onto your Gardevoir, make sure that those Hyper Voices keep coming out. So we're just going to have to see how he chose to approach these back Pokemon here.
Honestly, yes. Floette decides to go for Protect here. Probably not trying to take a parting shot here. Gardevoir is going to go ahead and go for Hyper Voice, and it is going to hit into the Rotom slot. How much is this going to do? That's going to do a ton of damage because of the Fairy Aura, and Incineroar is going to go ahead and parting shot into the Rotom slot. Going to go ahead and switch out. Probably going to switch into Sinistcha to try to heal up.
Yeah, if there's a Sinistcha, that would be absolutely the ideal Pokemon to go into here, you know, kind of essentially guaranteeing that Rotom cannot accomplish that much on this turn. I think this is actually quite a good turn for Lorenzo here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thunderbolt is going to go ahead and hit into the Sinistcha slot. You know, not going to do that much damage as well. And no para this turn. But, you know, honestly, the para from Gardevoir actually kind of helped Lorenzo in a way, now actually dealing the damage onto the Rotom. And honestly, that parting shot switch into the Rotom, I would say it kind of helped him a little bit. Now you have the Sinistcha here to help you like heal up a bit. Maybe go for those matcha gotchas. You know, if you can get the knockout on that Rotom as well, it could honestly play off in your favor. But the thing is that Floette is still healthy. It's still standing strong.
Yeah, Lorenzo doing pretty well that turn. Something that's important to know is like this Rotom Wash Wheel is really out of place at this point. Just going down to one more Hyper Voice, and Floette taking huge damage from that, going down to about half. Let's see how Sinistcha is able to follow up on this.
Yeah, this is single target matcha gotcha. That's going to do a good amount of damage here and heal up the Floette. But what did Floette decide to do here? Floette goes for Dazzling Gleam, trying to get some spread damage, but that's actually going to do half to Sinistcha's health. Ah, man, you know, I mean, the thing is also, we also have to point out, Trick Room is dialing down. I think there's like 2 more turns left, I believe.
I think we're down to 1 more turn because Gardevoir failed, it got paralyzed, and then it's clicked Hyper Voice twice since then.
Oh,
so
yeah.
this is going to be the last turn, and once that Trick Room ends, we know Floette is going to be the fastest Pokemon that we've seen.
Yeah, Lorenzo really has to, like, you know, like, try to do some pivoting here, try to make sure that, you know, like, either you get another Hyper Voice, or you could try to set up Trick Room again. It's going to be a very tough thing right now for Lorenzo in an endgame where Gardevoir is para, it is damage, you have your Sinistcha out, and, you know, Trick Room is about to expire. You could go ahead and go for a Life Dew. It could honestly try to heal up your Gardevoir and yourself, too. The real question is how much damage you're going to take from a Sharp Peak boosted Brave Bird into the Sinistcha. And also, like you point out also in Game 1, and also in Game 1 and 2, that the Talonflame's Gale Wings is still active right now. It's still at full health.
Yeah, Talonflame looking like a really threatening Pokemon here to the point that Lorenzo feels the need to swap back into that Incineroar to activate Intimidate. And I think this Intimidate really could be the difference in how much this Brave Bird is doing. Looks like it's just going for Incineroar to pick up a knockout. However, this means Gardevoir is wide open, is going to be able to respond however it wants.
Absolutely, and also, you know, just trying to get the KO, but Gardevoir is going to go ahead and go for the Hyper Voice, and it's going to KO the Floette. That's actually what Lorenzo wanted, to KO the Floette. Honestly, you know, seeing the turns of Trick Room dwindle down, that was the last turn of Trick Room, but now, you know, Adrian could set up the Tailwind for an endgame where either Garchomp could actually, like, finish the game off, but how are you going to deal with this Sinistcha? But actually, it's going to be the Sneasler coming in today.
Yeah, the Sneasler a really critical reveal here. Like, up until this point, we didn't know what either player's last Pokemon was, and the Sneasler is, like, really the only Pokemon here that we're actually seeing for the first time. However, not necessarily the absolute best against something like a Talonflame, which is, like, often going to be trained to be faster than a Sneasler.
Most definitely, you know, like Sneasler does not like to be taking a Brave Bird from a Talonflame here, but Fake Out is going to go ahead into the Garchomp slot, and Brave Bird, this is Sharpie, will it get the KO on the Gardevoir? And the answer is no, but will Gardevoir move to get another Trick Room or another Hyper Voice? And the Trick Room does go up, so another Trick Room is up. However, like we saw in the turn 2, Power hacks.
Gardevoir is only one attack, one Hyper Voice away from being able to end this game, and it is just going to need to fight through one more Paralysis to connect that against both of these targets. However, you know, Paralysis getting nerfed to only a 1 in 8 chance of full Paralysis, so odds are in Gardevoir's favor, but let's see what happens here.
Yeah, we did see like that para. That was like a really bad para because you wanted to attack, but now looking at this, you know, Trick Room is up. So honestly, maybe Lorenzo did train Sneasler to be a little slower actually than the Talonflame, because we do see Talonflame on Jolly Max speed to outspeed Sneasler. Maybe the Sneasler's a little slower. You know how to actually like.
That's a really good point. Yeah, having your Sneasler be able to like go after that Talonflame slot and to cover for a Garchomp Protect and a Talonflame attack at the same time could be really important here, because you do not want your Gardevoir to have to do anything other than this Hyper Voice to wrap up the game.
That is absolutely true, and that's going to be the Hyper Voice taking over the game. And Lorenzo is going to be 2-0 here at the Scarlet Classic Championship Tournament.
Yeah,
what a game!
I know, what a fun set. I love it when players have to figure out ways to approach a set approach the games of a set completely differently than each other. We really saw the ball move back and forth with like Charizard X on top, and then Charizard X is the tower being taken down over the course of the game, and then finally Lorenzo decided, I'm not even going to try and build up Charizard. I'm just going to go for something a little bit more immediate with the Gardevoir and take advantage of the fact that it also seemed like it had a pretty strong matchup against Adrian's team.
It was a very, very interesting match as well. You had Charizard game 1 just getting all set up, and then you had Charizard's Tower fall game 2, and then he was like, let me adjust and bring Mega Gardevoir in, and Gardevoir took over the game as well.
Yeah, Gardevoir Sharing Watt's really one of the more underrated megas in this format, with some of the same nice attributes that something like a Floette has, but also access to that Trick Room and Psychic for a better secondary coverage at the same time.
It was a very fun game. The power was kind of unfortunate, but it was a very fun game. I'm honestly proud of both of these
And like
players.
you said, Lorenzo was able to end up using that paralysis to his favor. I really think with the paralysis, odds now from 1 and 4 to 1 and 2, it is something that it's just not going to be quite as critical to get hit by. Even if Lorenzo lost a turn, he was able to recover from it in the long run.
Definitely. But you know what we're going to be doing now? We're going to have a little interview with Lorenzo to see how he felt about that match. So don't go away. Yep, absolutely. We're going to have Lorenzo come on up.
Yeah, you can stick them.
What's good, Lorenzo? How was that match, man? I saw it was a very stressful match for you, but tell me about it, man. How was it?
Adrian's team is scary. Luckily, I think him not having any Intimidate punishing is what gave me the edge. Let me lead Incineroar freely whenever I felt like it. Game 2, I was really kicking myself because I was thinking I should bring the Gardevoir. But nah, Charizard worked. I can work again. But his lead was very good into me. And I was like, okay, no more fooling around. I'm bringing the Gardevoir. And that Thunderbolt Para scared me. It really scared me.
It was. Me and Chopper were watching. We saw that para. We were kicking ourselves. I took off my glasses because I was like, oh my god. That para was so crucial.
I didn't expect the Rotom to be slower than me. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah, the speed interaction. So, me and Chopper were talking about, also in game 2, how Adrian brought down what we call the tower, brought down your support so that way Charizard was vulnerable at the end game. But then you adapted game 3 by bringing in Mega Gardevoir. It was honestly a really interesting pick. But you were able to take the game over game 1 with Charizard, and then you decided, I'm gonna switch it up.
I noticed that if he just led Rotom full, it was very hard for Zard to do anything without taking massive damage beforehand. So I was like, I can get Trick Room up. It's very hard for him to stop it if I just lead Gardevoir with Fake Out in game 3. And then we hope for the best. Thunderbolt Para almost got me. It was close.
That was a very scary para.
Yeah.
I was scared for you. I was definitely scared for you. I was like, oh no, that's horrible. But you know what? You're 2-0 right now. How do you feel about it right now?
Team feels good. I ran basically the same thing at the Grand Champions Festival held last weekend. Got top 32 there. Charizard X has been such a great mon. People don't really expect just how much damage it does, and so quickly, just one setup turn, you're able to click just buttons that just one-shot the entire team. And Incineroar and Sinistra, I've been using these two so much in Reg H, so it's a very, very comfy team for me.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'm going to let you go, enjoy yourself, and we're going to get ready for round 3 very soon, so don't touch that dial. What is up, guys? Welcome back to the Scarlet Classics Championship Tournament. My name is Richard McGolan, and I'm joined by my buddy here, Kevin Miller. And today we're actually going to be discussing the metagame actually today. So we just had 2 incredible rounds, and now we're going to see what's popular right now.
Yes, it is good to be back with you, Chef. It has been a minute since we have casted a Rutgers event together.
Definitely.
Excited to be back on the mics together. And we have a very interesting, diverse metagame, I would say. Not many surprises at the top, I would say. Your basics, your Sneasler. I'm always intrigued to see that Sneasler is above Incineroar. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. But Sneasler has been number 1 the entire format over the GOAT, Incineroar. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, even when it was introduced in regulation, in the past regulations in Scarlet and Violet, it's still been doing a ton of damage with Dire Claw and with close combat. People have actually been more adapting with it more, with running Rock Slide, running coaching as well on Sneasler, but also having partners with it to support it is actually goes a really long way. And brings up number 2 Incineroar as well, and also number 3 with Basque Legion. Those supports helping out Sneasler are a big factor here. But also, I want to also talk about some other mons here that we've been looking forward to in the metagame. We actually saw Sinistra, we saw Charizard, we saw Mega Charizard X last round. Floette has been starting to pick up more in usage. It's still a very popular mon, but also Rotom Wash. How do you feel about Rotom Wash?
I'm not. I love the Pokemon as a whole. I love Rotom Wash, but something about that Pokemon ever since Aaron Zhang brought that Pokemon on stream, that Pokemon is cursed. If you like missing your attacks, I have a Pokemon for you.
Yeah, definitely. that should be Rotom's slogan. If you really want to miss your moves but hit very hard and look like a washing machine, well, I got a Pokemon for you. Just go in the washing machine section and go look for Rotom Wash.
Check out a Home Depot. but let's do our favorite thing, Chef.
Yeah, let's
scroll to the bottom.
Let's go to the bottom. We never looked at the bottom. Let's go all the way to the bottom here. Let's see. All right, so someone is running a Rotom Frost.
They went to the same section of Home Depot.
They went to the refrigerators. They went to the refrigerators. But also, one Pokemon I actually want to shout out that's actually starting to, I wish would actually get more traction is Gyarados. Gyarados has actually been a good mon in the beginning parts of the metagame, because without Incineroar we do need an Intimidate user, but also with Gyarados here having a good amount of bulk here to live a bunch of hits with Citrus Berry, Thunder Wave, and Waterfall, it could be a really good support mon at the end.
I think it's an interesting Pokemon where I think it's a Pokemon that doesn't necessarily need a held item all the time, so you can pretty freely run it with the Mega Stone and in different matchups. Use it as your Intimidate mon that can switch in defensively and whatnot, but also use it as a Mega sweeper in instances too.
Most definitely as well, and also I gotta shout out, the
oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, I won't do it. But you guys will know.
There are 2 Tinkaton users today. Shout out Chef Rich's Tinkaton team.
Most definitely. And right now we're gonna have 2 amazing players here. We have William Brown versus Olivia. Well, sorry. I don't want to mispronounce the last name. I know you're looking at me. I know I get it. But we're going to have really 2 amazing matchups right now here. William Brown getting a lot of tub cuts in regionals right now. And Olivia as well, a very highlighted, very amazing player from Toronto, Canada. And we are honestly about to begin our round 3 here. These are very, very strong opponents here.
Yeah, very stacked part of the tournament right now. We're getting to round 3. We're getting to where the big players in the scene that have the most championship points are meeting at the undefeated tables. We are getting to that point in the tournament.
That is very, very true, but we also do have the teams on your screen here. William Brown is running the Scovillain, Archaludon, the Pelipper, Basque Legion, the Sableye, and also the Sneasler as well. So a very, very, very interesting rain team with Sableye. Sableye's actually been picking up more in usage.
Yeah, speaking of Aaron Zhang earlier with Rotom Wash, Aaron posted a team on Twitter publicizing and popularizing Sableye next to Archaludon, and it is picking up in the meta. William Brown hopping on the trend here. And, Chef, we can't even talk about the teams anymore. We are getting straight into the game.
Definitely, absolutely. It can honestly play off more in the favor here. But we are going to see game 1 here, as it's going to be the Sableye and the Sableye and Sneasler. I'm sorry, I'm like backing up my words here. Up against, we have the Sneasler and the King Gambit here. So Olivia does have the sword stance on King Gambit here, so it's going to be like basically a setup mod here. So we could see a fake out sword stance. You know, Sableye could go for a potential burn on the Sneasler, but Sneasler's going to switch out into the Clefable here. So you know, we could see a double switch out here too. So I think this wasn't the right lead for Olivia, but she's like, you know what, I'll fix it for a second. But Will-O-Wisp is going to go ahead and connect onto the Clefable here. So going to get the burn, but what did this Sneasler decide to do here?
So we see the Sneasler lock into the Dire Claw. Also,
into the Clefable. That does a lot of damage here, but it's going to get out the Citrus Berry as well, trying to heal up half of its damage here. But the burn is going to chip away at it. You know, right now, you know, like, there is no Mega this game right now from Olivia. We see all 4 of our mons going to be King Gambit, Sneasler, the Basculegion, and the Clefable here. But we only saw just Sneasler and Sableye from Billy's side of the spectrum. But what did, you know, like Billy decide to do here? It could be, you know, a switch out. It could be trying to get, you know, his Basculegion in, but we don't know actually. But Sableye is going to go ahead and switch out into the Archaludon, and you know, there's no rain setup yet, but we are going to see the Protect onto the Clefable here. And what did this? Oh my God, Basculegion is going to go ahead and go for the flip turn, going to get a defense boost from that stamina from the Arch.
yeah, really good defensive swap from Billy there. Maybe calling the flip turn into that slot, getting the stamina boost pretty much for free, and so really good defensive switch. We see the Sneasler come back in for Olivia, and the close combat going into the Protect of the Clefable. So pretty defensive game so far. Both players lobbying for position, but I would say Olivia does have fake out pressure right now. However, I think Billy getting the defense boost on his Archaludon here puts him in a pretty good spot.
Most definitely as well. And you know, like, I think like Olivia's trying to get a setup going too with the King Gambit, but you know, you can't get set up with Sneasler still on the field too. But now that Arch is going to be a +1 defense, and the Scovillain is going to come in here, not Mega Evolve just yet. Arch is going to go ahead and Protect as well. But what did Olivia decide to do here? We are going to see the fake out into the Scovillain that just swapped in, as the Moonblast is going to go ahead and double up into the Scovillain. It's going to do a little bit of chip damage, but that Scovillain just kind of came in for free.
Yeah, Arch going for the Protect, but both attacks going into the Scovillain. However, it was a good defensive switch in, like you said. And this Scovillain will get a free Moody boost here on this turn, getting a very good Spadef boost, but not a very good defense boost in front of a Sneasler here. Not the best Moody. But however, Billy can always go for the Protect and then try and roll another boost. And obviously you can Mega Evolve and get the burn on the Sneasler, but that defense boost is not helping out Billy right now.
We've seen Billy try to go for like the gamble of Protect, trying to get those, you know, those defense boosts with Moody, but also trying to get a good like hold on to this game here. Scovillain is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve here, trying to go ahead and get that Spicy Spray ability active, but also now it's at -1 defense, so we're not playing the Moody game actually.
Yeah, the King Gambit also switching in for Olivia. The close combat going straight into the Scovillain, and that is enough to pick it up. The Sneasler is getting the KO, but will trade for a burn. I think that's a fair trade. Like, you need to get rid of this Scovillain so the rest of your team can do what it wants. You trade the KO for the burn here on your Sneasler for sure.
That is very, very true, and especially now that that burn is going to be on that Sneasler, it's not going to do that much to the Arch, but Flash Cannon is going to go ahead from the Archaludon into the King Gambit slot. It's going to do a little bit of chip damage as well, and get the special defense drop, but get the attack boost from Defiant! Oh my God, this is slipping from Billy's hand very, very quickly. That defense drop from the Scovillain, and now the special defense drop, but also an attack boost from Defiant. What's going on here?
Yeah, as you could tell from Billy's reaction, he was not too happy with that, but that is, I mean, Olivia made a good switch, expecting the steal move into their Clefable. King Gambit's a very good swap in and getting rewarded for that defensive play. Now this King Gambit's in a very aggressive position in this turn, and Billy is down a Pokemon.
But basically, yeah, we're looking also at the team sheet here that this King Gambit also is black glasses, so it is not Chople Berry. So this King Gambit could honestly just like get knocked out here. But honestly, also you could see the Clefable switch back in here. So maybe Billy has to make like a little bit of a read here, trying to see if the Clefable will come back in. Because if Clefable comes back in and you KO it, no more redirection for the remainder of the game. The Sneeze was not really threatening that much. It is threatening close combats, but it's not going to be threatening, you know, a ton of damage going into this. But the Clefable is going to switch back in from the Sneasler spot. So trying to get the, you know, the fake out turn later on in the end game. But King Gambit is going to go ahead and protect itself. Sneasler is going to go ahead and go for for the close combat into the King Gambit slot. And Arch is going to go ahead and go for Flash Cannon, going to call that switch and get the knockout onto the Clefable. So, what have we learned here today is actually like, it was like a rough turn for Billy, and I think it's starting to get back up there, but we don't know yet.
Yeah, Billy playing safe, clicking close combat into the King Gambit, but also, like you said, this Clefable needs to switch in so this King Gambit is protected from the big fighting moves on Billy's side. So calling the Clefable switch in, going for the Flash Cannon in that slot, puts Billy right back into this game.
Yeah, but now you have to deal with the Bascule Legion that does have a boost to its last respects. It's going to do a ton of damage onto the Sneasler. Probably not a lot of damage onto the Archaludon, but also, it's kind of like saying, hey, like, I can actually try to get the KO as much as I can. Wave Crash is going to go ahead and try to get the KO on Sneasler, but it's not going to, because that Sneasler is going to be very, very bulky. As Sneasler is going to go ahead and go for the close combat into the King Gambit. It's going to go ahead and get the KO right now. Right now, it wasn't Olivia's hand, and now it's slipping away, and now it's probably going to go into Billy's.
The Sneasler trained very bulky there. That is a adaptability Wave Crash from this Basket Legion that it just ate pretty comfortably. The Dragon Pulse going into the Basket Legion, getting good chip after the Wave Crash recoil, and yeah, like you said, Billy found himself in a really good spot now. This Sneasler is the fastest thing on the board, and we see Olivia actually just lock in the forfeit, not liking their position, and William Brown takes game one.
Wow, what an interesting game right here. We thought like, it was slipping away from, like Billy's hand just for a minute there. But, once he was able to actually find like his footing there, trying to get the knockout on the Clefable, getting the burn on the Sneasler as well, and trying to get himself back in the game and just having Bascule Legion locked in the Wave Crash, the Arch is just basically unkillable at this point.
I'm going to put you on the spot here, Chef. What do you think Olivia can do to maybe... Because obviously we saw in turn one, Olivia didn't like what they led. They switched out both Mons. She did not like her positioning. What do you think is maybe just a minor adjustment here?
I think, honestly, Olivia did not bring the Mega this game. And also, I think that Mega Delphox could actually play a pivotal role in this game. It may not be like the best thing, but the thing is, if you're dealing with an Arch that has the defense boost, you kind of want a special attacker. You kind of want to make sure that Delphox could actually be in a good position to get a KO, but you are threatened by the rain, but I don't know how it's going to go here. But we are going to see the Delphox and the King Gambit lead here up against Sneasler and the Bascule Legion. So, we do see one Mega here, and that is going to be the Mega Delphox. And also, the thing is that this King Gambit is threatening the Bascule Legion with a Sucker Punch here because, it is Black Glasses. It will get the KO. Sneasler, on the other hand, is also it's also threatened here too from the Delphox here. Delphox can just go for a second and just get the KO.
We see Billy switch in the Scovillain for the Basket Legion, fearing the said Sucker Punch. We have the Mega Delphox clicking Mega, getting the Levitate ability, now faster than the Sneasler on the board. We see Protect from the Mega Delphox into this board, maybe calling a fake out from the Sneasler. We see King Gambit also go for the Protect, just the double Protect from Olivia here, just going for the pretty safe double Protect in front of fake out, seeing what Basket Legion locks into makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, pretty much you're just scouting here, but also Billy's trying to get those moody boosts, but also gets another defense drop like he did in game one. But like right now, Olivia tried to play it safe, just going for the double Protect, trying to also not get faked out here, but also trying to make sure Basket Legion did stay in. It wasn't going to go ahead and get like 3 damage off onto either the King Gambit or the from the Sneasler as well. But also, Olivia now has to think to himself, now this Scovillain's here on the field. It could Mega Evolve, and it could go for Rage Powder. It could try to redirect all of my attacks that I throw at it. I probably need to keep this King Gambit safe, but I also need to get the knockout on this Scovillain as much as I can right now. But we are going to see the King Gambit switch out into the Clefable here. So a Redirector, like 2 Redirectors on the field right now, but Scovillain's going to go ahead and Mega Evolve. Going to get that Spicy Spray, but now also no Moody Boosts. Only that one Moody Boost was just an attack and defense drop, but Mega Delphox here can honestly do a good amount of damage here to this Scovillain, as Rage Powder is going to go off and get the redirection off, as the Psychic from the Mega Delphox is going to do about 50% of the damage here. But what did this Sneasler decide to do here? Sneasler decided to go for the close combat into the Delphox, actually. So it's going to do about almost about 40, 9%, 50% of the health here. But yeah, I think it was trying to get that white up as much as possible.
Yeah, very smart decision from Billy. Maybe calling the Clefable switch in on the very vulnerable King Gambit, getting you want to get your white herb proc as fast as possible, so you are the fastest thing on the board. And Delphox, not known for his physical defense at all, you can get the close combat off from Sneasler, and it's still going to do so much damage. Like we said, it did almost 50% as a resisted hit.
Most definitely as well, but Basket Legion does decide to come back in here. Sneasler is going to go ahead and go for the Protect and trying to keep itself safe here, but also we are going to see the redirection from the Clefable here, going for the Follow Me, as Heat Wave is going to go off from the Delphox here. It's going to hit the Basket Legion for a little bit of chip, and that's a little bit of chip from the Basket Legion as well, but no burn as well. So now Basket Legion is kind of in here for free, and the Sneasler is already at a great amount of speed that it could just go ahead and go for Dire Claws.
Yeah, I think Billy needs to start prioritizing getting some damage on this Clefable slot. He needs to get rid of the redirection on this side so he can start steamrolling this team. I think he has his two most offensive pieces on the board. However, the Sneasler is just a little bit vulnerable with psychic damage on the board from this Delphox.
Most definitely, but the redirection right now is going to be the Follow Me. Dire Claw is going to go off into that slot. Oh my god, that is definitely going to be a KO. That is a critical hit, getting the one-hit KO onto that Clefable. That was a very unfortunate turn for Olivia here, as Basket Legion is going to go ahead and go for the flip turn into the Delphox, and that's it. Right now, Olivia has just 2 Pokemon left. And just like that, Billy just took over the game in just 2 seconds.
I'm not sure if that Dire Claw mattered or not. It is obviously a super effective hit from a Sneasler that we see is trained pretty bulky, could very likely be an adamant Sneasler. Not sure on the damage calc into that Clefable, but that crit certainly is securing a double knockout for Billy there and putting him in a good spot to finish this game.
Definitely on that one, we are going to see Sneasler and the King Gambit remain, but this Scovillain could just go ahead and redirect. Going to go ahead and try to get, the burn onto the Sneasler if it hits it with a Dire Claw, but also you are threatening the King Gambit as well with a close combat. Remember, this King Gambit does not have Chople Berry, so it cannot take that close combat very, very well, but right now, it's looking like really good in Billy's hands right now.
Yeah, I think Billy can pretty safely go for... I say pretty safely go for a double protect here to play around Fake Out, but you do have to be wary of the Swords Dance on King Gambit. I think that is Olivia's only way back into this game, is getting a Swords Dance up with King Gambit aggressively and trying to win the end game with Sucker Punches and well-positioned Kowtows.
Most definitely as well. The Delphox was actually a good touch, trying to, get damage off. However, it's like you have to position it in a way where, like Scovillain or like Sneasler's on the field too. Overheat's going to go ahead and miss the King Gambit, but also King Gambit's going to go ahead and get a Swords Dance off. Oh my goodness, that is insane. Now that King Gambit's at +2, he can fire off those Sucker Punches. But right now, it can also go for the Protect onto the on the King Gambit here, and then Sneasler could just finish off the Scovillain, and it's just Basque Legion. What else? What can you do here? That King Gambit with Black Glasses is going to be like a monster, a machine, just hitting every mon with Sucker Punch and Kowtow Cleave.
Yeah, Billy going for the overheat to try to neutralize it, but 90% accurate, and Olivia was able to get up the Swords Dance. Exactly. We do see the Sneasler on Billy's side go for the Protect, and the Scovillain go for the Protect as well, trying to just play a little safe, slow down the game, scout out the Protect on the King Gambit like that. Sometimes the best reason to go for a double Protect is just to draw out a Protect on the other side. So really good defensive play from Billy here to slow down the game, but still in a very interesting position for sure.
Most interesting as well. King Gambit is at +2, and it could fire off those Sucker Punches. However, Scovillain does have that redirection up. Scovillain is very threatened here by a Die Claw and a close combat. It could potentially get KO'd. However, that Sneasler could get burned here from the Spicy Spray. But also, how can you actually deal with this Scovillain without getting burned? But Scovillain does switch out into the Basque Legion, actually. So that's going to be interesting. And it's actually trying to get the double Protect from the King Gambit here. But close combat is going to go into the King Gambit and get the one-hit KO. And just like that, it's just Sneasler by itself. And Billy still has all 4 of his mons.
Yeah, very interesting play to swap out the Scovillain when you could have Rage Powdered the Sneasler and go for the close combat into the King Gambit pretty freely, but Billy playing aggressive and it paying off. He was able to still get the KO in the King Gambit, and once Olivia lost her +2 Black Glasses King Gambit, it was very hard to come back. With
it was very hard to come back. That critical hit from that Dire Claw into the Clefable. I think Clefable would have honestly lived because people invest a lot in their defenses to actually live those hits very comfortably. And you do have the Citrus Berry to try to heal up a little more, but that crit kind of little really mattered, trying to get the redirection off. But honestly, it was playing off really well into Billy's favor. Trying to keep Esco villain safe, trying to see how you can actually mitigate damage off with the burns, but also, it was kind of tough for Olivia to get a little bit of footing in like game 1 and 2. So I don't know how it actually would have ended if things actually went a little differently.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Billy controlled the board, played his game, and was able to just, I think getting rid of Clefable is like just the most important part of every game. Once he was able to get rid of redirection, he could really focus down on the big threats. He called it switching in a couple times and was able to get really good damage that way, like calling a switch in, clicking Flash Cannon in game 1, and like getting the Dire Claw off eventually. So really good just board positioning and awareness for Billy to get rid of the redirection mon, and I think that's why he's moving on to 3-0.
That's right, and we're going to have an interview with Billy here to see how he felt about that game, so stay tuned.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with our winner of round 3, Mr. William Brown. Billy, we got to talk. We really got to talk here. What happened in that game? How'd you feel actually going into that matchup?
So I actually played this matchup round 1. I played the exact same team, probably people building together, I imagine. So I knew an idea of what they were going to do. I didn't anticipate there would be much different. The Delphox lead did catch me a little bit off guard. I wasn't anticipating that, obviously, in game 2. But the game 1 game plan was fairly straightforward.
Honestly, it was a really interesting kind of masterclass on how to actually deal with that kind of team, because Mega Delphox has actually been picking up a little bit more popularity, especially with Clefable and King Gambit, but you actually were able to keep Scovillain on the field for a little longer. How'd you feel also when you got those defense drops? I know whenever we play, you always bet on the defense and special defense boosts, the gambling moody boosts, but you got the defense drop and you're like, it's fine, I'll go ahead and Mega Evolve anyway. Why did you actually go for the Mega Evolution? Why'd you make that play?
So the first game, the defense drop, it wouldn't have made too much of a difference. She wouldn't have been able to go for close combat, but the defense drop didn't really it just made a retrospective you can't miss gunk shot. That's the really only difference that it would have made. So the defense drop didn't mean too much. The boosts also don't mean that much in that matchup if the King Gambit isn't getting set up. That's really the only role that it typically plays, is if you get a nice defense boost in a good spot with the King Gambit set up, it can really alter the course of a game. But there was I basically gave her no opportunity to set up the King Gambit in the first place, with the exception of missing that overheat, obviously, in that game too.
Also, you got the Dire Claw crit onto the Clefable. I don't even know if that was actually a roll or if that was actually.
I definitely think based on how much it did to the last Clefable I clicked Dire Claw into that it meant quite a bit. I do think I still had a way in it, but she kind of had no way to play the game anymore once the crit
It was
came
such.
out.
It was a crazy crit. Honestly, just trying to get the KO, but honestly, it basically goes on to you have a very defensive team, and Delphox is trying to get more damage off, but you actually had Sneasler, you had Basket Legion. You also had Arch game 1 to keep it safe here. I know game 1 she did not bring any megas. You only brought your Mega Skull Villain, but it actually helped you out in the end.
Yes, yeah. I don't think her Delphox is as applicable to be as strong in that particular matchup, given the fact that the rain just makes gives Delphox a very hard time. So
definitely.
I don't think it's as applicable, and it makes a lot more sense for her to not bring the Delphox. However, I think the adjustment definitely made a lot of sense because of the fact that I led very poorly into King Gambit Delphox specifically.
Oh no, actually, definitely. I mean, listen, you're my buddy. You're 3-0 right now. How you feeling going into round 4?
I'm feeling pretty good. Team's a lot of comfort stuff that I'm used to. Rain has obviously been something I've been using for a very long time, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, this guy here is my buddy. Without him, honestly, guys, I would not have gotten second place at Orlando. He's honestly the GOAT, and I really appreciate him for so much that he's done. And congratulations to you, Billy. We're looking forward to see you around 4, and we'll be right back with more action. So, honestly, one more thing, too. We do have a trivia game on the screen here, if you want to take a look at it, Billy, as well. So, honestly, I want to see some of these questions, too. We have some questions here, see how it's going to go. Our producer's trying to get that up right now. But 4-0, honestly, I'm excited to see what's going on here. So, we have a little bit of Pokemon trivia questions here. So, we're going to go over this first question. What do you think? So, name the character from an anime or movie. What do you think these guys are? Who do you think this character is?
Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, well, we're asking anime questions for Pokemon. I have absolutely no idea.
I think this is from the new one. I think this is from I think it's from Horizons, I believe. Something on my tongue, because I know that there was a Pokemon distribution for this character's Pokemon. There was actually one. What do you think, actually?
Yeah, I actually have never watched any of this, so I would have no conceivable clue.
No, that's definitely true. I mean, I think it's I think her name is Liko, I believe, right? Liko? That's right, it is Liko. And actually, there was a distribution in Scarlet Violet where you can get Liko's Sprigatito. So there was actually a little bit of a distribution there. That's actually a good one, honestly. I wouldn't even guess that. Okay, this one... oh, wait, okay. It's the main character for Horizons, but... I don't know, actually. Do you know? Do you know?
I'm going to be honest with you, Rich. This is a gray area for me.
This is a gray area for me and myself. Honestly, we both give up. Let's see what the next. It's Go. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. Did have the Dynamax ring from the anime. Yes. There's some new animes I still got to get caught up on. As we go to the next area. Oh, okay.
This is one I feel like I should know, but
I feel this is an old one. This is an old one. Yeah, this is an old one. Yeah. It could. I'm thinking like it could be Jesse in a disguise. Like, I don't know. Actually, it could be. I don't know. Oh, is it really?
I remember.
It's Jezebel. Oh wow. Oh.
I'm so good.
Oh man, that's interesting. Okay. All right.
this is what's the name? Colbert. Something.
It's from Sun. It's from Sun. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, I believe. Yeah.
Chorus, right? Should be Chorus.
Chorus.
Yes.
Yes. Oh no, actually, it's from
there's
Black and White.
Favorite game. I gotta get that one. Right.
Yeah.
I gotta get that one right.
Okay, this character. This is definitely an old one, but what region is this from? I'm gonna have to say this is from like.
The outfit's telling me Gen 8.
I'm gonna say it's probably Gen 8. It could be honestly from a movie as well. It could be.
If it's from a movie, then I fear I'm going.
Trainer.
It's a Lucario's trainer. Lucario's trainer. So it's Lucario's trainer, but yeah, he does have Lucario. Sir Aaron. Oh, I would never get that either. I wasn't getting that either, but all right. So it is Sir Aaron here, but honestly, you know, like it looks really interesting too. I actually did not recognize it too. Oh man. So there's one more as well. Okay. You asked us like, yeah, we're being put on the spot here. Yeah, you're putting on the spot here. Yeah. Oh, wait. That could be. I think that's Could be.
I'm gonna trust your intuition.
It could be Ash's mom. It could be Ash's mom from like the old series. Delia. Oh yeah, it is. It is Ash's mom. Oh yeah. Oh.
I see.
Oh my god. That's actually really. I actually got that right on the point. I was like, oh, it looks like it too. But honestly, that was fun. That was actually a name. But you know what? We're gonna go ahead and take a little break. But when we come back, we're gonna come back with round 4. So don't go anywhere.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We got the graduating president of the Pokemon Club here with me. Please say hello, Matthew.
Hello, Matthew. Hi, James.
And I'm.
You know what the cutoff is for Top Cut?
1 second.
I don't know. There's only 8 people making it.
There's only 8 people making it.
Yeah.
Is it X2 then? No, it would have to be.
I don't think so.
Is there a 7 rounds?
7 rounds. I don't think X2 is gonna make it. Okay.
Apologies for the interruption.
We got some trivia.
Okay.
Some more trivia. This time we have to guess the location.
Oh my god. You know I'm not. Can we?
Okay, first location. If you're in chat, you can guess. Where is
we're
this?
doing this again.
Again?
We are doing every game.
Does anyone have any guesses other than Matthew? It's 4-11.
Isn't this Virginia City? Ow! Oh.
Pikachu House.
Anything in the chat?
Oh, I see someone guessing.
Pikachu House.
Pikachu House.
I didn't know that was I didn't know Pikachu was a Pokemon. Honestly.
I don't think that's Pikachu's house.
Is this like like a Wind and Waves like?
Yeah, we
Mon?
leaked Wind and Waves.
Oh my god, we leaked it.
That's Sacramento.
Hey.
It is Saffron City. I actually went there one time last summer.
You did not.
No, I didn't.
You did not go there.
Sacramento.
What game is this even?
No, we should do the card. Like guess a card.
Oh, we got like 50 things. You're spoiling it.
God.
We're gonna have to stall because look how slow some people.
That one was
play.
like so fun. Like no one's gonna guess this.
Okay, next
Did you
one.
type that?
What?
Are you James 2484?
Nah.
You did type that.
Where is this? Some people.
I can't even see the screen.
Hey, you can check up there.
Some people in person
It's
think they know
Nimbasa
what it
City.
is. That is not Nimbasa. It's Driftvale City.
Oh yeah.
No one's guessing this, by the way.
where is this one?
This is the one with the one with Grimmsnarl. If you play Sword and Shield, this is the one.
The Gloomwood Tangle. Wait, no, that's
This is the one after you defeat the Fine Gym. Well,
I
that's
have no idea.
Oh my god. I'm going in.
No one even knows what this says.
I just said it.
You did not. I don't believe you.
I just said Balanlea.
Balon. It was Balon Leah, not Balanlea.
Balanlia. Is that how you say it?
Next
Sorry
one.
about my.
This is my favorite location ever. Matt, you better get this or I'll be sad.
I don't know towns like that. Okay. I never played that much.
Where is it?
I think it's Patterson, New Jersey.
That is not
That's Patterson, New Jersey.
That is the Pine. No, that's the Pine Barrens of Jersey.
No, it's actually Azalea.
That's the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. All right. Okay, this.
Okay, second last one, I think.
Patterson, New Jersey.
Nice.
Black City.
That's the Empire State Building.
Black City.
I don't know if
That's
the
Newark. What you mean? That's
Can't say
Newark.
that.
That's the NJT building.
That's Union City.
Jubilife City.
That's Union City.
It
Union
is
City.
Jubilife City.
That's Newark. Newark. It's Newark.
Okay, we will be
no,
back
no.
with more trivia later.
That was the worst one. No,
with
don't do
this
that one,
amazing
please.
category.
No.
We will be back in 1 second. No one leave.
No. That's the.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round 4 of the Rutgers Scarlet Classic. I am Chubb across the fourth, and I'm joined by my good friend Kevin Miller. Kevin, how are you? How was the last round?
Feeling good. Was a quick match on stream. We got a nice break afterwards, but excited for another round. And I've also been doing interviews with players in between the rounds, getting a lot of cool information to them, asking how they feel about Pokemon Champions and stuff like that. So it's been a really fun day, especially doing the interviews in between rounds and stuff like that. So
yeah, it's amazing. I'll have to check out some of those. I was able to catch a little bit of what was going on in the previous game, and just a heads up, I think we might be seeing one team that's similar to something that we saw last round.
Makes sense. I mean, the Pokemon we've showed on stream so far, for the most part, have been very top meta picks. Very top meta picks so far. Not surprised to see some of the stuff like that. I think there's been a King Gambit on stream every round, a Sneasler on stream every round. So more of the same coming up, but still top level Pokemon coming soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And this next round that we have for you guys is really exciting. Just continuing the theme of all the great talent we've been able to showcase so far. We have Tyson Hughes against Tim Edwards. Tim Edwards, very notable for that runner-up at EYC in 2024. And Tyson, like some of the other players that we've been able to talk about, just an absolutely stellar local player.
Of course, Tyson also have a lot of day twos to his name. Tim, multiple top cuts. Tyson, a great local player, huge in the scene of Pennsylvania. Tim, now a huge scene of New York, so very excited for this tri-state matchup.
Yeah, I guess we keep having different parts of the tri-state facing off against each other. Seems like it might be an ongoing theme here. But yeah, like we hinted at, some of these teams are going to have some of the same Pokemon that we've been able to showcase so far. Oh, actually, this is going to be maybe even the same Megas facing off that you had last round.
Yeah, very interesting. We have Tyson Hughes' team of Mega Scovillain, Mega Aerodactyl, Basculegion, Sneasler, Pelipper, Arch. This core of Scovillain being this annoying redirection Pokemon with Leech Seed and burning the entire side of the team, supported by a Rain Core, just been really dominant, and a really cool Scovillain team that's been in the meta recently.
And this definitely looks like a matchup that it could be poised to succeed into. Then over on Tim's side, we have Delphox, King Gambit, Sneasler, Basculegion, Clefable, and Garchomp. Like I was saying, I think this is a team that the combination of something like a Archaludon and the Scovillain together could be really difficult for Tim to break through, just because it's going to be so hard to put meaningful damage on that Archaludon if it's in the rain, if those burns are going, if the stamina boosts are going. So Tyson definitely has, if he's playing his cards right, really a lot of ways to activate that extra bulk on his side.
Yeah, Delphox being the answer on Tim's side to something like the Scovillain. Obviously can't get burned, hits it for strong special damage with Psychic, but it's hard to bring Delphox into a Rain Core where your main damage in heat, you're threatened by very strong water moves more than usual, and you can't click your really strong spread move Heat Wave that is obviously neutral in the Scovillain. So interesting to see if Tim leans into the Delphox still to get rid of the Scovillain, even though maybe not the best matchup for it against Rain.
Yeah, I wonder if Delphox is even going to stay at home here, because it's not like Tim Edwards has a secondary Mega that he can rely on for a matchup like this. Like you said, absolutely seems like a tricky matchup for Delphox, and potentially even like last game, one of the things that Delphox has to be most worried about is just a Scarf Basculegion outrunning and one-shotting it.
Yeah, interesting to see if maybe he goes for the route of just sacrificing one of your physical attackers with a burn early on just to get super big damage on the Scovillain. I know Sneasler's Dire Claw obviously hits it super effective, will do a lot of damage just depending on how it's trained, and obviously Basculegion with adaptability Choice Scarf will hit it very strong. Maybe not enough to pick up the one shot necessarily, but maybe you have to sacrifice one of your physical attackers to the burn just to deal with this Scovillain.
One thing that we haven't talked about is the Aerodactyl on Tyson's side is actually the Mega set. Do you think there's any chance that we'd see that Mega as opposed to the more obvious Scovillain?
I think maybe as an adjustment, but looking at it from my perspective, I think Scovillain is definitely the biggest threat here right away, but I think Aerodactyl definitely is something that could come to this match. You outspeed the Delphox, which is super important too. We do see the leads from our trainers. We have Tim Edwards with the Sneasler King Gambit and Tyson Hughes with the Scovillain and Basculegion.
Yeah, let's see. So this is definitely one of those leads where the Mega Scovillain kind of stands to gain potentially the most from connecting a burn right away. It's really hard to see how Tim Edwards is going to make progress in that game without eating a burn from Spicy Spray in the process. That said, Sneasler's Fake Out is going to stop any potential redirection if Sneasler is capable of accepting the burn, which would potentially give King Gambit a lot of room in how it wants to respond to this position.
And this King Gambit on Tim's side is the Swords Dance Black Glasses set, which I think is a Pokemon you can sacrifice getting the burn on. If you're able to get set up with Swords Dance pretty comfortably, you can just negate the burn completely by setting up. So interesting strategy if Tim goes with that route. We do see the Mega from Tyson early on, not opting for any Moody boosts early on. We are getting the Spicy Spray ready and online. We see the Fake Out go into the Scoville, just getting burned right away, like you said. Not caring about the burn, and maybe we see the Swords Dance from King Gambit here paired with the Fake Out. Wave Crash from the Basket Legion straight into the burn Sneasler, and that's enough for the one-hit KO. The Sneasler not bulky enough to take the strong Wave Crash. Basket Legion will take some recoil for its trouble. Villain flinches from the Fake Out, and the King Gambit does set up a Swords Dance.
Yeah, really lots of damage being traded on that first turn. I think losing Sneasler in on the first turn of the game, even if it's a relatively frail Pokemon, just not something you always want to see happening. However, I have to wonder if Tim Edwards is happy with the fact that he's been able to set up the King Gambit in exchange for that. And also, this Bastion Legion has had to make the choice to lock into a Wave Crash. We know it's not going to be able to, pivot out easily. It's not going to be able to try and click something like an Aqua Jet to avoid that Sucker Punch. I think Tim Edwards might actually be trying to create the conditions for this Clefable to be a really strong supportive piece.
Yeah, Clefable does come onto the board now. Will support this King Gambit with the Follow Me, maybe opting for a second Swords Dance. That is one way to completely get around the burn from this villain, and Tim might be opting for the strategy of just the hero King Gambit setting up and gonna go for every KO on the board potentially. We do see this villain lock Rage Powder here, keeping the Basket Legion safe from something like a Sucker Punch from this King Gambit. The Clefable also opting for the Follow Me, both trainers using their Pokemon for redirection. The Wave Crash goes into the Clefable. Let's see how bulky this Clefable is. It takes a lot of damage, takes the second bit of recoil, and procs the Clefable's Citrus Berry, getting relatively healthy. The Kowtow Cleave from this +2 King Gambit into this villain will take it out, but it is now burned again.
Yeah, I think trading your Scovillain for 2 burns is probably something that Tyson's not too unhappy with. It's also interesting that King Gambit was able to get that, not a one-shot, but 90% from that Kowtow Cleave. And I think that was the most important knockout for this King Gambit to get before the burn came into play, because even with your burn, you can still knock out this Bastion Legion comfortably. So King Gambit definitely, not a Pokemon to scoff at, even with the burn in play here.
For sure. And this Basket Legion, like you said, is locked in the Wave Crash, cannot pivot out very easily, so it is definitely threatened by something like the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit here. Archaladon hits the board for Tyson. This Archaladon is the leftover stamina set with Electroshock, Flash Cannon, and Dragon Pulse, so not a whole lot of damage threatened into either slot here other than Flash Cannon to the Clefable, but Tim could foresee that, maybe play a little defensive with the Clefable. Will be interesting to see the board position here, because this Basket Legion is totally threatened by the King Gambit right now.
I wonder what Tim's using in the back at this point. I feel like on Tyson's side, if we're seeing the arch like this, I really have to wonder if it's just going to be the Pelipper in the back. Actually, looks like it might be coming in right now.
The Basket Legion that was threatened swaps into the Pelipper, setting the rain. Now this Archaladon has Electroshot on the board. Clefable continues to just redirect these attacks away from this King Gambit. We see the Electroshot from the Archaladon will obviously be going into the Clefable. This Clefable is unaware, doesn't get affected by the +1 Electroshot, so it is just a normal Electroshot, but still a strong move. The Archaladon sends the Electroshot its way. Got some health back with the Citrus Berry, is able to live the Electroshot pretty comfortably. The Kowtow goes into the Archaladon. The burn +2 Kowtow does about 50, a little maybe less than 50%, and gives it a stamina boost, and definitely out of range with leftovers now too.
Still, considering what a tanky Pokemon Archaladon is, I think King Gambit's probably not too unhappy seeing the Kowtow do that much. With this Archaladon, it's not a Pokemon that Tim Edwards really has a way to one-shot, and he has to be careful with how he's chipping away at it at this point. The Archaladon, I really thought it might go for something like a Flash Cannon to try and deal with the Clefable in one shot, but maybe Tyson is comfortable just not dealing with the Clefable in one turn, choosing to get that boost, so he can do something like finish up on the Clefable this turn, and then the King Gambit would still be wide open to something like a Weather Ball from Pelipper at that point.
We see Tim protect the King Gambit, wanting to keep it safe here. The Flash Cannon from the Archaladon goes into the Clefable and will deal the final blow. This Pelipper here does not have access to Tailwind, so can't set up something like a Tailwind here, just going for damage into the King Gambit, and it is protected.
At this point in the game, I feel like Tim Edwards is really going to have to rely on this last Pokemon to turn the game around. If it's something like a Delphox, I could see either a Delphox or a Basculegion having a bit of a shot here. It's actually going to be the Basculegion hitting the field with that 150 power on last respects because 2 of its partners have already gone down. This is a Pokemon that definitely feels like it has potential to do like lots of damage at this point, maybe even looking at like a one-shot on something like the Pelipper. However, I'm not so sure if this is a set that's going to be able to one-shot the Archaludon, considering it already has a stamina boost.
Yeah, with the stamina boost and now going for the Protect to get more HP recovery from the leftovers, the Sucker Punch going potentially into the Archaludon on the Protect does not work, and the Last Respects as well. Both of Tim Edwards' attacks completely neutralized here as the Pelipper goes for the Weather Ball to get some damage on this King Gambit, and it is a lot of damage in the rain.
Yeah, absolutely critical turn. I feel like Tim Edwards, maybe a little bit behind it, had to reach and just say, like, okay, I don't think Archaludon's protecting. I want to get that double up on it. But because Archaludon was able to protect to make it through that turn, I don't think Tim Edwards is going to be able to stop both of Tyson's Pokemon from attacking. And if either of Tyson's Pokemon is able to attack, that's going to be a critical, critical amounts of damage back on Tim Edwards. We're pretty sure this Archaludon could do something like an Electro Shot to deal with the Basculegion in one turn. So Tim is really going to have to figure out, something unconventional to get back into the game at this point.
We see the Sucker Punch again into the Archaludon, putting it under 50%, giving it a second defense boost. Will this Last Respects be enough to take out the Archaludon after 2 defense boosts? And it is not. This Archaludon hangs on the Protect and Leftovers recovery. Absolutely massive. We see the Electro Shot come out from the Archaludon, no doubtly targeting into this Basculegion that cannot protect itself. And this is a +2 or +3 Archaludon. I don't think this Basculegion has a chance in the world of surviving this turn. And the Arch takes out the Basculegion. 3 stamina boosts, and this Archaludon with the leftover just so hard to get rid of.
Yeah, Archaludon showing that it doesn't need that body press to be an offensive threat. Electroshot is just as powerful as it's ever been. Pelipper able to easily finish up the knockout on King Gambit there. Really well played game by Tyson, I think, kind of showcasing what this strategy of essentially setting up for the Archaludon even from the first turn is something that worked out really nicely for him here.
Yeah, pairing Scovillain with getting a couple burns on the board and getting Archaludon's defense set up is a recipe for success. Tyson very comfortable with rain teams in previous formats, so not surprised to see him very comfortable in this matchup and very comfortable setting up his Archaludon for a very clean endgame there.
I think the one other noteworthy thing about this game is Archaludon is a Pokemon with really polarizing matchups. There's going to be some Pokemon, like let's say King Gambit's not actually doing too hot against it if the Archaludon has its defense boost going already, or if the King Gambit's burned. You're really going to rely on Pokemon like, let's say, a Sneasler to break down an Archaludon. However, the way that Tyson chose to approach the early game here ensured that Sneasler is just a non-issue, is either going to be burned or, as we saw, just got knocked out right away by the Basculegion's Wave Crash. So I think Tim is really going to have to go back to the drawing board and ask himself, how can I figure out a way to deal with this Archaludon better? Maybe preserving more resources in the early game?
You do have a Garchomp that can also hit it in the back that he hasn't showed yet. It does have access to Earthquake. Will hit the Arch pretty strong, but again, this Scovillain is just such a threat with these burns into all these physical attackers. It'd be interesting to see if Tim maybe tries to force his Mega into the matchup. Obviously not bringing it last game, so interesting to see if his main special attacker comes to this matchup to deal with Scovillain.
I wonder if we could see something like, when it comes to Spicy Spray activating on those physical attackers or a Pokemon that's not a fire type, Tim does happen to have a Pokemon that's both a special attacker and a fire type like Delphox that wouldn't be burned by it. I definitely think Delphox could have the potential to shine this matchup. However, I just think it would end up needing support from something like Clefable to make sure it's not eating a Wave Crash trying to deal with the Scovillain.
Our trainers are ready for Game 2 here in Round 4 of Swiss. We have, like we said, the Delphox and the Clefable as the adjustment for Tim Edwards, and the Scovillain and Basculegion lead for Tyson. Tyson sticking with the Scovillain Mega, leaving potentially maybe the Aerodactyl behind.
Yeah, definitely not such a bad lead for Tyson, but I do think this is going to be a little bit trickier than the last game just because Scovillain does not have any very obvious Spicy Spray targets here. And when Scovillain isn't able to activate that Spicy Spray, it's just like a relatively frail redirection Pokemon. Or I guess it has moves like Overheat, but again, I think its time in front of something as strong as Delphox is going to be very limited here.
It's frail until it protects and gets the +2 defense boost from Moody, so we'll see if Tyson maybe tries to play Moody games with the Scovillain. Very interesting strategy to just protect them turn 1 and maybe try and fish for a really good beneficial boost. But We did call out the Clefable Delphox lead from Tim here, offering for redirection, maybe going for something like a sub just to set Delphox up for future turns, but we see Tim lock the Mega Delphox right away, getting that levitate ability. Not that it helps it right now, but locking the Mega in for Delphox. Will the Clefable just go for the redirection here? We see the Scovillain protect. Tyson does opt for the Moody strats on turn 1 of this game too. We have the Clefable lock in redirection for this Basket Legion. Let's see what Basket Legion locks into with its Choice Scarf. We see the flip turn offering for board positioning, getting pretty good chip on this Clefable.
Yeah, Delphox is going to be able to respond however it wants now. I think either of, really any of Delphox's moves could potentially be good here, maybe setting up that substitute, like you said. It's actually just going to be a Psychic into the Scovillain's Protect, so essentially like a best-case scenario for Tyson. However, grabbing the defense drop and the defense raise and the special defense drop from Moody is probably not what he was hoping for.
Yeah, beneficially for Tim there, this Delphox is not carrying Psyshock like some are, which attacks the physical defense. It is opting for Psychic, so that special defense drop on the Scovillain does put it very vulnerable from this Psychic here. Notably, targeting the Scovillain there I think isn't the worst case scenario, even though you didn't get damage because you didn't click a resisted move into this Archaludon and giving it a +1 defense boost for free. We gotta go.
Yeah, Scovillain actually going to be swapping out right here into Basket Legion, maybe seeing exactly how scary that special defense drop is. Well, Delphox gets a helping hand.
Helping hand from the Clefable into the Delphox. What it is targeting? We see Psychic into the swapped in Basket Legion. How much does this do? And it is enough for a one-hit KO. Tim Edwards going on the aggressive here and picking up a really big knockout. The Archaludon goes for Flash Cannon, super effective into this Clefable after some flip turn chip, and it lives on 2. Huge live from Tim Edwards, and this Clefable gets some health back with the Citrus Berry after living a very important hit.
The Helping Hand Psychic was actually a really great pin from Tim's side. If Tyson brought the same Pokemon as last game, I do not know if there's anything that was going to be able to come in on that, especially because the Scovillain had just gone for a Protect. So even if it didn't exactly pay off on the first turn, I think just being able to get one knockout like that is actually making Tim's early game look so much better than it was last game, because he knows that he doesn't necessarily have to deal with this Archaludon just yet.
We see Tyson bring in the Pelipper, really threatening this Delphox, neutralizing any fire damage it maybe wanted to click, and just really threatening this Delphox with a lot of water damage. Archaludon now has Electroshot on the board, and this Clefable is in range after taking a lot of damage. So very interesting board position here after Tyson losing his strongest physical attacker in Basket Legion.
Yeah, the question on my mind at this point has to be, is Pelipper actually going to go down to one attack from the Delphox with Helping Hand in play? I think we might be about to find that out.
Another Helping Hand from this Clefable, Psychic into the Pelipper, and it is enough. Tim Edwards is showing the true power of Delphox here. These Helping Hand Psychics are just deleting members of Tyson's team. The Archaludon goes for the Rain Helping Electroshot. Clefable did not redirect here. Tyson could just target the Delphox and get a lot of good damage. It goes into the Clefable though and will knock out Tim's redirection.
Yeah, so Tyson getting his first knockout of the game onto Clefable. However, I definitely still think Tim is pretty happy with this position. Like you said, the Delphox is still at full health. This is going to be Scovillain and Archaludon against 3 whole Pokemon on Tim's side. Let's think about who Tim could have in the back. Like, let's say Basket Legion isn't like necessarily the best matched up against these two, but I think something like a Sneasler could be really good here. One thing that Tim's actually been careful about so far is not giving this Archaludon any unnecessary stamina boost, which means the first physical attack against it might end up hitting it at full power, like no burns, no drops in play.
Yeah, these trainers are deep in thought, trying to decide what to bring out here. We have Tyson's yet to send out his Pokemon that fainted, correct?
Oh, yes, and the Scovillain hasn't actually Mega Evolved to get rid of that Moody ability. I think if Tyson feels that he's playing from behind here, Scovillain will have the opportunity to go for another Protect and see if it can get the right Moody boost, whether that's, a defense or a special defense raise.
We see the King Gambit come out, revealed from Tim. Not in the best position here, but can certainly threaten a double up after a move from this Delphox here. Psychic threatening a lot of damage into this Scovillain, but the Archaludon is relatively pretty safe here, I would say.
Yeah, on the other hand, it's like the Rain that Tyson has set up is actually lowering the power of his own Scovillain's potential overheat into King Gambit, meaning this King Gambit probably isn't going to be vulnerable to any one attack from Tyson's side. And that's very critical because I think even one Kowtow from this, the Black Glasses King Gambit is actually going to be very impactful to the outcome of this game.
Very, very true. Scovillain could, again, protect, go for more Moody strategies. Tyson, down to his final 2 Pokemon, might need a very important Moody boost maybe to swing this game. We see the Scovillain not go for any Moody Boost, lock in the Mega straight away, threatening a burn on the King Gambit on the opposing side. We see Scovillain actually just protect. So, interesting decision to not want any, if you're going to protect, to not go for any Moody Boost. The Delphox playing, wow, Delphox going for a sub here, maybe calling a passive play from Tyson. Very interesting play from Tim Edwards. And we see the Electroshot from the Archaladon. This Archaladon is now +2 after it clicked our Electroshot into the Clefable. What target does it go into? Does it break the sub of this Delphox, or does it go into something like the King Gambit? It goes into the Delphox and simply just breaks the sub. So good defensive play from Tim there with the Delphox, and this King Gambit is free to get a hit off if it's into the Archaladon. But actually, we just go for the aggressive Swords Dance. Very, very good play from Tim Edwards.
Yeah, Tim fully abusing like how passive of a turn that was from Tyson. Not only the sub, but also the Swords Dance, just saying that he didn't think Tyson was going to be doing meaningful enough damage there. Especially the sub on Delphox I like, just because the Scovillain isn't threatening Delphox at all, then the only Pokemon that does is Archaladon. I think Tim was saying like, hey, your Archaladon is only going to be able to make progress on one of these Pokemon at the same time. I wonder if King Gambit's going to be able to do anything with this Swords Dance though, because now that the Archaladon has 2 boosts from the Electroshot, Scovillain could also choose to go on the offensive with an Overheat. King Gambit being able to connect and attack is far from a sure thing here.
For sure. The Scovillain did just protect, so a double from Tim Edwards here into that slot could make a lot of sense to get rid of the Scovillain. He is +2 on this King Gambit, but actually just opting to play it safe with this King Gambit, going for the protect, maybe getting some, and we see Psychic into the Scovillain after it just protected, getting really good damage, doing a little over 50%. We see the Electroshot from the Archaladon go. I'm sorry, I thought it was going to go into the Protect real quick. I always forget about the long animation. We see the Archaladon go to +3. This Archaladon is setting up, and it goes into the Protected King Gambit.
Oh, that is a really critical, the Electroshot hitting the Protect is a much bigger deal than the Leech Seed hitting the Delphox, I think, because this King Gambit is something that Tyson needs to get rid of relatively soon, and we also have to remember, Rain is probably about to run out very soon, considering how many turns it's been since Pelipper was on the field.
This is a little awkward for Tim, though, now that this Leech Seed is set up for Scovillain. It's getting a little healthy, and the Archaladon is so set up offensively that I don't know if this King Gambit was ever really going to get a strong hit off. This Archaladon isn't really threatened by anything offensively from Tim's side still, and especially if like the Delphox hits it first with something that gives it a stamina boost, it's still a little awkward for Tim here despite the mon advantage.
Yeah, and Scovillain actually took that Psychic relatively well. I think after just that Leech Seed healing, it looks like it might be able to take one more, or definitely with like another turn of Leech Seed, I think it will be able to. And at that point, if Scovillain's able to go for like even one more attack, whether that's like a Rage Powder or Overheat or another Leech Seed, things could really start to look around for Tyson. However, we have to remember Tim still has like a full health, unrevealed Pokemon in the back that I think is also like going to determine what outcomes he's trying to play to.
We see Tyson lock in Rage Powder with this Scovillain, trying to keep this setup Archaladon safe. King Gambit going for the Sucker Punch, failing because of the Rage Powder, and the Psychic from the Delphox going to the Scovillain isn't enough to pick up, and it does! A critical hit from Tim Edwards, Delphox into the Scovillain. The Leech Seed recovery, not enough to save you from the critical hit Psychic, and that is a big knockout from Tim here. The Electroshot from the Archaladon. For the 4th time, this Archaladon is going +4. Is it going into the Protect from this King Gambit, or the Sucker Punch from this King Gambit? Sorry. It goes into, I can never tell what Pokemon this is. It does go into the King Gambit. It is a knockout for Tyson, but I don't know if this Archaladon, even though it's +4, has enough to take out 2 Pokemon on Tim's side.
No, especially because I think virtually all of these other Pokemon that Tim has left it's probably something he's been thinking a couple turns ahead. Oh, this is a Pokemon that I'm going to need to help me with the Archaladon, the late game, and that's exactly what we see. It's the Basculegion again with access to that 150 power last respect, but now Archaladon has no support from its partners to help it.
And I believe it also has no stamina boost, so this last respects is going to hurt, obviously, and the Basculegion will get to go attack before the Delphox because of its Choice Scarf, so this last respects will be super strong into this Archaladon, and I think Tim Edwards has enough to close out this endgame. We see the Basculegion lock the last respects into the Archaladon. 150 base power, does so much damage, does give Archaladon the defense boost, and we see the sub from the Delphox, playing it safe with the Delphox here, maybe calling it an attack into the Basculegion. We see the 5th Electroshot click from Tyson here. This Pokemon is so strong right now. Which target does it go into, though? Does it go into the Basculegion or the Delphox? We see it goes into the sub of the Delphox. Tim playing it super defensive there with the sub, and it working out in his favor.
Yeah, the decision to go for a sub there as opposed to putting out damage might look odd, but I think on Tim's side, he's probably just thinking about like, oh, how can I avoid like needing to click Heat Wave and rely on its 90% accuracy if I can help it. I think just relying on moves like, Last Respect and Psychic for damage at this point is going to be completely alright.
Yeah, going for sub means if Tyson were to attack the Basque Legion there, then your Delphox is guaranteed 2 attacks into the Archaludon before it can actually get rid of it. But we see the final Last Respects go into the Archaludon, and Tim Edwards sends us to a Game 3.
Yeah, Tyson put up a good fight there. I think the position that he was able to find with Scoville and Archaludon definitely did throw the outcome of the game into question for a little bit. However, I also think Tim had like a marvelous start to that game, just a really good adjustment that perfectly called out what Tyson was going to do. So it definitely feels like Tyson's kind of on the back foot. He's the one that's going to have to figure out like, oh, am I going to try and do something to respond to the Delphox Fable in this Game 3? Am I going to try and beat out a different lead on Tim's side? Are there any adjustments that you think Tyson could try to go for here?
So if Tyson wants to directly counter Delphox Clefable lead on Tim's side, his other Mega Pokemon, Aerodactyl, has the spread move Rock Slide, completely ignores redirection from this Clefable and will hit this Delphox super effective. And we talked about how good Scovillain is in this matchup, but if he's struggling to deal with the Delphox Clefable mode, something like the Aerodactyl adjustment could be what we see from Tyson here.
I totally agree. I think if Scovillain isn't able to connect meaningful Spicy Sprays, if it's fighting a Pokemon like Delphox, that's when you have to ask, like, okay, should this really be coming, or at the very least, should it be coming at the start of the game? I think Aerodactyl would actually be an amazing call-out for Delphox and Clefable. I think, now that I'm looking at Tim's team a bit more, it actually has a lot of, like, really solid matchups here, just being able to outrun anything that Tim has and really set the stage for some of its partners.
It'll be interesting to see. I know these are top level opponents we're talking about. It's interesting to see if Tim says, hey, Clefable Basque Legion worked there, let me run it again, or will he call the adjustment from Tyson and maybe go back to something else? I think if he opts for the King Gambit route into something like the Aerodactyl and sets up a King Gambit, I feel like King Gambit loves to see these attacks from the Aerodactyl resisting both of them, so could be an interesting to see if Tim maybe calls the adjustment himself.
I definitely think even if Tim happens to get the lead wrong and has something like Delphox facing off against Aerodactyl, like you said, King Gambit is such a good switch in that he could definitely reveal King Gambit in the back and not feel too unhappy about the positioning. So maybe, banking on something like Delphox Clefable is not such a bad idea.
All right, our trainers are ready for Game 3 here in Swiss Round 4. We have the leads from our trainers with Tim Edwards leading the Basque Legion and Sneasler, and Tyson switching to the Aerodactyl and Sneasler lead. The Aerodactyl is here on turn 1 of Game 3.
Yeah. Oh, I'm really excited to see what Aerodactyl is able to do here. However, Basque Legion might not be the Pokemon that is most hoping to face here. Let's see. So on Tim's side, there's actually going to be a Sneasler and then a Ghost type. So the Sneasler on Tim's side is going to be the only Pokemon that's susceptible to a Fake Out here. I think whichever trainer has the faster Sneasler is going to have potentially a pretty sizable advantage here. And if that happens to be Tim, we might see the Aerodactyl get locked out of its first turn of the game as the Basque Legion is able to go for something like a flip turn or even a wave crash and consider repositioning.
Choice Scarf Basque Legion is very fast, but notably not faster than the 150 base speed Mega Aerodactyl. So something like Aerodactyl could fish on turn 1 for the Rock Slide, just so this Basque Legion does not move. But Tyson, rather than do that, plays a little more defensive, brings out the Pelipper here as a defensive switch in, not wanting to risk his Aerodactyl on turn 1. We see the double switch from Tyson, actually not liking his lead position, switching into the Archaludon as well, into a Fake Out, calling the Fake Out into that slot and getting a free stamina boost on his Archaludon. Really good defensive switch in from Tyson. We see a Wave Crash from the Basque Legion followed into that Pelipper and doing about 50%, pretty good damage with the rain set by this Pelipper.
Yeah, Tyson realizing how scary the position there was and having to go for a double switch, but I think, coming out of it relatively well, finding like not only is Basque Legion locked into Wave Crash, but it's gone into the Pelipper and my Archaludon has gotten a stamina boost out of the turn. I think this Archaludon is actually probably outside of the range of getting knocked out even by a double up at this point, which is huge because it's going to give Tyson the room to play more aggressively with it and just begin to go for those electro shots that almost nothing on Tim's side wants to take. I wonder if this is going to be the turn where we see any of the adjustments that Tim has made in this game plan. Like, do we see Delphox again? Do we see something like potentially a Garchomp as an adjustment to deal with Pokemon like Aerodactyl and Archaludon better?
This Archaludon is already set up at +2 defense. Tim has showed us 2 physical attackers so far. It looks very tough so far with the targeting of turn 1. Tyson with the amazing swapping of the Archaludon, getting it set up. Getting back to full health with the leftovers as well, and very important. The Sneasler on Tim's side goes for the protect here, and the wave crash from the Basque Legion going into the Pelipper, trying to pick up the 2-hit KO, and it is enough. The Pelipper swaps in, takes 2 wave crashes, and that is it. It leaves the game. Tyson's Archaludon still yet to move here. We see the Tyson's favorite move to click so far upstream, Electroshot. This Basque Legion cannot protect. I don't know if there's many good switch-ins other than a Garchomp into this Electroshot. Could very easily be targeted into this slot. Will it go into the Basque Legion? It does, and that is enough for a KO. Both trainers picking up a KO on this turn.
Yeah, poor Sneasler's protect ended up being for nothing there. There could have been a really big opportunity to not only put close combat damage on the Archaludon, but also activate your White Herb in the process. However, Tim might not have been sure that Wave Crash was going to knock out Pelipper. We saw the first one do, probably 49% damage, and the second one do 51. And we have to remember, this also is Citrus Pelipper. If it lived that Wave Crash, it was going to have a little bit of HP left to spare for it. I think if you're Tim, you still have to be very, very afraid of this Archaludon, which, already at +1 after that Electroshot with no signs of stopping going for those Electroshots, is going to have to figure out something to do about this. On Tyson's side, there's also, potentially, this could just be a swap in back to Sneasler, who'd have fake out pressure against Tim's side, or Aerodactyl, who would be very possibly the fastest Pokemon on the field here.
Aerodactyl hits the field, and so does Tim's Delphox. Delphox was in the back. This Mega Aerodactyl can click Mega and threaten in both slots here. This Sneasler notably did just protect, is very susceptible to this Tough Claws, Dual Wing Beat. Very, very threatening position from Tyson's Aerodactyl here.
Yeah, especially because this Delphox seems like it's just a little bit out of position right now. It's not like it's going to be threatening a one-shot on either of these Pokemon. Not only did Sneasler's protect not let it do any damage last turn, but like you said, it's also letting Aerodactyl pin down that slot a little bit more easily with the flying-type coverage of Dual Wing Beat. However, if Tim had something like the King Gambit in the back, as he has in the previous 2 games, that is something that could swap in on Aerodactyl move, but the problem is I'm not sure if Delphox is going to be able to move the game forward enough on its own.
The Sneasler from Tim's side, threatened by Dual Wing Beat, switches out, and the King Gambit switches in, expecting a Dual Wing Beat into that slot. The Aerodactyl from Tyson's side Mega Evolves, becomes the fastest Pokemon on the field. Gaining the Tough Claws ability, these Dual Wing Beats gain significant power. The Delphox, also from Tim's side, will Mega Evolve. Both trainers opting for their Mega Evolutions here. Game 3 on the line, opting for their most powerful Pokemon. We see the Aerodactyl move first here with Dual Wing Beat. It goes into this one Sneasler, King Gambit taking it very comfortably, very much a resisted hit. We see the Delphox move next, going Psychic into the Aerodactyl. How much does this do? Doing a significant chip to the Aerodactyl. Electroshot from Tyson's Archaludon. Which slot does it go into?
I wonder if Tim's hope with that Psychic chip is leaving Aerodactyl in range of a Sucker Punch. Let's see. So Electroshot going into King Gambit. That is not enough for a knockout. King Gambit surviving that with just 2 HP is going to be very important here, because even if King Gambit's the slowest Pokemon here, it is going to have at least one more priority move before going down.
Yeah, King Gambit at 2 HP, very susceptible to another hit. Maybe telegraph Sucker Punch a little bit more. You want value out of this King Gambit, and it is the slowest Pokemon on the field. Can maybe telegraph a Sucker Punch here, and Tyson can play around that. This notably is also in Rock Slide range, so you could click that to want to hit Delphox, but the risk of Sucker Punch is always there.
Yeah, it definitely seems like there's going to be some Protect mind games here, because if King Gambit isn't able to connect that Sucker Punch on Aerodactyl, I don't see how you'd stop the Aerodactyl from having a really impactful move to win the game. However, if King Gambit is able to correctly, scout out the Aerodactyl's Protect with one of its own, it might be able to go for that move in the future.
The King Gambit from Tim Edwards here does Protect. We see the Aerodactyl actually click Tailwind, maybe making sure this Archaludon moves before Tim's Delphox. This Archaludon clicks another Electroshot. This Pokemon has set up every game for Tyson Hughes, has been his main damage threat. Archaludon at +3 Electroshot. It goes into the non-protected Delphox, and that is enough for the KO. Tyson calling the defensive play from Tim's King Gambit and taking full advantage.
Yeah, and that's such an important knockout to get. Delphox actually a Pokemon that's like relatively tanky on the special side, but our Chaladon with all these boosts just having nothing to do with it. And, you know, with all of these boosts, I have to assume Sneasler is probably in range of getting knocked out by one of these two.
For sure. Sneasler comes onto the field, has fake out pressure into both these Pokemon. Neither did protect, so both Tyson could opt for a very safe double protect here, with the only caveat being King Gambit could set up a Swords Dance here. But with the Pokemon advantage, I think maybe going for a double protect is the safe play from Tyson here.
Yeah, it's just very hard to see how Tim Edwards is going to find enough damage with these physical attackers that are slower than our Chaladon at this point to go after it, considering that it already has the +1 stamina boost. I think that +1 is pretty important because without it, the Sneasler's close combo would be a lot more threatening.
The Sneasler opts for the fake out into the Archaladon, giving it another stamina defense boost. The wing beat from this Aerodactyl connects into the Sneasler and is enough to KO. Tim Edwards is down to his final Pokemon, his trusty King Gambit. This King Gambit here will go for the something after the Swords Dance after Arch flinches, and Tim having all his hopes and dreams on this +2 King Gambit here, but it has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, the 2 HP King Gambit might really struggle to pull things out at this point, but we'll see. I wonder if what Tim is trying to play for is, you know, relying on the fact that Aerodactyl only has 90% accurate moves to work with. In some worlds, this Aerodactyl will never be able to finish off the knockout on this King Gambit. However, King Gambit is going to need to get more than a little bit lucky with critical hits here to get through Tyson's team. However, Sucker Punch not getting a crit, not knocking out our Chaladon. We see the handshake. That is going to be a win for for Tyson.
Yeah, such a well-played game from Tyson. The Game 3 adjustment after Tim adjusted really well with the Delphox in Game 2, and then Tyson going to adjust with the Aerodactyl in Game 3 was very, very smart, put on so much pressure, and very good Game 3 from Tyson.
Yeah, it feels like Tyson, in the games that he won in that set, he had the perfect mega. He was able to accomplish so much in the matchup. I think that's really like one of my favorite things about watching these dual mega teams is try and find trainers like really find the exact right Pokemon for a matchup, and then, you know, get rewarded for predicting that correctly.
For sure. That is the level of skill we have here at the Scarlet Classic in round 4. We will be joined by Tyson shortly for a player's interview, so stay tuned. All right, I am joined by your round 4 winner, Tyson Hughes. Tyson, how you feeling after that victory?
I mean, I'm feeling good. Tim's a strong opponent, so it's definitely a name I recognize, right? So being able to play someone after a long time back gives me a little boost of confidence. I'm very happy with how I played that.
Me and Chuppa were talking about the games, and obviously we said we felt like Scovillain had such a good matchup here into Tim's very physical attacking team, but Scovillain was able to get the job Game 1. Was that always like the game plan going into Game 1 to use Scovillain?
Yeah, so normally in a Delphox team it's a little scary because if they go with something like the Game 2, getting ahead of it myself, with the Delphox and the Clefable, it could be very, very scary, but Scovillain is kind of the default mode, see how my opponent wants to play it out a lot, and it lets me gauge a lot of important tools and things that my opponent might have. For example, like the Sneasler in Game 1, getting knocked out by that Wave Crash, that can change a lot how the matchup plays out. So being able to go for that turn 1, it was a very aggressive turn, but being able to go and figure out information like lets me play into things like Aerodactyl in Game 2 or continue to play into Scovillain.
Yeah, we noticed getting rid of the Sneasler very early enabled the late game Archaladon really strong. Able to get it in defensively switch-ins, maybe getting a stamina boost here and there on a switch-in, but getting rid of the Sneasler or burning the Sneasler early game made our Chaldon really able to sit there and click Electroshot, which I think you clicked Electroshot maybe. I think it was like it might have been more than that. I think it was at least 8. But going into game 2, Tim adjusted to the Delphox Clefable mode. Gave you a little trouble. What do you think about that adjustment for him?
Yes, that's the adjustment I was a little scared about. Like that lead for Basculation Scavillain could be very difficult. If they're able to trade damage into it, which it was able to, it's kind of scary. But as long as I got Rain up and was able to get some Electroshots, it was okay. I think, at the end game, if I, with the Leech Seed there, I was kind of calling that there's going to be no substitute, recognizing that if you double the Scavillain, then my game's just over.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult those final turns, and I did luckily get that call correctly to get the Leech Seed, to get the little bit to live the Psychic, but unfortunately get a critical hit.
Yeah.
It was knocked out. So the fact I was able to pull it back after getting knocked, my Pelipper and Basculation just O-code with
the helping hand Psychic was so strong.
I wasn't sure if Pelipper was going to live it or not. If it did, the game might have been a little bit cleaner, but like I said, with the Leech Seed, it was still very, very close.
And then game 3, we went for the Aerodactyl mode, or your second Mega on the team. How important has been the 2 Mega Pokemon and like adjusting between both of them, like in between sets?
So Aerodactyl, I almost didn't bring it today. I almost brought a different Pokemon.
Okay.
Almost went with just Solo Scavillain, but I'm very happy I went with Aerodactyl. It's just so strong. It breaks a lot of the speed tiers. People are already like EVing for things like regular Aerodactyl, so Mega Aerodactyl, excuse me, I can't pronounce that Pokemon. Breaks the speed a lot. Going up to that 150 really allows you to play around in a whole new realm.
Yeah, the Tough Claws, 150 base speed, dual wing beats, hits. A lot of Sneaslers are going
bulky ones,
really bulky to live the wing beat from Aerodactyls, but can't live it from the Mega one.
Yeah.
Overall, you're now 4-0. We're feeling good?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling great. Like I said, it was really good to play someone like Tim again, someone who I'm familiar with in my local scene. Being able to come out again and play some good mons, I'm very happy. I did well in a limitless tournament, the Grand Champions Festival.
Yep.
Got top 32 with that. Wasn't sure if his team was still going to be in the call, but I mean, it's working out so far.
Is player Tyson Hughes back, or will we see you at the caster desk again soon?
Don't jinx it. I want to cast more events. I'm going to do more stuff. But I mean, I've been enjoying playing.
Yeah.
I enjoy No Terrestrialization.
Sure.
Megas are fun. I never got to play with that in my time of playing, so
yeah, sounds good. All right, that is our interview from our round 4 winner, Tyson Hughes. We will be back with more Pokemon in round 5.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round 5 of the Rutgers Scarlet Classic. I'm Chubb across the fourth, and I'm joined by my good friend Rich Mongalon.
What's going on, guys? Oh man.
Yeah, that last round was really fun. We got to see a matchup between two top players and see how they creatively use the dual mega team. I know it featured that say a similar Delphox team to what you had been able to look at in the previous round.
Most definitely. We even saw Mega Skull Villain again, as we saw from William Brown, win that round. Tyson was able to actually take that into a win against Tim Edwards. But we're excited also for the next round too. And we're going to have Chris Hahn versus Ephraim Rices. Yes. They're both at 3-1.
Yeah, Chris Hahn, a really talented player who's been able to, achieve great things in the senior division, but is now playing at the Masters division and still has things like, I believe a number of regional top cuts to his names, or just success in some of the larger events as well. So absolutely one of the strongest players in the region.
Most definitely. We also have Ephraim, apparently a Rutgers local here too, trying to take down the big dog known as Chris Hahn here. Let's see if he's able to do it.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting when local events like this kind of invite people who might not have competed in as many live events before to go to them just out of the convenience of them. One of the best things about hosting at a college is you have a lot of people that potentially have some time to put towards VGC, join clubs for Pokemon, that sort of thing. So really excited to see what Ephraim might be able to put together here.
Most definitely. As we are getting ourselves situated here, Chris Hahn at 3-1, Ephraim at 3-1 here. One of these guys, whoever wins, will be 4-1, and the other one will be 3-2 here.
3-2, a very scary record to have in a tournament like this, as we talked about before. This is not going to be an X2 cut. This is going to be a top 8 cut, so only some X2s will be able to advance. So potentially scary match for the loser.
Pretty much too, because when you're X and 2, you got to fight to the end to make it into the next part of the phase in the tournament here. But Chris is a very, very strong player. I know Ephraim could actually, they say you can match up against one of the best, so you could do it.
Yep, definitely. It's going to be hard to say who will win at this very early stage yet. I guess we could start to talk about the teams a little bit. So Chris is actually going to be the first Mega Gengar that I think we've been able to showcase today. So a team of Mega Gengar, Ninetales, Rotom Wash, Garchomp, Aegislash, and Incineroar. So I believe a relatively standard Gengar build, similar to some of the ones that did well in the Grand Champions Festival last week.
Most definitely. And also we're going to have Ephraim here running a Frostlass, Sneasler, Incineroar, Whimsicott, Rotom, and Ninetales here. So we have double Ninetales actually for the field here, double Incineroar and Rotom as well, but we also have a Whimsicott and a Mega Frostlass on the field too.
Yeah, Ephraim actually really focused on setting up the snow. It's not very often that you see the combination of Frostlass and Ninetales together. It seems like something that in a weather matchup, having these two together could be really important, but in a matchup like this, I have to wonder if Ninetales is going to have very much place almost as a secondary weather setter in addition to Frostlass.
Most definitely. Also looking at Ephraim's team, Frostlass does have the nasty plot, so it's trying to set up to try to go for sweeping with blizzards here.
Yeah, that could be a little bit difficult to do in the face of Gengar. I think Gengar and Frostlass have a very dynamic interaction against each other because of how scared they both are of the Shadow Ball from the other one. However, it's going to be a little bit tricky to say which of them actually happens to have the speed advantage.
Yes, you can. Yes. Yeah, you can. Yes. Most definitely on that one as well. And also, as Chris Hahn's team, actually, that's actually very similar to Michael DeBesti ran in the Grand Champions.
Yes. Oh, and to give you guys a full preview of Ephraim's team, it's the Frostlass, the Sneasler, the Incineroar, the Whimsicott, the Rotom, and the Ninetales. We are just figuring out some connection issues right now.
They had to try to make it another room. Yeah, most definitely. I'm sorry, guys. We're having a little bit of technical issues, but we'll get to a battle momentarily. But I'm actually excited for this. It's snow battle. It's a snow battle too.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if either player seems like they might have an edge from the outside, because we're definitely going to see some of the same Pokemon like the Incineroar and the Rotom Wash and the Ninetales on both sides. However, like I was saying, I'm not sure if Ninetales is necessarily going to be a huge player in this matchup or not. Could be a good way for Chris Hahn to go after some of the Pokemon like the Whimsicott on Ephraim's side, though, so hard to count it out.
Most definitely. Also, like, Ephraim does have the Whimsicott, so for speed control as well.
Yeah, in the case that the Gengar happens to be the faster Pokemon here, like I was saying, I think whichever of Gengar and Frostlass, like, when the players find out which of those Pokemon is faster, that's really going to be, like, one of the determining factors of this game. Whoever has the slower Mega is going to have to work a little bit harder to keep up with the other. And in the case that the Frostlass is slower, Whimsicott could actually be one of the better ways for Ephraim to kind of, like, make sure that he has the speed advantage on that side, because I can see moves like Blizzard and Shadow Ball being scary for Chris's team if he does find himself at a speed disadvantage.
Most definitely. And also when Gengar Mega evolves, the Shadow Tag. So I think Chris is going to try to do a lot of like trapping a lot of like the mons in the field that can go for the Disable Encore from both Gengar and Ninetales. So honestly, it's going to be an interesting one as well. I mean, I don't know what you're going to do here with the Frostlass, but I see Gengar and Ninetales being a very big threat.
Yeah, definitely. I think something like the Gengar lead on Chris's side to make sure that you can activate that Shadow Tag as early as possible does seem really tempting here. The Frostlass is going to be the only Ghost type on Ephraim's team and the only Pokemon that's able to, naturally be immune to that. However, in addition to that, we do have a very standard classic Parting Shot Incineroar on Ephraim's side, so it's not like the Frostlass is going to be the only Pokemon immune to trapping. Incin is just going to have to work a little bit harder to get out of that trap.
Most definitely. We're almost about to get our game really set up here, but I'm very, very excited. We have two really great players here, 3-1, Ephraim and Chris. It's going to be a really interesting battle, too. We also have a Rotom as well, 2 Rotoms.
Yeah, I guess a little bit like the last battle that we looked at. I'm trying to think. I could see Rotom Wash being a strong Pokemon here, but it is one of those Pokemon that's, because it's a little bit more on the passive side, can definitely be at risk of something like Gengar trapping it in and then just bullying it with a high damage of moves like Shadow Ball and Sludge Bomb.
Most definitely. I mean, it's like I said, it's a battle of the snow, but also it's going to be a very fun battle of the snow as our players do go into team preview. I'm honestly curious, what do you think the lead should be?
I think on Chris's side, just starting off with something like Gengar supported by either of Ninetales and Incineroar is very tempting. I think just trying to activate that Mega and protecting your Gengar in the process with one of your more supportive partners is good. Then on Ephraim's side, it's a little bit hard to say. I think the options for Ephraim feel like they're actually a little bit wider to me. And either player, these both feel like very flexible teams. It's not like either of them have like one Pokemon that the game plan is like super duper built around. If anything, maybe in Ephraim's case, like you might say that about the Frostlass, but I think these are both teams constructed of a lot of generally strong Pokemon, so the trainers are going to have a lot of flexibility in how they approach the early game.
That is true. I mean, Gengar is very viable when it Megas. Frostlass is very viable when it Megas too, but also with Gengar's case, it wants the Mega to trap 2 mons on the field so they can go for the Encore and Disable. But honestly, Ephraim does have the Whimsicott here for Tailwind and Speed Control here. Maybe could try to mitigate those Encore and Disable plays with a faster Frostlass, or maybe like a Sneasler too.
Yeah, I think the Sneasler on Ephraim's side is actually one of the Pokemon that's unique to his team in this matchup. Something that I can see being really good here because of how likely it is that it'll be able to activate that White Herb either from Intimidate or its own close combat, double its speed, and then start to run the game in terms of speed control without relying on Whimsicott for support.
That is true, as well as our game is fully going to be going in right now. Rotom and Incineroar is going to be the lead up for Ephraim. Up against Chris is going to be Gengar and Incineroar. So looking at this here, 2 Incineroars on the field, could go for Parting Shot, but I don't know actually. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and it seems like Ephraim is actually the one with the faster Incineroar here, which we can see by looking at the order of the Intimidate. So threatening a fake out onto Chris's Incineroar before he'd be able to do anything about it, which, consequently could be enough for the Rotom to be able to do something like connect an Electro Web, which is actually like the tech, kind of status move that it's running on this set.
Most definitely. I mean, also one thing I kind of want to point out is that before Gengar Mega evolves, you could potentially switch out as well, try to get another Mon trap that's very detrimental to Mega Gengar. But we are going to see the switch out. It's going to go right into the Rotom Wash, so both Rotom Washes will be on the field as Gengar is going to go ahead and Mega evolve here.
Yeah, and this is actually going to trap the enemy Incineroar on the field, so unless it's able to go for something like a Parting Shot this turn, next turn it is going to have to worry about a Hydro Pump from Rotom that it can't swap out from.
Most definitely, Fake Out is going to go into the Rotom Wash, and we are going to see the Sludge Bomb from the Gengar going to do a little amount of damage. Wow, that is a lot of damage, but the Citrus Berry is going to heal it back up, almost back to half, as the Rotom goes for the Electro Web, lowering the speed. So basically full-out offense on this turn.
Yeah, Rotom really taking an awful lot from that Sludge Bomb. I think the Electro Web is a pretty decent response, but we have to remember the Rotom Wash on Chris's side is a Citrus Berry as well. It's not like this Rotom is especially threatened by what Ephraim has going on here. The speed interaction between the Gengar and the Rotom is also interesting here, just because Rotom is like not actually such a naturally fast Pokemon. It's hard to say if it will actually outrun the Gengar after just one Electro Web, or if it would need two of them. Gengar is such an important piece for Chris that I think he might decide to be more cautious about it. However, if Chris does want to go on the offensive, I think Gengar throwing out another attack here would feel amazing. It's just that on this turn, you're risking a little bit more in terms of damage if you do throw an attack and potentially get your Gengar doubled into.
Most definitely. I mean, the thing is, like, Incineroar is trapped here, but actually Gengar is going to switch out here into its own Incineroar here from Chris's side. And basically, an Intimidate is going to be coming out here. But what did this Rotom decide to do here? Rotom goes for the Protect from Ephraim's side. So not trying to take any damage from the opposing Rotom side. As we are going to see Incineroar going to go for the Throat Chop into the opposing Incineroar, not doing that much damage. But what did Chris's Rotom decide to do here? We're going to see the Volt Switch going to go into the Incineroar slot, doing a little chip, and probably going to switch back into Gengar.
Yeah, Volt Switch really highlighting like one of the most unique things about the way this team is set up, and kind of, this is exactly the kind of position that you want to have the Volt Switch in, being able to get your Gengar off the field at the start of the turn, and then get it back in at the end. In this case, kind of keeping up the trap that's going on Ephraim's side, but getting rid of Gengar's speed drop. And at this point in time, based on how much damage we saw the Sludge Bomb do to the Rotom last time, it's going to be very hard for Ephraim to figure out anything to do about something like Fake Out onto the Incineroar and potentially Sludge Bomb to finish off the Rotom.
Wow, Sludge Bomb does KO the Rotom here, so now Ephraim has to switch into another Pokemon, but Incineroar does flinch here. Honestly, like, right now Gengar has just taken out one KO onto the Rotom here, but the real question is, did Ephraim bring a Mega?
Yeah, this could be a decent time for something like the Frostlass to show up. I think losing that Rotom so early in the game is potentially a really huge problem for Ephraim, though. It's going to be so much harder to figure out something to do about the Incineroar on Chris Han's side right now. That Volt Switch into Gengar was just like really, really tactical. It feels like Gengar was able to turn from being like Pokemon that was scared on the field to something that was really controlling the field within just one turn.
Basically, yeah, and also the thing is with Rotom, we're trying to pivot, right? You're trying to pivot out so that way Gengar can come back and get Shadow Tag back up again, but Frostlass is actually going to be coming into the field here, a potential Mega here, and the thing is Frostlass does have Nasty Plot here, so maybe we could see a potential Nasty Plot from Frostlass, but is it worth going for it?
It's a really scary move to go for in front of both an Incineroar and a Gengar at the same time. Like I was talking about, these trainers still don't know which of Gengar and Frostlass is faster. However, I think Ephraim is really going to need to figure out something to do about this Incineroar quickly. One other thing about the trap that's going on Ephraim's side is that the Incineroar on his side is actually going to be at -2 attack by now, so it already really wants to think about getting off the field.
Most definitely, Frostlass does go for Protect, as Gengar is going to go for the Protect as well, so both potential Megas here are actually going to go for Protect. His Parting Shot is going to go into the Incineroar slot. Actually a great call there to go for the Parting Shot into the Incin. As we're going to see a switch out, it's probably going to go into Ephraim's last Pokemon here. And will it be? It will be the Whimsicott, actually.
This is not the Pokemon you want to have in the back when you're worried about the enemy Incineroar. However, Frostlass able to correctly catch that Flare Blitz from Incineroar is the thing that Ephraim needs to be seeing here. However, this is, Whimsicott just another Pokemon that's actually going to be stuck on the field under the Shadow Tag right now. I feel like if you're Chris, your Incineroar feels like great about what it's seeing on the board right now, knowing that there's no Sneasler in the back that it has to worry about.
Definitely. I mean, Gengar could potentially switch out, trying to not get Encored into Protect. Incin could go for Parting Shot here, but will it be enough, actually?
Yeah, let's look at this Whimsicott set briefly. Whimsicott has access to moves like Moonblast, Encore, and Tailwind, none of which are going to be too scary for Vincent. Here's the Gengar swapping out, like you'd mentioned, and Frostlass activating that Mega and activating that Snow Warning.
The real question is, I wonder what Ephraim went for. Probably went for Shadow Ball, or probably went for the Nasty Plot here, trying to predict maybe a switch out. But actually, Whimsicott does go for the Encore into the failed attempt Rotom here, as Frostlass does go for the Nasty Plot here. So +2. I bet these Blizzards and Shadow Balls are going to hurt.
Yeah, threatening the Gengar slot with Encore was actually a really great way to make this a little bit safer. It's not like Frostlass is going to go down in one hit to the enemy Incineroar, and I think figuring out a way to boost the damage on that Frostlass is going to be one of the potential keys to victory for Ephraim. Rotom Wash also not absolutely the scariest Pokemon for something like Frostlass, which is relatively bulky here. It's not like Chris has anything right now that's going to be able to stop the Tailwind from the Whimsicott, so can see things start to turn around a little bit for Ephraim here. However, he is going to have to figure out something to do about this Incineroar that's in the back.
And most definitely, I mean, like that, like Blizzard is going to hurt onto this Gengar here, but also, like Rotom is kind of, just sitting there a little bit. Incineroar is just going to come back in on the field. Doesn't want to take a Blizzard from that Gengar. Intimidate is going to go off, but on these special attackers, Tailwind is going to go off from the Whimsicott here, as the Frostlass is going to go for a Shadow Ball into the Gengar slot that just swapped into the Incineroar. A good chunk of damage, honestly, but what did this Rotom decide to do here? It goes for the Hydro Pump, and unfortunately, it's going to miss the Frostlass. Interesting turn.
Yeah, missing Hydro Pump there is pretty consequential, as Frostlass has enough special bulk that it probably won't be going down in one hit to the Incineroar. Incin having Fake Out on the field is interesting. Oh, and now that Gengar has left the field, there's going to be no trap in play, which means that the Whimsicott could consider swapping into Incineroar if it really wants to get the attack drop on Chris's side. Frostlass actually just going for another nasty plot.
Ooh. Another nasty plot from the Frostlass, trying to set up to +3, as Whimsicott is going to go for the Moonblast and is going to hit into the Incineroar slot, doing a really good chunk of damage onto the Incineroar, as Rotom goes for the Volt Switch. Going to do a good chunk to the Mega Frostlass, but Rotom is going to switch back out. We also didn't see Chris's final mod here. It could be revealed, but it could be honestly going back to that Mega Gengar.
Yeah, let's see. I think... Oh, it's actually going to be Aegislash, so a relatively strong Pokemon against the Frostlass. Something to note is, yeah, this is the Shadow Sneak set. That's a double up into Frostlass, and that's enough to get it knocked out.
Mega Frostlass does go down to that Flare Blitz, and it's just going to be the Whimsicott and Ephraim's final mod here. It could honestly, well, right now it's probably going to definitely be the Incineroar in the back. Incineroar does come in, going to threaten those Intimidates here, but this feels over, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think Ephraim is going to be able to do anything to keep up with potentially a couple turns of cycling from Chris. Like, let's say this Incin on Chris's side, knowing that it's a slower one, would just be able to get off the field into something safe like Rotom to reset the Intimidate drop if it wants to. Even Aegislash could do the same thing, hop off the field, then get back on again to get rid of its own drop. However, there's going to be no switches, just a Moonblast from Whimsicott to finish off the Incineroar.
Moonblast does KO the Incineroar here. But what did this Incineroar decide to do here? It's going to go for a parting shot, trying to lower the Aegislash's attack and special attack. But the thing is, it's not going to switch into anything. But now that Aegislash is going to be a shield form, I'm going to go for the close combat, and Incineroar is going to activate his Chople Berry. So how much is this going to do with the Chople Berry? It's not going to do that much damage, but that did like a good amount. Without the Chople Berry, it would have probably like done more damage.
Yeah, Incin actually taking that pretty comfortably here. I wonder what Chris's plan for approaching the endgame is here, because like let's say Rotom Wash Pokemon that would look appealing against the Incineroar. However, we've already seen Rotom Wash miss one Hydro Pump this game, kind of a reminder of that being the classic drawback of using a Rotom Wash. However, we're just going to see Mega Gengar hit the field instead. Mega Gengar might... I'm trying to think, how many attack drops are on Ephraim's side right now? Is the Incin like...
I think it's like -2, I believe.
Oh, at -2. Okay, yeah, that's pretty significant. That's going to make Gengar a lot more comfortable just throwing out some Sludge Bombs to end the game here, because if the Incin did have its attack stat a little bit higher, Gengar would have to worry a lot more about something like a Throat Chop from this Incineroar.
And most definitely, I mean, like Chris is playing this game really, really well, as Aegislash is going to switch out back into the Rotom Wash. What did Gengar decide to do? Gengar decided to go for the Protect, trying to play it safe here. I mean, Gengar is threatening this Whimsicott, but the Incineroar is threatening the Gengar.
Whimsicott whiffing a Moonblast into Gengar's Protect, while Incin also whiffing a Throat Chop into Gengar's Protect. Definitely the kind of turn that Chris is looking for right now. Snow Stomping and Tailwind ending. One consequence of that is Gengar is actually going to be vulnerable to a potential Encore from the Whimsicott right now. Kind of the downside of protecting even when you get doubled up by here is Whimsicott is often happy to like kind of convert on those protects. Even if they end up succeeding for one turn, they're going to be a detriment to you on the next.
Most definitely, and it's also like, it's kind of like playing a game of chicken. You're switching out, you're switching in, you're switching out, you're switching in, but it's also like, you got to be in a position where Gengar is not going to be threatened by an Encore here. But we are going to see Whimsicott going to set up another Tailwind, so no Encore onto the Gengar slot as well, as Throat Chop is going to go off into the Gengar slot. You're going to live on 5 HP. That is insane right now. Gengar is going to go for Sludge Bomb into the Incineroar here, and it's going to KO it, and it's just a lonely Whimsicott left, and Chris is going to take game 1.
Yeah, very consequential survive on the Gengar. Like, if Gengar had gone down and Hydro Pump had missed, I think things could have actually started to turn around for Ephraim. However, not the outcome that we're going to see. I don't think Whimsicott likes its odds in a 3-on-1 so much, especially against an Aegislash in the back.
Most definitely, and also the thing is, Whimsicott still has its items, so Poltergeist is still going to hurt. But if I was Ephraim, if you were Ephraim, what would you do differently in this game? What would you do differently for next game?
I think Ephraim is going to need to find a way to do something else about this Gengar. Maybe avoid getting trapped quite as easily in the early game. However, that's easier said than done. Gengar is famously a Pokemon just like very good at setting these traps up, especially with partners like this Volt Switch Rotom that are going to complicate the positioning and make it harder to predict Chris on 1 or 2 turns in advance. Maybe some of the other things that we could see are potentially like more parting shots from Ephraim's side to get that Incineroar off the field when it doesn't want to be there. Also, I think I'd like to see him preserve a couple more resources to deal with the Incineroar on Chris's side.
Most definitely. I think maybe Sneasler should be in the next game, because Sneasler could threaten the Incineroar, could also threaten the Rotom, but Aegislash is going to be an issue. So you have to find pieces to actually deal with them.
Whimsicott barely surviving that Shadow Sneak, able to respond with a Moonblast to finish off the Gengar. Whimsicott doing its absolute most to keep this game going. Not sure if it will amount to a win, but we'll see.
It's Whimsicott in a dream. But it was honestly, it's an interesting game also from Chris, too. He played that very, very well, but now, Ephraim has to, really go back to the drawing board and think, what can I do?
One thing that Chris actually managed really well this game is it seems like all of his attacks with Gengar were very intentional. He wasn't putting it under risk necessarily, and with Gengar's really high damage output, he also knew when to go on the offense with it and do things like, Sludge Bomb to knock out the enemy Rotom was very important for his plan. And I think that the high level of Gengar play is something that I expect to see more from him in this next game. I think that is definitely going to be the thing that has the most potential to win the set for him.
Shadow Sneak is going to finish off the Whimsicott here, and Chris is going to take game 1. So now Chris is 1 win away from being 4-1. Ephraim, he has to actually try to think of something here for Chris, maybe something he has not seen before, but Chris has the Mega Gengar, could trap stuff on the field.
I wonder if something like a Sneasler in the early game could be a good call for Ephraim. However, Sneasler, not a Pokemon that actually does very well against Ghost-type Pokemon like Gengar, because they can resist both Dire Claw and be immune to close combat and Fake Out. So even if Sneasler has a good matchup against that Incineroar, I'd really worry about it getting trapped by Gengar's cycle in the long run.
Most definitely. And did Frostlass actually contribute to anything in this game, you think?
I think Frostlass has the potential to contribute. One thing that we saw about that last game was even when it's unmega'd, it's faster than Gengar. So that means after it megas, it is absolutely going to be faster than Gengar. That is something that is going to be good for Ephraim. Cannot say that Frostlass did very much in that previous game, though. I think the fact that it's very walled out by the Incineroar and that its Blizzards are going to do relatively limited damage in this matchup hurt it. However, I do still think the strategy of setting up and then going on the offense with Blizzard and Shadow Ball is tempting. It's just going to need a little more help with the enemy Incineroar than it had in the first game.
Most definitely. I mean, also the thing is, too, is that Sneasler does not like going up against an Aegislash. I can say that from experience.
Yeah, that's another issue with the Sneasler, just that there's not one but 2 potential ghost types that it has to worry about the matchup against. I think Aegislash was a really nice piece for Chris Hahn in finishing that first game, and something that I kind of expect to see. If you're Chris Hahn leaving that first game, I'm not really sure what reason you would have to adjust your brings very radically. Maybe Ephraim can use that to his advantage and think about finding the ideal Pokemon to deal with what Chris used in the first game, but that's going to be very tricky because Chris picked such a strong lineup of 4 Pokemon for the first game.
Yeah, and also especially that Sludge Bomb doing a lot of damage to the Rotom. But our players are going to go in right now. This is going to be game 2, as we are going to see the leads of Frostlass and Rotom from Ephraim's side, and Chris is going to lead off with the Aegislash and the Incineroar. So no Gengar this turn 1 here, but Frostlass and Rotom.
Yeah, a bit of a mix-up from both trainers here. I feel like I might still have to give a bit of an edge to Chris on here. Even if the Rotom Watch feels well-positioned, the Frostlass is absolutely not. It is just, not threatening very significant damage, and it has to worry about a lot. But we'll see. I definitely think Ephraim could figure out a way to make this work to his advantage, and something like his own Incineroar in the back is looking like a pretty tempting switch in right now.
Most definitely. Also, the thing too that I want to point out to you is Rotom does not have Will-O-Wisp, so Aegislash can just hit it for very hard damage with the Poltergeist.
Frostlass going to withdraw for Incineroar right away and activate that Intimidate coming out from Ephraim's side.
Yep, Incineroar is also going to switch out from Chris's side. And it's going to go into the Ninetales, so we actually have Ninetales on the field for this game too. Probably, going to set up later on, but Aegislash is going to go for the King Shield. But what did Rotom decide to do here? It's going to go for the Hydro Pump into the switched in Ninetales. That's going to do 60% of damage. Wow, interesting turn.
Really consequential Hydro Pump from Ninetales. I think that turn went quite a lot better for Ephraim than I would have expected it to. It's not only have both players made a switch, but Ephraim, this Incineroar is way happier on the field than it, might have been. That said, Chris Hahn was able to save his own Incineroar into the back so that he can activate Intimidate later, but he's still not exactly threatening very much damage on Ephraim's Pokemon right now. I think Ephraim is going to be able to make quite a little bit more progress here before Chris is able to do anything about it.
I mean, one thing also to point out that this Ninetales does have the Encore move and is actually going to be faster than the Incineroar here. Rotom does go for the Electro Web, so trying to mitigate some speed here from the Ninetales here, but it's actually just going to hit the Aegislash, going to go down to -1 speed. But what does Aegislash decide to do here? It actually is going to change its stance right now, and it's probably going to go for the Poltergeist, but it is going to hit into the Rotom, going to hit it with the Citrus Berry. How much is this going to do? That's going to do about 50%. That is a lot of damage, but it's going to consume the berry.
Yeah, pretty relevant damage even from -1 at that Aegislash. It's funny to see Rotom Wash get attacked by its own Citrus Berry and then eat it, and then it's not going to be vulnerable to another Poltergeist at this point, which could be bad news for the Ninetales. However, I think Ninetales actually has a really commanding position, threatening both Encore onto the Incineroar's Fake Out, or potentially just something like Freeze Dry to knock out this Rotom because it didn't get hit by that Electro Web last turn. One downside of that is whichever Pokemon Chris Hahn chooses not to use the Ninetales to go after is going to be able to get off a pretty important attack this turn. So it's very hard to say which of these slots Ninetales is going to prioritize doing something about.
Most definitely. I mean, also, if I was Ephraim, I would try to switch out to not get encored, but, he could potentially go for the attack here, but Gengar's going to switch in here, and we're going to see Ninetales going to go for the Encore into the Incineroar slot. So, Incineroar's going to be locked into Fake Out for the durations of 3 turns here. Fake Out is going to fail. Rotom is going to go for the Electro Web into the switched in Gengar and the Ninetales. So, Gengar's now at -1 and Ninetales at -1 here, but Electro Web is going to be disabled because of the Cursed Body.
Yeah, and that's really not the turn you want to have Electro Web getting disabled when it seems like a really attractive way to finish off this low HP Ninetales. Still, I think the Electro Web working out pretty nicely for Ephraim there and making it so that the Pokemon that Chris has on the field aren't as comfortable as they could be. However, even if this Gengar is low, I think it's still threatening that Rotom with a Sludge Bomb at this point.
Most definitely. Aegislash is going to switch back in here as Gengar is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve. Gonna get that Shadow Tag up and is going to trap the Incineroar on the field because Incineroar did not switch out. So also Rotom goes for the Hydro Pump and is going to miss the Mega Gengar as Shadow Ball is going to go off into the Incineroar slot, and just like that, that was an interesting turn from Ephraim, though. But also now it's going to be the struggle into the Aegislash. But the thing is now, Chris wants this Incineroar just to take itself out.
Yeah, Incin, not a Pokemon I expected to end up going for the struggle there. That seemed like an appealing turn to swap it out because it was the last turn you could swap out Incineroar. Your Incin is stuck on the field and locked into struggle right now. However, Chris Hahn did try to catch the Incin swapping out with a Shadow Ball, and in the consequence, didn't actually end up doing anything very meaningful with his Gengar for the turn. We're going to see Gengar start off the turn with a Protect.
Most likely, and then we're going to see the Rotom going to go for the Thunderbolt. It's going to do a little bit of damage onto the Aegislash and get the Para as well. So that Para is going to be going into that Aegislash. Incineroar is going to struggle again, and it's going to hit the Aegislash again. But the thing is, that was a critical hit too, critical hit struggle, but also Incineroar is getting very, very low as Aegislash is going to change its stance and is going to go for the close combat into the Rotom, doing a ton of damage, but living on 6 HP.
Yeah, Aegislash showing that it doesn't need to rely on Poltergeist to hit this Rotom because it's actually running both Ghost-type moves and Close Combat and forgoing Iron Head on the set. Position starting to look pretty good for Chris, considering that the Incineroar is still locked in a struggle. It looks like it would be pretty easy for him to do something like a Shadow Sneak to finish off the Rotom and something like a Sludge Bomb for the Incineroar. However, Chris might also want to think about getting Gengar off the field so that he can reset the speed drop that's on it right now.
Yes, we did see that speed interaction, though. Like, Gengar was slower than the Rotom. So, yeah, you do have to switch out here. But Aegislash is actually going to go for the Shadow Sneak, finish off the Rotom here. I think maybe Ephraim may have something in the back to deal with the Gengar later.
He is going to have something in the back to deal with Gengar, because otherwise I see more Sludge Bomb and Shadow Ball knockouts in his future.
Well, it's definitely, but also the Frostlass did not Mega Evolve yet. We did not see the last Mon on Ephraim's side, but the Incineroar and Rotom are indeed knocked out here. Frostlass is going to come back in, and we are going to see the Ninetales as well. So double Ninetales game here too.
Yeah, the double Ninetales and a Frostlass all in one game is not necessarily something I was expecting here. Actually catching the Gengar like quite a ways out of position is going to be very vulnerable to just like a double Blizzard right now. Rich, jog my memory, how healthy is the Incineroar in the back on Chris's side right now?
Oh, it is very happy and healthy right now.
That is going to be a bit of a problem. I think in that case, this Frostlass is really going to need to get some nasty plots going to be able to do anything about that Incineroar, because even though this Ninetales might be like the Never Multi set and have Moonblast, I do not think that's a set that's going to be able to break down the Incineroar very easily. I definitely wouldn't say this game is over just yet, though. The fact that this Aegislash doesn't actually have Iron Head on the set is pretty consequential here.
Yes, absolutely. But also, like Shadow Sneak, and also Poltergeist is threatening the Frostlass in a way, but Frostlass is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, going to bring up another Snow, which is Snow is already set up. And now we're going to see Aegislash going to go for the Shadow Sneak into the Frostlass slot. Going to do that's a lot of damage, about 50% of the health here. As Frostlass go for the Shadow Ball into the incoming Incineroar slot. That's going to do a little chip damage. But what did this Ninetales decide to do here? Ninetales goes for the Blizzard here, and it's going to go ahead and get the KO on the Aegislash. No Shadow Sneak, however. This is looking very dicey right now.
Yeah, Incin taking those hits very comfortably. I think that was really a bit of a missed opportunity to go for something like a setup move instead, especially when there's already so much pressure on the Gengar to be swapping out there. That said, if Gengar was to stay in, it was something that Ephraim was going to have to deal with before the Gengar could deal with him. But because Gengar is able to get on and off the field again, it feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity from Ephraim. Dealing with this Incineroar is just looking very, very tricky for his double ice types right now.
Yeah, this is looking very, very rough for Ephraim because Incineroar is still healthy. It's still in the green. I mean, also, we also have to look at the speed interaction between, Gengar and Frostlass. Could maybe Chris train this Gengar to be a little slower or faster? Mm-hmm. And they could actually, change the tides of the game if Frostlass moves first.
I wonder if Ephraim has any combos here that might be able to deal with this Incineroar. Like, let's say if Ephraim was able to take advantage of Gengar going for something like Protect this turn, if it's worried about Frostlass Shadow Ball, would that give Ephraim enough an opportunity to wear down the Incin with something like a Moonblast instead?
He's trying to fish for the freezes. Blizzard's going to go off into both of these Mons here. Not very effective on the Incineroar here. No freeze as Gengar goes for the Sludge Bomb into the Ninetales. It's going to get the one-hit KO. And just like that, it's just a lonely Frostlass on the field.
Yup, Frostlass staring down two Pokemon capable of hitting it for super effective damage. Even if Incin was only attacking into its Protect that turn, I do not think there's going to be no Protect for Incin to hit into at this point. Like you said, I think Ephraim might have been playing for the freeze at that point, saying, I think that's my only way back into the game. And I think even one freeze could have been pretty impactful. It's one of the strong things about these Blizzard strategies.
Frostlass outspeeds the Gengar. Oh, Blizzard is going to go ahead and KO the Gengar here, but there is no freeze on the Incineroar, and Incineroar is going to go ahead and go for Flare Blitz, and is going to go ahead and get the KO as Chris Hahn is going to take this set 2-0.
Yeah, very comfortable 2-0 win for Chris, really showing us why some of these Gengar teams need to be absolutely feared in the metagame and how impactful they can be when it comes to trapping the opponent down.
Most definitely, indeed. Chris played that very, very well, saving Gengar for majority of the game, using Aegislash, his Poltergeist in close combat very, very well, and Incineroar was unkillable during that game.
Yeah, Instant just like an absolute menace, especially when your opponent can't be swapping out to try and do things like reset their Intimidate drops as easily or get around the fake out. I think really just like a linchpin of Chris's strategy in both games. He was able to so masterfully save Incineror's health until it mattered the absolute most to him.
What a masterclass. What a great game. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to have an interview with Chris on and see how he feels about that match, so don't go away.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by the winner of round 5, Chris Hahn. Congratulations, and you win the round. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I think this puts me at 4-1, so I just need one more win to make cut, which is nice.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit more about the team that you chose to use in the tournament today.
So I've been a big Zard Y player. I thought it was good. You get the weather ball, heat wave and stuff. But as I kept playing with it, to me it just felt like Caloric Shadow without all that damage it wants. So I was like, I'm not a big fan of Zard Y right now. I saw Michael their best. He used I think he basically used the exact same sets as I'm using today in the Grand Champion Festival, and he got top 8. And I thought it looked pretty cool because I feel like with Shadow Tag, Encore, Disable, you just have so many ways to, cut off your opponent's options.
Yeah, I know that's something that Michael is really hyped up. The fact that I don't know. It also helps that Ninetales is a relatively active Pokemon in the field. I think the combination of just strong Ice type moves is making sure that even when you might not be trying to connect that combo on the opponent, you're still able to move the game forward with it.
Right, for sure.
Maybe tell me a little bit more about the Aegislash set. I think I'm not sure if I realized that Michael had dropped the Steel move on his last weekend. Is that something that has been hard to work with at all, or has it actually just been great that Aegislash can do a little bit better against Incin?
I would definitely say the close combat is great because, if you're playing Gengar, you kind of want all the Dark type, all the instant answers you can have, so combat's great for that. And then in terms of Ironhead, I feel like because this team has Gengar, I guess that's basically it, but you can just kind of click Sludge Bomb into the Floettes, which is, I feel like, normally when Ironhead comes up.
No, that totally makes sense. I think especially in the context of having something like Gengar, your Aegislash just doesn't need that coverage nearly as much, and I think close combat is just something that, especially for Gengar's typing, just might end up needing a little bit more. Tell me a little bit more about your approach to those last 2 games. I think in Game 1 especially, you got such a good Shadow Tag setup going at the start of the game. Was that something that you'd planned out?
So I think the main thing I was worried about was Frostlass getting all those nasty plus up. And I kind of figured if I lead Gengar, you can kind of you put a lot of pressure on the Frostlass bait, right? Because you can Shadow Ball it, so they have to really respect it. So Game 1, I would say just finding out that Sludge Bomb did 70% to Rotom was pretty huge, because that meant I 2-hit KO'd even through the Citrus Berry. I think I was able to navigate through that. I had to get 1 or 2 turns right with the Frostlass, not giving it free leeway, and I was able to get those, so that was great. Game 2, I think the turn 1 and turn 2 were a little bit more hairy because they were able to get a Hydro Pump into my Ninetales. They all obviously missed Hydro into my Gengar, which is pretty convenient. So I just kind of, I would say Gengar is the star of the show. I just had to position it correctly, and then it was able to kind of sweep from there.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And how did you feel when you found out that the Frostlass was actually faster than your Mega Gengar?
I was a bit surprised because I felt like maybe if you're a Nasty Plant Frostless, you might have a lot more bulk, so you might not be max speed. And that's always faster. I was like, oh, well, this is kind of difficult now. But I think what I kind of focused on was just chipping down that Rotom. So game 2, once I had the trap set up, and the Rotom was, low-ish, and I was able to do the close combat Shadow Sneak play, I felt pretty confident I could close the game out, especially seeing Frostlass, Ninetales into my instant.
Yeah, I think that strategy of just trying to wear down your opponent, once you get the first knockout, I feel like the options are really going to favor you even more. You're not going to rely on Shadow Tag as much for the trapping, and once your opponent's down to it, you might as well have a Shadow Tag. Yeah, it's just a really well played set on your end. Any hopes for the rest of the tournament? Any teams that you're really worried about playing, or players you're worried about playing that are still out there in the field?
My one loss today was to William Brown, and I think that set was over in 4 turns. So
oh no!
I would ideally like to have a good set. Hopefully, bring it to game 3 if I were to play him again. And yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping I can play in cut, because that'd be very fun. And I'm hoping I get to even play some of the friends I came here with today, and I hope they do well too.
Yeah. Okay. I think that'll be everything from us. Thanks for joining us, Chris, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Sure.
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Which one is the?
Okay.
There's 4 Pokemon. You gotta pick the odd one out.
Okay. I think it's the second one. Okay.
Oh, up here it's related. Oh, is it gender differences? I feel like it's got to be Zong.
Bronzong, I think. Evolution. Well, all of these can evolve, right? Only Palafin.
Oh, I think Sylveon's the only one that doesn't. No, these are. I don't actually know. Is it with the item?
Mega Altaria.
Altaria just.
Oh,
yeah, I'm on
signature. No.
I honestly don't know.
Shares type.
Oh, okay. Boo.
That makes sense.
That's boring.
Media related. Well, okay. These are. We have 3 psychic types, so I feel like it has to be Mia. Maybe.
Okay. No. Hold on. This is before your time.
Okay.
It has to do with which of them speak.
Speak.
Yeah. Which of them can speak human
I know
language.
Meowth can.
I
think Hoopa talks, because they made a movie about it, so I would assume it talks at least once.
Slowking talked in one of the movies that I grew up with, one of the older ones.
Okay.
So I think it's Gallade, and because he can't talk.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
One more.
Stabber. Oh, I think do you know this? I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
No, I don't know.
I think it's the 3 on the right all have the, their stats are the same. Laylee is 80, 80, 80, Manaphy is 100, 100, 100, like the other mythicals. Tyrogue, I'm just guessing he has horrible stats and everything, because you get to, choose which of the Hitmons you evolve into.
Whoa. That was a good catch.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was fun.
Yeah, those are fun questions. Thank
Welcome back, everyone, to the Scarlet Classics Champions Tournament here in Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey. My name is Chef Rich, and I'm joined alongside my buddy here, Mr. Kevin Miller. And Kev, we've had some really exciting rounds going on in this tournament.
Yeah, it has been a blast to cast so far, and I'm afraid it's only getting better as we go. We are getting into the thick of things in this tournament. We are now in the 6th round of Swiss. Records are high, players are good, and I'm excited to see some more good Pokemon.
Most definitely. We have two really great players here. We have Mateen Maradi versus Rob McNally here at X&1 here. So we're going to bring you a really, really interesting match here, and I'm honestly excited.
Yeah, it's two very good local players. Mateen representing New York, of course. Rob representing New Jersey. Rob getting a top 8 this season at in a regulation I regional, I believe. And Mateen, just a very solid player on the push for Worlds, had many good finishes this year, and is a gouging fire player by nature, loves gouging fire, and we can see that in his team selection today as he locks the Charizard X, the Fire Dragon, with the Breaking Swipe. It's like gouging fire at home, basically.
Basically, it is, we don't have gouging fire, so you could just run it at home. But Mateen is running a team of Charizard, Sinistcha, Incineroar, Milotic, Sneasler, and Gardevoir. Basically, the last thing we saw from Lorenzo.
Yeah, it appears to be the exact same team we saw from Lorenzo earlier. A very strong team, had a very good finish and a victory road tour, I believe. This team likes to support Charizard setting up, getting that Dragon Dance off, getting huge hits off with Tough Claws, boosted moves, has pieces of support with Incineroar and Sinistcha, the Milotic to deter, intimidate. Second Mega on the team is Gardevoir, great Fairy type, great spread damage attacker, and rounds it out with the Sneasler, getting even the Sneasler not opting for Protect, opting for something like the Coaching to get a big boost onto your Charizard, boosting its attack and defense stat.
We did see Lorenzo earlier, use Mega Charizard just to set up, and me and Chopper were talking about like the tower effect, basically having those pieces available to set up either Charizard or Gardevoir. But also looking at Rob's team as well. Rob is actually running an interesting Mega Evolution, so we have a really interesting team here.
Yeah, we see the Fluent Eternal. That's the Mega you're talking about, right?
No, actually, no, actually, this whole team is actually really interesting. But please go on.
We see the Mega, first time on stream today, the Mega Lopunny. Lopunny, a very interesting choice in this metagame. Certainly something we haven't seen on stream. Has the Inner Focus ability. Oh, sorry, it has the Scrappy ability. My bad, I'm thinking of Kangaskhan.
Yeah, it
has
does.
The Scrappy ability when it Megas blocks it from Intimidate, allows it to hit Ghost types with its fighting moves. Is running the set of Fake Out, Close Combat, Triple Axle, and Encore. Super cool moveset on the Lopunny. Encore is a really cool move on fast Megas like Lopunny, able to punish passive plays, and Close Combat can literally hit everything because of its ability, and just that Triple Axle coverage is really cool on this mon.
Absolutely, and also the rest of the team here, we have Arcanine, Hisuian, Aegislash, Whimsicott, and Basque Legion. Now also we're looking here, we have Arcanine, Hisuian, Arcanine trying to make a big comeback in the game, still at X&1. Arcanine with a Choppleberry as well, with Flare Blitz, Extreme Speed, the same set we keep seeing. Aegislash also, it's actually a really interesting set because running the Focus Sash here, so it's not trying to get knocked out in one hit here. It's actually really interesting too, but also going back to the Lopunny here, it does have the ability Scrappy, but also it has a really good synergy against also common Ghost types too. It can hit basically looking at it, could also hit the Sinistcha with a very super effective close combat. Well, not very super effective, but we're talking about basically just neutral, not basically saying, oh, I'm gonna ignore close combat. It's gonna be right then and there. And then Basque Legion with the Choice Scarf trying to finish off for an endgame, but also we're looking at the Tailwind Whimsicott. So we do have Tailwind support here, but we also do have Fake Out support as well.
A double Encore on this team too with the Whimsicott. Very Rob really likes to control the board state. Does not allow any passive plays with Encore on the field at all times. I feel like I mentioned the Floette, but we haven't even really talked about it. This Pokemon, I don't know if we've seen it that much on stream today, but this Pokemon is the Mega Pokemon that everyone is talking about. Seems like the most broken standard Mega in the format, and these fairy moves from Fairy Aura boosts that they gave this Pokemon are just so strong and very interesting to see. I think if I'm reading the team correctly, I don't believe Mateen has a Fairy Resist on the team if Charizard Megas. So very interesting to see if Rob goes with the Floette mode.
Very interesting indeed. I mean, we did see, like Adrian during that first round actually had Floette too. But the thing is also, like, if you get Charizard all set up with those Dragon Dances, Flare Blitz will just hit like a truck. However, there'll be some times where Gardevoir has to come in and pick up the slack here with Trick Room and Hyper Voice here. But also, like, Gardevoir loves it when Floette Mega Evolves because Fairy Aura can also power up those Hyper Voices. But we are going to move in right now to our game 1 here of the 6th round. So we are going to see our leads here. It's going to be Floette and Whimsicott here. And on the team side, it's going to be the Sneasler and the Charizard here.
So both trainers, I think, opting for their strongest leads. This Whimsicott has the Focus Sash, has Moonblast boosted by Fairy Aura as well, and is able to set the Tailwind here. Obviously, Fake Out is on the board for Mateen, so maybe opting for something like the Fake Out Dragon Dance to get set up on this board state. But you have to be very picky about which Pokemon you Fake Out here. I think if you are going for a Fake Out into something like the Whimsicott to break its Focus Sash and not get a Tailwind set up, you become very vulnerable to attack from the Floette.
Yeah, you are very, also, in this first turn, could also be susceptible to a Fake Out here, but Floette is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve here, going to get that Fairy Aura up, but the real question is, will either Whimsicott or Floette actually get, faked out here from that Sneasler, as we are going to see, Common Mega Evolution here going on, as the Whimsicott is going to get faked out from the Sneasler, but also no Mega Evolution from Charizard, as Charizard is probably going to go for the, we're going to see Floette going to go for the Moonblast into the Sneasler here, going to pick up the one-hit KO. That's a very interesting KO right now, but what did Charizard decide to do here? He's going to go for the Dragon Dance, so +1 on attack and +1 on speed.
Yeah, Rob taking advantage with the not getting faked out on his Floette, picking up this knockout onto the Sneasler, and I think it's a really smart idea to not Mega the Charizard here. Like I said, it is the only Fairy Resist on the team until it Mega Evolves, so setting up a Dragon Dance and not spending your Mega so you maintain that resistance to Fairy is very important. Now Mateen brings in the Incineroar, has Fake Out pressure, and can threaten a big Tough Claws Flare Blitz into this Floette. However, Rob can, just set Tailwind here, and this Floette's still the fastest thing on the board.
The one thing I also want to highlight is that this Floette has the signature move, Light of Ruin, which we know hits like a monster truck, not just a truck, a monster truck. And that honestly could go ahead and try to pick up a one-hit KO probably on the Incineroar as well. But we have to see actually how Mateen can really keep that Charizard safe, because you don't want to Mega Evolve and lose your, your typing so quickly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Mateen decides to Mega Evolve here. The Incin will swap out for some board positioning, and we bring in the Sinistcha. Maybe a passive play here from Mateen.
Charizard is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, actually, so Charizard is probably going to go ahead and either go for Flare Blitz into the Floette here. However, it could basically go off into play. Whimsicott's actually going to go for Protect here, so protecting itself from the Charizard, which is very interesting here. Floette's actually going to go for Protect as well, so double Protect.
Yeah, very passive play from Rob, but I think it makes sense. Interesting speed control on the board now, because this Whimsicott could go for something like the Tailwind to get a strong hit off with the Floette. However, Mateen could just Trick Room on the same turn and completely flip the speed that way. So very interesting speed control on the board right now. But if Rob's able to get a strong hit off with Floette into the Charizard here, I think Mateen runs out of a lot of resources, but plays it safe with the Rage Powder.
Rage Powder is going to go off onto that Sinistcha here, as Whimsicott is going to go for the Tailwind here. So actually it's going to be the speed into Rob's favor, but what did Floette decide to do? The Light of Ruin onto the Sinistcha. How much is this going to do? That is definitely going to go ahead and pick up a one-hit KO. That move is very, very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, Floette not known for its strong special defense, and that is a crazy strong Light of Ruin. However, it does so much recoil and does not save it from the Flare Blitz from this Charizard. So we trade Pokemon here. I think Rob does have Tailwind, and we haven't seen what's in the back yet. So Tailwind speed control being, I think, very helpful for Rob here.
That's very, very true, but also, and by looking at this now, Mateen only has 2 Pokemon left, and that's going to be the Charizard and the Incineroar here. And on Rob's side, Aegislash is going to come in here now, but also Aegislash got intimidated from that Incineroar here, but Tailwind is up on Rob's end.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what's faster, how this Aegislash is trained. If in Tailwind it's faster than a +1 Charizard, it'd be very interesting. Aegislash is not known for its high speed stat, but these Focus Sash Aegislashes might be trained to go pretty fast, especially on a Tailwind team. Not so much caring about the bulk when you're carrying Focus Sash items, so it'd be very interesting to see the speed interactions on this turn.
Very much so. I mean, this is a very, very, like, this match is not over, all right? It may feel over, but it's not over yet. That Charizard's still at +1, but also the Aegislash here is very threatening with those Poltergeists, as we are going to see the Charizard going to go for the Protect here. Moonblast from the Whimsicott is going to go into the Incineroar. That's going to do a really good, like, chunk of damage here, but what did the Aegislash here decide to do?
Aegislash changes to the blade form.
Close combat, and that's going to do a little bit of damage. But the thing is, Incineroar doesn't have like a recovery berry. But what did Incineroar decide to do here? Flare Blitz into the Whimsicott side. That's going to go ahead and pick up the knockout, but will the recoil get it off the field?
Big KO from the Incineroar. Will it stay on the field? And it does not hang on. The Intimidate proving huge. It was able to even get the hit off and remove the Whimsicott from the board, but it cost its own life with the Flare Blitz recoil, and I believe we are down to Charizard versus Rob's final 2 Pokemon. This Aegislash still has its Focus Sash intact, and this Basculegion is Choice Scarf, but depending on how these Pokemon are trained, I think Charizard should be faster at +1 with the Dragon Dance. However, I believe Rob has one more turn of Tailwind, so Scarf Basculegion in the Tailwind right now. Might have to see a Protect from Mateen, but no, we see the Last Respect straight into the Charizard. That is 150 base power, and that is gone, and we see Rob McNeely take game 1.
Oh man, what an interesting game! You thought like, oh, Charizard had it all, but then Rob came in with the Light of Ruin, with the Moonblast, the Fairyar, and also with the Whimsicott to just go ahead and try to get the KO, here. But honestly, it played off well in Rob's favor.
Yeah, for sure. The Floette, like we were talking about before the game started, there are no fairy resists on this team that Mateen's running. Obviously, he delayed the Mega Evolution as long as he could, but Rob was able to delay Tailwind a little bit with the Whimsicott, get value out of his fairy moves, and then get a Tailwind up and just kind of steamroll the match from there. It's going to be interesting to see how Mateen adjusts around the Tailwind from Whimsicott. I think it's awkward because you kind of want to go fast yourself with Dragon Dance, but at the same time, maybe a Trick Room route wouldn't be the worst idea here.
It wouldn't, honestly, especially since there's Whimsicott with Tailwind pressure. You could threaten with Trick Room pressure. I mean, also the thing is, too, is like, the question to you, Kev, is Charizard kind of good here, or are we looking really on the back foot here? I think Gardevoir might be in play.
It's interesting. I think the biggest counter to Charizard is Arcanine, but I don't think Arcanine can come to this matchup with the threat of Milotic. It feels very awkward. And with the pairing of Sneasler and Charizard getting the coaching to just negate the Intimidate right away, I think it really is it's hard to bring Arcanine here, so I think Charizard makes sense. It's just navigating the speed, but something like the Gardevoir maybe in the Trick Room mode could be very interesting here if that is the adjustment that Mateen makes.
Definitely, we are going to go on into our game 2 here, Whimsicott and Floette from game 1 on Rob's side, and we are going to see Sneasler and Charizard from Mateen's side, so both leading the same leads.
Yeah, both trainers opting for the same lead. I think, you don't always have to adjust the Pokemon you bring to the lead. Sometimes you got to adjust how you play a little bit. But I do think this puts Rob in a good position again. Like, if he controls when he sets Tailwind, plays a little defensive, and gets good damage off with this Floette, it could be really difficult for Mateen. Obviously, Sneasler does outspeed this Floette before Tailwind, so you could opt for something like a Tailwind and just a Fairy move into the Sneasler. So, a very interesting board state to see how Mateen navigates it.
And also, one thing I want to point out too, that this Whimsicott does have Encore here, so if you could honestly, it's kind of like a little bit tough for Mateen to even set up because you don't want to get locked into Encore from either Dragon Dance or either get locked into it from Fake Out.
Yeah, we see the Mega Evolution from both trainers here. Mateen no longer delaying the Mega into the Dragon typing, even just dropping its Fairy Resistance could be very interesting here.
Absolutely, we are going to see Floette going to Mega Evolve as well, but we are going to see the fake out onto the Floette, so no damage out, but Whimsicott is going to set up the Tailwind here, so Floette and Whimsicott will be faster. Floette does flinch, and we're going to see the Flare Blitz from the Charizard. They're going to pick up the one-hit KO onto the Floette, so that Mega is down.
Yeah, very aggressive turn one from a team that pays off. Fake out, stopping the Floette from getting an attack off in Tailwind, and that Tough Claws boosted Flare Blitz is so strong from Charizard, able to pick up not the one-hit KO, but the KO on the Floette without it getting to move, and now Rob is very behind in this match, does have Tailwind, having to bring out the Steel type in front of Charizard X. It's not the best position for Rob here.
That is very true. Also, Aegislash does have the Focus Sash. Honestly, we could see an interaction where the Aegislash could be faster than the Sneasler. We don't know how this mod is trained, but how we train it in Tailwind turns. But with Focus Sash, you gotta see maybe we're max on something.
Yeah, it's awkward for the Sneasler here because Sneasler obviously cannot hit Aegislash for any damage, only carrying Fighting and Poison moves. So it's just really awkward into the Charizard right now for the Aegislash. Seeing that the Sneasler doesn't do anything, Mateen opts for the swap.
We're going to swap right into the Incineroar here, getting Intimidate onto the Aegislash here, as Charizard's going to go for the Protect here. But what did this Whimsicott do? Going to go for the Moonblast into the Charizard's Protect. But what did Aegislash decide to do? If Aegislash called this turn, it's going to be very interesting. But Poltergeist is going to go into the protecting Charizard slot. Yeah. Oh, man.
Mateen playing very defensive there, knows that the Charizard is the threat. You can bring in your Incin, get the Intimidate off into this physical attacking Aegislash, and protect your Charizard pretty safely. Now you have Fake Out on the board. You can stop the Encore after you, obviously protecting is very dangerous in front of Whimsicott, but now you can just Fake Out the Whimsicott and not have to worry about Encore. This Charizard in a really good offensive position here. We'll be interested to see if Rob maybe goes for something like the Double Protect. Charizard has to be careful who it targets into. Don't want to get the attack drop from the King Shield here, but very good defensive play from Mateen right there.
Basculegion is going to be swapped in for Rob as Fake Out. Oh, so Fake Out into the I think it was into the Basculegion, but also the fact is that the CC goes into the Incineroar here. And a Flare Blitz from the Charizard going to go ahead and get a ton of damage onto the Basculegion. That's 90% of the hit, and that was a critical hit.
I was going to say, that had to have been a critical hit. That Tough Claws Flare Blitz is so strong, but it's not that strong. That does so much damage. Rob getting a good CC on the Incineroar here is very important, but it's really tough here. I mean, Scarf Basculegion is in a really good spot here. Mateen has to be very careful defensively here.
Yeah, Mateen is doing a really good job of playing going all in on attacks. He's like, I don't need the setup, I'll just go for it. But Charizard is going to go ahead and protect here. But what does Incineroar here decide to do? But we are going to see Basculegion going to go for Flip Turn into the Incineroar. The animation's a little slow, but we actually can see the Incineroar live on 10 HP, and that Basculegion is going to swap out, probably back into the Whimsicott here. Wow, this is an interesting turn.
Yeah, we completely forgot to mention to the audience about this Incineroar running the Pasha Berry. Not the most common item on a Pokemon, but very important here, saving it from the -1 flip turn.
Oh, and the Aegislash is going to fail because of the Paso Berry actually being active on the Incineroar, but Parting Shot onto the Aegislash, going to swap it out. Interesting turn for Mateen, actually. I think he has full control now.
We'll see what he decides to bring in to support this Charizard. We do see the Sinisha. This Charizard will gladly take this hospitality healing. It is very thankful to have Sinisha as a partner. The Tailwind, importantly, on Rob's side, does end, but as it ends, he brings the Whimsicott straight back in. Super good positioning from Rob, able to get the Tailwind back up again. But very, again, interesting board state, because if you Tailwind as the Sinisha goes for Trick Room, it's not the best speed control turns for Rob. And this Aegislash does have attack drop, so I don't think the Sinistra currently is in range of something like a Poltergeist from the Aegislash. Rob getting rid of the attack drops will opt to swap into the Basculegion.
Basculegion is going to be swapped in as Encore from the Whimsicott is going to go into the Charizard slot, locking it in to protect. But what did the Sinistra decide to do here? It could go for a Matcha Gotcha. It went for the Trick Room, so guess what? The speed orders are going to be kind of, I would say, in Mateen's favor a little bit because he did not go for a Dragon Dance.
The speed tiers are definitely now in Mateen's favor. He has a super effective Matcha Gotcha into this Basket Legion ready to go, but this Charizard definitely has to swap out. Does not want to be Encored into Protect right now. Be very interesting to see if something like the Incineroar swaps in to get an Intimidate on this Basket Legion. If maybe Rob calls that, knowing that you Encored this Charizard and Protect, you need to swap out, and calling something like an Incineroar swap and clicking a very strong Water move into it.
Most definitely, as the Sinistcha is going to switch out into the Incineroar here, gonna get the Intimidate off onto that Basket Legion. Basket Legion's gonna switch out too. Gonna switch out back into the Aegislash here. The Aegislash still has its Focus Sash, as Charizard's gonna go for attack because it's locked into that move. But what did Whimsicott decide to do here? Gonna go for the Moonblast into the Charizard here, but now it's like, what do we do here now?
A very interesting turn from a team. You know, I think it's very predictable to swap out the Pokemon that's Encored, but you were guaranteed a safe Protect here. Like, why? Like, don't rush the swap out just yet. Now he has Fake Out pressure on the board into something like this Whimsicott that can help him switch in maybe a little better on this turn safely and reposition. Aegislash on the board now, though. Definitely, now it's interesting to see how the speed interactions work in Trick Room. This Aegislash is still at full health at this Focus Sash, but what is the speed interaction between this Incineroar and Aegislash?
Most definitely, as we're going to see Charizard switch out into the Sinistcha here. Going to get that Hospitality of that health back on the Incineroar. But what did the Aegislash... Oh, Aegislash is actually faster under... Actually, no, I'm sorry. I was actually going to go for Shadow Sneak, trying to get the KO onto the Incineroar here. But Incineroar is going to go for the Flare Blitz. It's going to hit into the Whimsicott side. Going to get the one-hit KO. And also, Incineroar is going to get knocked out itself.
Yeah, but that is a trade you were definitely happy to take if you were Mateen. The Hospitality boost coming in super clutch to live that Shadow Sneak when Incineroar was at low health, and you're able to get off a very strong Flare Blitz into this non-Focus Sash Whimsicott. Whimsicott actually holding the Fairy Feather, which I don't think we talked about beforehand. Very niche, very cool item on this Pokemon. Considering you work with Floette, really cool. But importantly, not having the Focus Sash means you do, unfortunately, are super vulnerable to that Flare Blitz in Trick Room.
Most definitely, but now that Incineroar is off the field, no more Intimidates. However, Trick Room is still up on the field, and you have to deal with this Sinistcha. Now Charizard's going to come back in, and Basket Legion is going to come back in. The thing is, Basket Legion is Scarf, and the Aegislash, it could be faster than both of these mons combined. So we don't know what could be the end game here. It could potentially be, a Matcha Gotcha into both of these mons and a Flare Blitz. Or, we know how many Trick Room turns are left?
It is very early in the Trick Room turns. I think there's maybe 3 left. A lot to stall for Mateen here. And this Basket Legion, importantly, cannot stall and already has taken so much damage. So it is a very rough position for Rob here. Charizard playing it safe, maybe predicting an attack from this Aegislash, but Matcha Gotcha from the Sinistcha hits the important one. The Aegislash does dodge, but the Basket Legion will go down on this turn.
That just means Aegislash is the only mon left on the field, and Aegislash decided to go for a Poltergeist into the Charizard slot.
Yeah, Mateen has 3 Pokemon versus Rob's lone Aegislash. Aegislash does have a Sash, but can't hit 2 Pokemon at once. Rob has pretty reliable redirection and damage into this Aegislash, and I think Mateen's just in a really good spot to force this into a Game 3. Trick Room was a very good adjustment here.
Very much so, but there also is a key thing here too. Like, you do not want to lose your Charizard here, because if it comes to it, Sneasler cannot touch the Aegislash here. Poltergeist is going to go off into the Sinistcha slot. Sorry about that. Into the Sinistcha slot, and it's going to get the KO on it, and it's just Charizard here. What did Charizard decide to do? Going for Breaking Swipe, actually, so lowering the attack of the Aegislash here. Very smart move, honestly. Not trying to go for Flare Blitz, not trying to get recoil.
Yeah, no reason to go for Flare Blitz that early. This Pokemon has its Focus Sash. You might as well go for the Breaking Swipe, drop its attack, and not take a lot of recoil. Sneasler comes in, funnily enough, but this Sneasler, like we said, cannot touch this Aegislash. This Aegislash is slower than the Charizard in Trick Room, so Mateen has to navigate his own Trick Room turns here. Maybe goes for something like the Protect and like a Coaching here to just get out of the Trick Room as easy as possible. We see Rob opted for the defensive play here, though.
Very much so. King Shield is going to go off, but like we said, we're going to see the Coaching from the Sneasler going to go into that Charizard, so +1 in his defense as well, as we are going to see the Flare Blitz from the Charizard going to hit the King Shield and lower its attack again. But right now, it looks like this game is going to be in Mateen's favor.
Yeah, the coaching completely negating the King Shield drops is really important. Of course, the breaking swipe also helped the turn before. Mateen just needs one more hit off into this Aegis Slash, and he can send us to King 3.
Double King Shield, trying to get a -2 down. But we're going to see another coaching from the Sneasler into the Charizard. So trying to boost up its stats even more, but this Aegis Slash just doesn't want to get KO'd.
Yeah, Rob going for the double King Shield. Kind of, players like to stall a little bit game 2, try to figure out the adjustments for a game 3. Got the double protect funny enough. But Sneasler was always going for coaching there. It could not attack the Aegis Slash. This Charizard was going to be kept safe no matter what. And yeah, good adjustments from Mateen to send us to a game 3. I think the Trick Room mode was really important here. And it'll be interesting to see how Rob adjusts to the Trick Room mode.
Most definitely. I mean, honestly, like, Floette was just took Flare Blitz and just got KO'd. It didn't really do much that game. We could honestly see a game where Arcanine could come into the game as well, like next to the Aegis Slash. Plus also, the thing was also with Rob, he has Tailwind support. He did use Encore very, very wisely on the Charizard, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah. I mean, Rob definitely has to approach this game a little differently. He needs to keep that Floette as safe as possible. Be interesting to see if Lopunny ever comes to this matchup. We've been talking about it. Would love to see it on stream, but
yes,
I don't know if it's the correct call. I mean, I think if he just plays a little safer with the Floette, like he did game 1, he might be able to put himself in a better spot to win this game 3. He's got to not let it die on that turn 1. But I think it was really smart for Mateen to play aggressive with the Charizard game 2 as the adjustment. But we'll see how it all pans out in this game 3.
Oh, I'm excited. We are going to see the game 3. We're going to see Floette and Aegis Slash as the lead, and we are going to see the Charizard and Sneasler. Mateen is still trying to lead with both of them, but Rob leading off with the Aegis Slash.
Yeah, very interesting adjustment from Rob. Like we said, this Sneasler cannot touch it, so in an interesting position here. You obviously don't want to take a hit from this Charizard, but this Floette, very importantly, is very, without the Tailwind support, you are very vulnerable to maybe a Dire Claw from the Sneasler. The Sneasler has full speed control over the full speed advantage over this Floette, so Robin very vulnerable place here. Interesting to see why this was the lead adjustment. I can't wait to see how he approaches this turn 1. It will be very interesting.
I mean, also there was a time also that the Charizard just went straight for the Mega Evolution. Basically just saying, oh, you know what? I don't care. There's a Floette on the field. I'm gonna KO it. But we're actually gonna see the switch out into the Incineroar here. But what did Charizard decide to do? Is there a Mega Evolution? Actually, Floette's gonna switch out, and it's gonna go into the Arcanine. So Arcanine's gonna be in this field for the game, getting an Intimidate off on that Charizard. Charizard's gonna go ahead and Mega Evolve.
Yeah, very cool to see the Arcanine in this game. Maybe seeing Mateen isn't opting to bring the Milotic, say, hey, my Arcanine's pretty safe here to bring in this matchup. The Flare Blitz from the Charizard into the double resistant Arcanine. What a good switch from Rob.
Now, what did this Aegis Slash decide to do here? It could go for the Poltergeist, or it could call this and go for a CC, but we're going to see the Poltergeist going to go into the Charizard slot. Oh, this is going to do a good chunk of damage. Oh, it actually did almost down to half. So right now, honestly, Arcanine's in, Intimidate's up. You're kind of in a good spot if you're Rob.
For sure. That doing 50% to Charizard at -1 is super important for Rob. This Arcanine is in a great position for him here. Got to manage the fake out turn here from Incin a little bit. But this Arcanine switched in after the Incineroar, importantly, did not get intimidated. Has very, very strong Rock Slides on the board right now. Charizard can obviously mitigate a little damage here with Breaking Swipe. So it'll be interesting to see how Mateen uses fake out pressure to get this board state back in his favor, because Arcanine feels in such a good position right now.
Very much so. Incineroar is going to switch out, trying to keep that Intimidate safe, but we are going to see the Sinistra come back in and going to heal the Charizard. But what did Charizard do? Charizard goes for the Protect, trying to keep itself safe, but the Aegis Slash here, Kali went for another move. It's Rock Slide from the Arcanine. It's going to go ahead and it's going to hit into the Sinistra. Going to do a little big chunk of damage, honestly. But what did this Mondosai do? Poltergeist. It's going to go into the Charizard Protect.
Yeah, doubling the Charizard there, kind of covering for the hospitality boost. Maybe if the Charizard didn't play super defensive there, but Sinistra always a good swap in, especially when you've taken 50% health into your Charizard. You need to manage to get your health back as quickly as possible. Sinistra can't really protect the Charizard from Rock Slide here, but you're able to swap Incineroar back in maybe and get an Intimidate down and keep your Charizard a little safer from this Rock Slide.
Definitely. You know, Sinistra can just go for Matcha Gotchas, but also, like, you want to switch out that Incineroar to get Intimidate again, and we're going to see that right now. Incineroar coming in, Intimidate onto the Arcanine and to the Aegislash. Arcanine's actually going to go for the Rock Slide, going to do a good amount of damage onto the Incineroar, but what does Aegislash decide to do here? It decided to go for the Poltergeist, and it's going to hit it's going to hit the Incineroar. So it's going to do a good amount of damage here. Not even close to in the yellow, but what did the Sinistra do here? Sinistra is actually going to flinch, so it's not going to do anything this turn.
I don't know about today at all, but my time casting today, that is the first Rock Slide flinch I've seen on stream today, which is very unlike this format. I'm very surprised it's taken us this long to see the all-important Rock Slide flinch that everyone is complaining about. Yes. But super important for Rob there to maybe not get hit with a Matcha Gotcha, maybe with a break into Aegislash's Focus Sash or something. Now he can kind of defensively pivot a little bit. This Aegislash is -2, this Arcanine is -1. Maybe needs to reposition here on a passive board state for Mateen.
You know, we've seen the Aegislash just get away with a lot of things. It's just been staying on the field, not doing anything like, well, it's been doing a lot, but honestly, it's been like just keeping its Focus Sash safe.
Yeah, for sure.
Rock Slide is going to go ahead and connect onto both Mons here. Going to do a good more amount of damage onto the Incineroar as Aegislash is going to go over the Poltergeist. Going to hit the Citrus Berry onto the Sinistra slot, and it's going to go ahead. Not enough to get the knockout though, but will we see another flinch? Survey says no. Matcha Gotcha is going to hit and going to break the Sash onto the Aegislash. Going to do a good chunk of damage onto the Arcanine. That was a critical hit on the Aegislash too. But what about this Incineroar, honestly? This is going to be a close one. Incineroar is going to go for the parting shot onto the Aegislash here. Mateen really needs to get that Charizard back in the field or get Sneasler in too.
Yeah, this Aegislash is now -3. The double up from Arcanine and Aegislash, not enough to pick up the Sinistra, importantly for Mateen. This Rock Slide, importantly, didn't proc the Citrus Berry, so if Poltergeist was able to pick up, that would be it's very important that it didn't proc the Citrus Berry, because then Poltergeist wouldn't even be able to hit the Sinistra, it would have consumed its item. But now Mateen, Incineroar, neither Pokemon flinch, Incineroar is able to get this parting shot out and get this Sneasler on the board. This Arcanine is Choppleberry, so it'd be interesting to see at this HP stat if it's in range of a CC here.
Aegislash is going to switch out into the Floette here. What did Arcanine decide to do here? Arcanine's actually going to go for Protect here. Keep itself safe. Sneasler probably trying to go for a fake out into the Arcanine. Actually going for the close combat into the Arcanine here. But what did this... we can see a Matcha Gotcha from the Sinistra. And it's going to go ahead and miss the Floette. So Floette just came here unscathed.
Yeah, pretty safe switch in there with the Floette. You don't ever think a Dire Claw is going into that slot where the Aegislash was. Pretty safe here, but you're still kind of... you're still in danger of a Dire Claw. Like, you switched in comfortably that turn, but now you have to deal with the pressure of Sneasler here. So interesting to see how Rob navigates this Sneasler. You don't have Intimidate as a swap in right now. Arcanine's still sitting on this board. Maybe wanting to reposition the Arcanine here. Rob does opt to do that.
Aegislash is going to switch right back in, right where it started. Floette is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve here. We could potentially right now see a Dire Claw into that Floette, or we could see a call and the CC goes into the Aegislash.
It'll be interesting to see how this Floette's trained, if it maybe is trained to live something like a Dire Claw, but just opting for the Protect.
Yeah. Protect's going to go off. Dire Claw into the Protect now. But what did this... Sinistra decide to do? Another Matcha Gotcha is probably going to hit into the Aegislash here. The real thing, what you don't want from this Aegislash is a burn. You don't want that at all.
Sinistra slowly getting its health back after it was very low after the double up from the Arcanine and Aegislash. And kind of in the same board state here. We still have large Dire Claw pressure from the Sneasler into this Floette. The Floette just protected, so maybe well, this is where we're going to find out if it's trained to live Dire Claw or not, I think.
I've seen some Floettes live Dire Claw, but in the red, not really that much. But, maybe we could see Rob's Floette actually live very comfortably. It all depends, actually.
Yeah, interesting to see. And Mateen could keep just fishing with Matcha. Sinister doesn't feel like it's offering much right now. Maybe we're just fishing with Matcha Gacha a little bit, getting chip damage. However, those Matcha Gachas that he's clicking, not doing a lot of damage, but the HP on Sinister is just keeps going up and really giving him more tools later on in the game by getting more HP.
Floette is going to switch out back into the Arcanine, actually, so trying to take that Dire Claw hit as the Intimidate is going to go off, but it's going to activate Sneasler's White Herb, actually, so Sneasler is actually going to be very, very fast now, as we are going to see the Incineroar switch right back out here. But what did this Aegislash decide to do here? But we are going to see Dire Claw going off into the Arcanine. That's going to do a really good chunk of damage here. And no status condition right now, as Aegislash is going to change its stats, going for the Poltergeist, but it's going to fail onto the Sneasler.
Yeah, interesting targeting there with the Poltergeist. If you were always switching in Intimidate, knowing you're going to proc the White Herb, very interesting targeting there from Rob. Unless, I don't think the Incineroar ate his Pasho Berry, so...
No.
Yeah, interesting targeting there from the Poltergeist, but... this Arcanine is very low and very much in range of close combat despite having the Chapel Berry, so very dangerous position for Rob here as Mateen continues to just cycle out his support Pokemon so well.
It's just basically a game of back and forth. Like I said before, it's like a game of chicken. You want to get yourself in a good position, so either that you have to get one knockout at a time. But Aegislash is just going to try to go for CC into the incoming Sinister shot, trying to call that Incineroar will stay on the field.
Yeah, the team playing these defensive games so well. These switches are so beneficial for him. It's just putting Rob in very awkward targeting situations, and the team seems to be winning the positioning game right now, as Pokemon like Incineroar and Sinister really allow you to do. This Basculegion hits the field though for the first time, and it doesn't have the speed advantage right now because of the White Herb procking on the Sinister, but outside of a Dire Claw fish for status, this Sneasler's not really doing much of the Basculegion anyway. Something like a Last Respects could pick up either slot here at 100 base power with adaptability, I think.
Most definitely, indeed. It's right now down to the wire with this game 3 here. I mean, Basculegion is threatening Last Respect. However, you do have a Mega Floette in the back. Aegislash's sash is broken, and you honestly will see another Incineroar switch in again as it does. No, it's actually going to be Charizard coming back. Shadow Sneak going to go off into the Mega Charizard here. But what did Basculegion decide to do here? Gonna see the coaching from the Sneasler, so trying to raise up its attack and defense here as Basculegion goes for the Last Respects. It's gonna do, that's a little bit of damage, but now it's another cycling game.
Yeah, very interesting play by Mateen there. The targeting from Rob really punished that coaching play a little bit. Yes, you've got the boost on Charizard, but I mean, you do have Sinister in the back to get his health up. You probably have to protect Charizard and swap here, play a little defensive. Rob needs, I think, to get back in this game, start maybe calling some of these predicted defensive switches. Maybe you send the Last Respects into the Sneasler spot now and maybe calling a Sinister switch, but it could also just be Incineroar going for the Intimidate. So So Mateen not running risking the call into Sinister there, just getting a double Intimidate on the board here.
Yeah, the Charizard's going to go for the Protect here, but honestly, that Incineroar is going to be out on the field. Shadow Sneak is going to go off onto the Incineroar, so not enough to get the KO here because of -1 attack here, but we are going to see Basculegion just go for the Last Respects. It's locked into that move, it can't do much, but also you don't want to risk bringing Floette here if Sneasler's still alive on the field. However, I also want to point something out. Sneasler did switch out, so it lost the Unburden boost.
Yeah, Basculegion in a really good offensive position here. Even if it's -1, both these Pokemon are so low, and this Aegislash still, I think, faster than the Incineroar, can click close combat into this slot. Maybe something like a Sinister swaps in, but this Charizard just protected, and I don't know if a Hospitality is enough to save it from this Last Respects here. It does have the coaching boost. It really comes down to if this Hospitality boost is enough to live this Last Respects after the coaching boost and the Intimidate.
Most definitely. Last Respects is going to go off into the Charizard. That is not enough for the KO because of that defense boost. Breaking Swipe onto the slot as that Aegislash is going to get KO'd here from that Breaking Swipe. Oh man, this is starting to slip away from Rob's fingers a little bit.
Yeah, the defense boost and intimidate on this Basket Legion proving so important for Mateen's strategy. This Charizard took that last respect so well and was able to fire off with a super strong breaking swipe. That getting rid of the Aegis Slash, dropping this Basket Legion to -2, stuck on the field now. It's looking pretty rough for Rob here. Mateen has managed his board position so well. Still has all 4 Pokemon alive despite some of them being in the red HP. They have hung on and they have done their job despite taking so much damage this game.
I think Mateen has done a really great job of just pivoting around the support pieces. Like having like Sinistcha, Incineroar, then Sinistcha again, and then Sneasler. It's just back and forth. But then Charizard comes in at the end. Like, all right, now it's time for me to really go for it.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see if Rob can make a play to get himself back into this game. This Floette, very susceptible to a Flare Blitz here, but that would take the Charizard out itself, so we're interested to see what Mateen does here.
Last Respect's going to go off into the Sinistcha slot, and that is going to, go ahead and get the knockout onto that Sinistcha. So as of right now, we're going to see the Dazzling Gleams from the Floette going to KO the Charizard. And now it's just Incineroar and Sneasler remaining.
Yeah, very key interaction there. The Floette faster than the Charizard, able to pick up the KO here. Like down to the last 2 Pokemon. This Basket Legion, I think, is -2, I think. Floette's still pretty strong, but Sneasler hits the board, non-intimidated. This Incineroar puts another Intimidate on the board, has pressure, fake out pressure into this Floette. Is this Basket Legion in range of a Dire Claw? I'm not sure.
Well, it's going to be so close, honestly. The thing is also, Floette is, really, really healthy here. It could potentially just go down to, you could also just go for a Moonblast, or just go for a Light of Ruin just to KO it. But honestly, in this case, it's still not over, in my opinion. It's in between.
It was looking really bad for Rob, but that last turn, picking up the double knockout, has really swung things. This Floette being faster than the Charizard, so important in this matchup. We'll see how Mateen can deal after getting both Pokemon knocked out last turn. This Sneasler at full health needs to do something really important here.
Floette opts to protect here, and we are going to see the Last Respects hit into the Incineroar, and that's enough for the KO. Oh my goodness, and it's just Sneasler left. Sneasler did lose its Unburden boost, and Dire Claw is going to go into the protecting Floette, and now guess what? It's going to be just Basket Legion Last Respecting the Sneasler to the next world.
Yeah. This Basket Legion at -3, picking up an Incineroar at that health with Last Respects, so important for Rob here. Now, this Sneasler has to take on these 2 Pokemon, and it's tough to say whether this Sneasler it has to try and kill the Floette, but that takes too much damage from Last Respect.
Dire Claw goes off, and it's going to get the one-hit KO on that Floette. Oh my goodness, it wasn't enough, and now it's just going to be Last Respect going to finish off this game, as Rob is going to be 5-1.
That is a -3 Last Respects, absolutely doing all the damage for Rob. Super impressive win after it looking pretty down, and that's the speed training of these Pokemon just came down to the wire there. Finding out that the Floette was faster than the Charizard in the game 3 was just super important and allowed Rob to win.
What a game! It was an insane back and forth. I think that took more time because it was just trying to Mateen was trying to get himself into a position where you either have Incineroar, you either have Sinistcha, and then you have Charizard later on. But then Rob just said, you know what? I'm gonna save Floette for later.
Yeah, unfortunate that we did not get to see the Lopunny on stream today. Maybe Rob is now 5-1. Maybe we'll see it later in cut. It would be super cool. But excellent display of patience and just it looked like Mateen had such a good defensive board state, and Rob kind of played the patient game and just kept his Floette healthy and was really able to just even though Mateen was playing the slow game, Rob was able to just see it out with his Floette, and it was just really impressive because we both thought that Mateen had the advantage there.
Yeah, we did, yes. We definitely did. But you know what? It's honestly a really interesting game. But you know what? We have one more game for you guys. It's gonna be round 7. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
You want to do the interview?
Oh, no.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Scarlet Classic Rutgers Champions event. We have made it to the final round of Swiss. We are down. The commentator, Chepa, has left us, but me and Chef, we are here to carry you guys through. We made it to the final round, Chef. You excited?
I'm very, very excited, honestly. Like, I cannot wait to see what the final round will bring for us. We have two very, very, not even like players, titans of players here for this actual round here. We're going to have Nicholas Morales versus Jonathan Lin. Now, Nicholas Morales, a Baltimore regional champion.
Yes.
And Jonathan Lin.
Jonathan Lin, a established player of the New Jersey scene, multiple day twos, likes to run Dondozo here and there, maybe little interesting team comps here and there, but very interesting team selection today. We have something we've kind of seen today as across the day is going. You know, we have, I think Low Putty's been the most off-meta team we've seen today. Most of the stuff has been pretty straightforward. Jonathan running the Garchomp, Sneasler, King Gambit, Delphox, Clefable, Basket Legion. Very standard team. Clefable is going to redirect as just keeping your strong Pokemon safe. This King Gambit has Swords Dance to set up, and just want to protect your Mega Delphox or protect your setup King Gambit. So really strong team from Jonathan here.
And we are also going to see Nicholas Morales' team. It's going to be Sinister, King Gambit, Floette, Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Garchomp here. But you know what? We're going to go straight into the game here right now. We're going to have Aerodactyl Garchomp versus Sneasler Garchomp.
Yeah, both Garchomps have hit the field. Nicholas has the Dragon Fang, where Jonathan's has the Habanberry. So Jonathan's a little protected here with the Habanberry from the opposing Garchomp. But importantly, Nicholas has the Aerodactyl here to threaten the Sneasler.
Absolutely. You know, you could also go into a position where you could go for the Scale Shot from Garchomp, and that's actually what Nicholas has here. You know, the Habanberry can only protect you for so much, but we're going to see the Fake Out from the Sneasler into the Aerodactyl here, as Aerodactyl's going to flinch. Probably was going to go for a Tailwind here, but Dragon Claw is going to go into the Garchomp, going to pick up the one-hit KO. That was a critical hit as well, but it's going to take some rough skin damage here.
Maybe the speed tie. Maybe a speed tie. Maybe Jonathan's is the faster Garchomp, but the faster Dragon Claw being very important for Jonathan there, and getting the Fake Out to stop Tailwind and breaking a Focus Sash on this Aerodactyl. Very, very, very good turn one from Jonathan as the Floette hits the board for Nicholas now.
There's another turn right now here where the Floette could just Mega Evolve, but also the Aerodactyl could go right now for a Tailwind here. It is faster than both the Sneasler and the Garchomp here. Just a Tailwind and just Floette could just go ahead for the damage here. So Jonathan has to think, like, how can I really, like, position very, very, like easily without losing so many resources?
Yeah, for sure. I think the Tailwind is very safe for Nicholas here. Can fire off a very strong move with this Floette. We see the Floette lock the Mega Evolution. The Fairy Aura is on the field, threatening insane damage right now. This Floette is 3 attack, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, and Light of Ruin, threatening huge damage onto the board, especially into something like this Garchomp. The Aerodactyl does set the Tailwind. This Floette will be the fastest Pokemon to move next. We see just lock the Dazzling Gleam, taking out the Garchomp and doing big chip damage to the Sneasler, but by clicking Dazzling Gleam there, this Sneasler is free to get off a hit here. Be interesting to see what they lock. Dire Claw into the Floette. Is it enough? And it is not. Floette hangs on. Will anything else happen? But it gets the poison. This poison is very big. This could make this a one-hit KO based on the damage, and it does. It is enough to take out the Floette.
Oh man, it's like Jonathan has, like, it was like kind of like a little bit like off a little bit because of the fact is that Tailwind is set up and that Floette could just do so much damage, but that poison damage was kind of like it was kind of like unfortunate as well. But we are going to see Clefable come in, and King Gambit is the last mon for Nicholas here, but Tailwind is still up. However, you know, also to mention here that the Sneasler's White Herb is not procced.
This King Gambit is the Choppleberry for Nicholas, so is safe from something like a close combat from the Sneasler, but Nicholas is in Tailwind still, so it does have huge damage into this Sneasler potentially on this turn. So he's down 2 Pokemon, but definitely not out of it yet. This King Gambit on Nicholas's side does have Iron Head, so it does threaten this Clefable too. But Clefable can redirect here and just protect this Sneasler from damage this turn. But we see the Aerodactyl just go for the protect. We see the Clefable lock the follow me, trying to keep this Sneasler safe. Will a close combat go into this King Gambit? It does. It was trying to pick up. Oh, it does go into the King Gambit. King Gambit's gonna eat his Chopple Berry. How much does this do with the Chopple Berry resist? Oh my god! It hangs on 7 HP. The Chopple Berry doing just enough. The Sneasler will now proc its. Maybe it does not proc its White Herb. The Iron Head going into the Clefable, and the Clefable is able to hang on to that move as well.
Actually, also one thing to call out right now is that the Sneasler on Jonathan's side is actually not White Herb. It's actually Focus Sash here. So whenever we see here that the Focus Sash will proc on Sneasler, it will actually get the KO. However, now that you don't have Unburdened boost, and also that this King Gambit is threatening the basically threaten the Clefable here to get the KO. It's kind of slipping away a little bit from Jonathan in a way, but honestly, it all depends on who does Jonathan have in the back. I have a feeling it's going to be the Mega.
Here we go. We see the turn play out. The Sneasler protects on Jonathan's side. We see the double protect from Jonathan's side. Just keeping it safe here, stalling a turn of Tailwind.
Absolutely, so that protect is going to keep both of these mons safe here. We don't have the White Herb, so it's not going to proc, so it didn't proc on anything. However, Aerodactyl can now go for a Rock Slide next turn here, or could honestly just try to get the KO onto the Sneasler or just do a Wing Bee. But to be honest here, we're looking at Jonathan potentially going to get double KO'd here from this Aerodactyl.
Yeah, for sure. This Aerodactyl is in a very good spot in Tailwind. This King Gambit hanging on 7 HP, but that might just be enough to get immense value out of it. The Clefable goes for the follow me this turn, keeping the Sneasler safe.
Rock Slide is going to go off, and it's not enough to get the KO onto the Sneasler. So what are we going to do now, honestly? Will that Sneasler end up moving? It's going to go for the close combat into the Aerodactyl. It's going to pick up the KO. But what did this King Gambit decide to do here?
If the King Gambit hits the Sneasler here, we are seeing it is a 1v1 endgame now. The King Gambit against whatever is in the back for Jonathan Lin. Rock Slide not doing enough for Sneasler. Very important for Jonathan here.
Right now, it's going to be the Basculegion coming in. That's going to be a problem because the Basculegion does have Aqua Jet.
Yeah, I think Aqua Jet does seal the game here for Jonathan. Having the faster priority is super important here. And yeah, Aqua Jet comes out from the King Gambit, into the King Gambit, and Jonathan Lin takes game 1. I think he just kind of got a big lead there despite the Tailwind from Nicholas. Tailwind helped him claw his way back into the game a little bit, but I think the early turn 1 lead, getting rid of the opposing Garchomp early was just super important.
Pretty much so, and then especially you have this kind of turn here where you just set up Tailwind. You also have Floette going for damage here. However, the Floette did get KO'd from the poison from the Sneasler here, and at the end it was just Basculegion just taking over the game as well.
Yeah, interesting to see what the adjustments are going to be here. Nicholas now knows that his Garchomp is potentially slower, may not be safe to lead his Garchomp. Obviously can make itself faster with something like the Scale Shot, but you'd have to lead it next to something maybe like the Sinistra to make sure it's safe, but I don't know how optimal that lead is. Maybe just opting for something different than the Garchomp lead here.
Most definitely, indeed. We could see a different lead from Nick too, but also it was kind of you have to either probably bring in maybe Charizard too. Charizard could maybe take over the game, but it's kind of going to be tough because you also have an opposing Garchomp here. But this also Garchomp from Nick has Scale Shot here. We also did see the interactions of the speed interactions too. They were probably both max and max, so it's kind of going to be a little bit tough in a way. So it was kind of how can we actually maneuver through it, because definitely Basculegion's going to be in the back, but you want to keep that King Gambit safe, maybe for the end game.
All right, our trainers are ready for game 2 here in round 7. We see the Sneasler King Gambit lead from Jonathan and the Aerodactyl Garchomp lead from Nick. going with the same lead and thinking, hey, I can maybe just play it a little differently. I know the speed interaction now. I can play a little safer with my Garchomp, but Jonathan not even opting to bring his own Garchomp here. Maybe thinking he can lead a bit better into that as well. So very interesting leads from our opponents.
Most definitely, indeed. I mean, also, like, by looking at this, you know, like, from this lead matchup right now, that this Kingambit does have the Sword Stance as well, so Sword Stance could be coming into play to set up, but Garchomp's just going to go straight for the Earthquake right now. And, you know, like, you could go for, like, a gameplay where it's like, oh, you know, you could just go for the setup with Sword Stance and just go straight for Sucker Punch. But we are going to see Earthquake just get a critical hit onto the Sneasler, but it's going to proc the Unburden with the Focus Sash this time, as the Kingambit does set up with the Sword Stance.
So Sneasler, importantly, getting knocked to Sash there, is now the fastest Pokemon on the field. This Aerodactyl was faked out. It was a Sash broken, and this Kingambit is now set up. Jonathan did trade a lot of HP on his Pokemon for this setup with this board. He obviously doubled his Sneasler speed and doubles his Kingambit's attack, trading a lot of HP for it, so he needs to get a lot of advantage out of this turn right now after taking a lot of damage from that Earthquake.
Sucker Punch going to come out, and it's going to not KO the Garchomp, actually. So that's actually a really good turn here, but Close Combat is going to finish off the Garchomp, but it's also going to finish off the Sneasler as well.
Yeah, Sneasler taking that rough skin damage, but trading for the Garchomp. Jonathan obviously thought that was a dangerous piece. The Aerodactyl yet to move has something for this Kingambit. It is a single target Rock Slide. Is it enough? No, Kingambit's defenses are too strong to be affected by the single target Rock Slide, and it hangs on still with this +2 boost, really threatening Sucker Punches right now.
Most definitely right now, you know, you could also like have like, you know, an end game as well where either Garchomp could potentially come in the game here and try to go like setting up, you know, for those like going for Dragon Claws here or going for Rock Slides. But also, you know, Nicholas did opt to bring the Kingambit in, but also that like Jonathan's Kingambit is at very low HP, but it does have access to the Sucker Punches. But also you could go into like, you know, like setting up Tailwind and try to have your like Nick's Kingambit just go ahead and try to get some damage off. It does have Iron Head, so it can deal with the Clefable in a way too, you know. But the main thing that we were talking about also from game one is to just keep Kingambit safe for a little longer, because if Basket Legion is in the back, it's going to be very, very problematic.
Yeah, keeping it safe indeed. Jonathan Lin goes for the Follow Me and the Sucker Punch into this Aerodactyl, and that is enough for the knockout. Let's see what Kingambit goes for the Iron Head into the Clefable. We saw it live last game, and it lived again this game. This Clefable is trained very bulky in its defense and well eat its Citrus Berry, but protecting this Kingambit very low HP, being able to go for these +2 Sucker Punches is so strong for Jonathan right now. We have the final two Pokemon for Nick, Floette and Kingambit, but I mean, this Floette is able to click something like the Dazzling Gleam here and avoid redirection, but it depends on how much Jonathan can get on the damage on the board right now. This Sucker Punch from Kingambit is still going to hurt no matter what target it hits.
Most definitely as well. You know, like you are threatening Dazzling Gleam to get the KO on both of these mons, but also you're kind of like, Jonathan also is kind of thinking to himself, you know what, I have to protect one mon, and I'm also threatening Sucker Punch on another. If it's Basket Legion in the back, you are threatening with like more like kind of like more like priority in a way, as we are going to see the protect from the Clefable and from the Floette. So now we are going to see another protect, so we're just being safe all around. We're protecting each other, and now we're going to see Kingambit going to go for the Sucker Punch. It's probably going to aim for that Floette.
Protects all around, both trainers playing it pretty safe this turn. I mean, this is all going to come down to what's in the back for Jonathan. If it is that Basket Legion like we've been talking about, it does look a little rough because Nick has this full health Kingambit on his end. It's going to come down to the wire, but Jonathan needs to get a lot of value out of this turn here with his own +2 Kingambit. I think Nick has just too much HP on the field right now. It looks pretty tough for Jonathan here, but we'll see if he's able to navigate it. These trainers are very taking their time with their turns. They're double protecting just to make sure they're picking the best moves possible. And Clefable actually swaps out, wants to stay alive for a little bit, and the Basket Legion is able to come in on the board right now. Jonathan reveals that final team member. The Floette on Nicholas' side goes for the Mega Evolution here. Is going to get trying to get this strong fairy moves on the board, trying to take advantage of his board state. Sucker Punch from Jonathan's King Gambit. It goes into the opposing King Gambit. Even though it's +2, it is the opposing King Gambit takes that so well. Dazzling Gleam comes off into both targets and KOs Jonathan's King Gambit.
Wow, that's actually a really interesting turn here right now. And with the King Gambit actually went for the Kowtow Cleave, calling out the Basket Legion switch, and that was actually a really great turn from Nick. Because now, like, you just have a Clefable on the field that's going to be left all alone, and that's pretty much it. And Nicholas takes game 2, and we're moving on to a game 3.
Yeah, it was pretty safe move selection there from Nick. You know, if the Clefable stayed in, it was in range of Dazzling Gleam plus Kowtow regardless. So if you did catch something like a Basket Legion on a switch in, it was just a game-winning play from Nicholas there. Take just good board awareness, realizing that you can lock those moves pretty safely, and it punishes anything Jonathan wants to do. And we have a game 3 on our hands. Both these trainers, X and 1, trying to secure top cut for sure of our tournament. This is the final round of Swiss, the final game to decide if you're able to make top cut or not. So it's coming down to the wire.
Yeah, everything is on the line here. But also going back into game 2, in game 1, Jonathan had the upper hand with the just trying to get KOs after KO, but also saving the Basque Legion for last. But also you do have Nicholas having just a really good board position as well, just keeping the Aerodactyl, going for Tailwind and also going for the Rock Slides here, but also Jonathan setting up the King Gambit with the Sword Stance. It wasn't enough to also KO the Garchomp too, so you know that Nicholas's Garchomp being trained very, very bulky here too. But also you could also go for a really good position where everything Floettes as well, keeping Floette safe for the end game. It was at full health. It was at really full health. It didn't have to take any KOs, because also you knocked out the Basque Legion early enough in the game, and that was actually a good enough footing where just Clefable was just all by itself, but you were able to keep yourself good momentum in the long run of the game. But honestly, what do you think is actually going to be a good change here? Honestly,
I mean, Jonathan went for the lead change last game. It didn't work out so well. Maybe pressuring your Garchomp early again for Jonathan, going back to the Garchomp might be super important here to put the game back in his favor. We saw that he was the faster Garchomp most likely, so putting that pressure on early can be really, really important, I think, for Jonathan here. Something I think he should maybe consider going back to. But here we are, game 3, round 7. Our trainers have locked in. Let's see the leads from our trainers here. We have the Basque Legion and Delphox leads from Jonathan, completely switching it up, and Nicholas sticking with the Aerodactyl and Garchomp.
Honestly, a really interesting lead from Jonathan. I mean, this, basically this Delphox here, it does have Encore. Normally we see some Delphox actually run Substitute, but Encore here could actually play off really good into Jonathan's favor here. However, the Basque Legion is also now on the field. It is threatening the Aerodactyl here with a potential flip turn or a wave crash. But also you want to think to yourself, you want to keep Basque Legion safe for the end game. You want to keep it in the position where Basque Legion is going to be in the back doing whatever it is and going for those last respects. But Delphox is just going to go ahead and say, hey, I'm going to Mega Evolve.
Yeah, Mega Evolving here, becoming faster than the Aerodactyl, but I think Nick's I think you have a very safe Protect in the Aerodactyl here and maybe a Scale Shot, so we'll see what he opts. No Protect, Flip Turn just goes straight into the Aerodactyl. This Delphox did Mega Evolve. It is faster than the Aerodactyl. If it sends an attack this Aerodactyl's way, this Aerodactyl might get 0 value out of this turn. The Basque Legion goes back to Jonathan. What does he opt to switch in? We see the Clefable come back in. Makes so much sense. We see a Heat Wave lock from the Delphox. That is enough to pick up the Aerodactyl after the flip turn. Nicholas playing very risky, just letting his Aerodactyl go down, and Heat Wave getting some good chip on the Garchomp. The Garchomp clicks the Scale Shot. Importantly, goes into the Delphox, not the swapped in Clefable. That's 2 hits. Only 2 hits from the Garchomp. Not doing a lot. It does 50% with 2 hits. But importantly, getting the speed boost, and not really the defense lowering. Not a big factor right now with 2 special attackers on the board, but I think a really good turn from Jonathan, playing aggressive and getting rid of the Aerodactyl.
That is true, but you're also really threatening the Delphox with the Rock Slide as well, trying to get the KO on this Delphox here. You are also threatening with the Floette like going for the Mega Evolution and going for straight up Moonblast or going straight up for a Light of Ruin here. I mean, I don't know if Light of Ruin is actually a good play because you want to keep that, that Floette very, very healthy, but Floette is just going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, and we're going to see what's going to do.
It might be enough to take out the Clefable, though. That Light of Ruin is so strong, and you might not want to take a move with your Garchomp here. Delphox going for the Protect, realizing it's in danger from this +1 speed Garchomp. This Garchomp does lock the Rock Slide, goes into the Protect of the Delphox. Does it land on the Clefable? It does, doing pretty good chip damage. Is that enough for something like a Light of Ruin to pick up this Clefable? It'll be interesting to see. The Floette does lock the Light of Ruin. Is this enough to KO the Clefable on this turn? And
it's not!
It lives on 6 HP. Super huge for Jonathan. Is able to eat his Citrus Berry and survive the turn and gets a strong...
It's Icy Wind!
We did not inform the audience this Clefable is Icy Wind. That is super important for Jonathan here, as that dictates the speed back into Delphox's favor in front of this Garchomp, who just got a speed... That speed boost from the Scale Shot is completely negated now.
Oh my goodness, that was an interesting turn. Living on 6 HP from the, from the Clefable here. You wanted to get that KO very, very, heavily too, so that way you could have a mod come in from the back. But now it's looking very dicey now for Nicholas here. You have to make some big calls here. You have to make some switches here because you already lost your Aerodactyl, but we don't know what's in the back for Nicholas. It could be there's one more mon, but for Jonathan here, he's kind of in a really good spot.
Yeah, that live is so important. Jonathan has to take full advantage of it this turn. The Garchomp feeling in danger from something from the Delphox will swap into the King Gambit. Is a very good switch in here for this Garchomp. The Clefable opts to Protect, wants to keep itself safe. The Psychic from the Delphox into that switch. Such a good defensive switch from Nicholas Morales. The Floette gets to fire off another Dazzling Gleam into the Protect of this Clefable, and it goes into the Delphox, sitting at a little over half, and it takes it very comfortably.
It does take it very comfortably, but also the thing is too, you could potentially just try to get the KO onto the potentially onto the Clefable here, but also the King Gambit's actually being threatened by a Heat Wave, so you really have to think to yourself, do I really want my King Gambit to take damage here because I need it for the Basculegion in the back? But honestly too, you do need to actually get the KO on the Delphox here and also try to get rid of the Redirector. We also did not see Jonathan's last spawn here. We only saw Delphox, we only saw Basque, and we only saw the Clefable here. It could potentially be Sneasler, or it could potentially be the Garchomp.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what Jonathan has in the back for this board state, but I think this Delphox is in such a strong position here to click Heat Wave. This Clefable offering so much support right now, and this Delphox might even live another Dazzling Gleam from this Floette. It took it very well. The Clefable will lock the Follow Me here, protecting the Delphox from Sucker Punch. Goes for the Heat Wave. It misses the King Gambit. Will go into the Floette, doing pretty good damage, but missing the Floette there is the King Gambit there is super bad. The Dazzling Gleam is able to pick up the Clefable, and now this King Gambit's attack will be able to hit this Delphox. Iron Head into the Delphox, maybe covering for a switch, knowing it will KO anyway, and whew, that is a big dodge for Nicholas Morales, keeping the momentum in some of his favor.
That's the thing, though, right now, that this King Gambit is still healthy. That's the one thing that, everyone's looking at. This King Gambit's still healthy. The Basculegion is now threatened by this King Gambit. Sneasler's going to come in, right? But you could only fake out one time. You can also go... It can't even go for Protect from the Basculegion here. You can only go for Aqua Jet to try to stop Sucker Punch, but honestly right now you're threatened by this King Gambit here. And we also did not see we also saw Garchomp in the back. Garchomp could potentially threaten the Sneasler, but it's not going to threaten the Basculegion.
This King Gambit on Nicholas' side is the Choppleberry, not the Black Glasses, so the Basculegion on Jonathan's side could be trained to live a Sucker Punch, but you gotta be careful with Movie Lock here. If it's Wave Crash and you take Recoil or something like that, that might actually put you in range of an attack from this King Gambit. Something like the Sucker Punch would then be able to, pick you up after Recoil, but you see the Floette Protect, scared of the Fake Out pressure on the board right now. We see the King Gambit Protect as well, playing it safe. There is Fake Out pressure on the board. When in doubt, click the double Protect. We do see the Sneasler lock, Fake Out, and let's see what the Basculegion locks itself into.
Oh, Aqua Jet.
Ooh.
It's going to be the Aqua Jet trying to get the KO on this mon here. It could honestly try to get the KO on the Floette very, very easily, but now that this Basculegion is locked into, it's locked into Aqua Jet, you can't switch. You can't do anything right now at the moment. King Gambit can take a close combat as we saw last game, but Aquajet in close combat will KO, and then this Floette could just go ahead and just try to mitigate a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Nicholas could swap the Floette here, get some rough skin chip on this King Gambit, or on this Basket Legion with the Aquajet, but you might just want to let it go and hope you live the close combat. Interesting. The King Gambit opts to swap here. Garchomp switches in. The Basket Legion goes for Aquajet into the Garchomp. It is not enough to KO. Takes some rough skin chip. The Sneasler goes for close combat into that slot as well. Close combat will pick up the Garchomp, but this Floette was left untouched. This Floette is going to able to fire off a very strong move here. It was completely not attacked by Jonathan Lin. The Floette, what will it click? It clicks Moonblast into the Sneasler. Is it enough for the KO? Just kidding. Oh, it is. Because the rough skin.
The rough skin actually puts the stack on that Sneasler, so all her moves from that quick attack. And now it's just the Basket Legion. Just lock the Aquajet, and it can't do anything. You would just go straight for a Kowtow's lead.
Yeah, Kowtow's lead should seal this game for Nicholas Morales. The rough skin switch in on the Aquajet. So good for Nicholas Morales being able to negate the focus dash. And the Aquajet will take out the Floette, but this King Gambit is untouched. The Kowtow's lead will surely go into the Basket Legion. Does it have enough to KO? And it does! Nicholas Morales takes round 7 at 6-1, and that was an excellent set from both trainers.
That was a very, very interesting set, honestly. It goes back and forward, down to the wire. King Gambit versus the Basket Legion was mostly that game, but honestly, Jonathan said, you know what, I'll try to adapt a little more, and Nicholas just said, hey, I'm going to go all the way, and took it home.
Yeah, Nicholas opting for the same lead all 3 games, realized he could play it a little differently every time. He was able to play so much better defensively in that game 3. Sticking just with the same strategy is, you might want to switch things up here and there, but I think trusting your gut, knowing that this is the best lead for the matchup, and just playing it a little bit differently every time, keeping Jonathan on his toes, super important for Nicholas Morales here.
That's definitely indeed. Jonathan played that absolutely well, turning into the very honestly trying his best to take down Nicholas's Pokemon, but Nicholas just came out on top and did everything he can and actually came out swinging and actually saving the King Gambit for last. That was really full health, and he gave his was very crucial.
Yeah.
And actually got him as well.
Yeah, for sure. That heat wave is being super important, and King Gambit, like you said, being healthy, was able to pull the game for Nicholas. But yeah, super big win for Nick, and we may have time for a winner's interview, and we will be back soon with hopefully that and our top cut from the tournament.
Absolutely. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. I'm here and winner of round 7. So let's go. Back, guys. I'm here with the winner of round 7, Mr. Nicholas Morales. How you doing? I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm okay. It's a little hot in his place, but I'm all right.
That's good. You played a very insane match. Honestly, a very, very, like, a masterclass full. That's why you're the Baltimore Regional Champion. But also, I want to ask, how did you feel about that match?
Game one, I was kind of like, because I live Dragon Claw as long as he didn't crit me, but he crit me. I had gone for a scale shot on his chomp there. So it's like, okay, I'm already down. I kind of now have to kind of play risky to try to get back into the game. Didn't really work. Okay. So game 2, I'm like, okay, no matter what he leads, this is my only lead. Pretty much my only like safe quote unquote lead into whatever he has, right? I could try to like hard predict what he's going to lead, but if I try to do that, then if I get it wrong, like let's say I predict, I don't know, like again, like Chomp Arrow, right? But then he leads Arrow Gambit, or not Sneasler, you know what I mean? Either Sneasler or Gambit, I will lose, right? I'd lose in a lot of ways. Or like if I predict that and I lead like a yard and he leads Chomp, I just lose the game.
Most definitely, yeah, indeed. The part also that we were like talking about, like from that game 1, your King Gambit was alive, but then Bastion Legion was at full health and it was going to lock itself into Aqua Jet. But then you were able to adjust yourself for game 2, and then game 3 you saw the Mega Delphox. How do you feel actually like trying to keep your Pokemon keep yourself in a good situation? Because the thing is, you needed that King Gambit to be safe. How did you actually? Was thinking like trying to keep it safe.
I figured it was Sneasler Gambit last 2, right? Because I already saw, not Gambit, I mean Basque. Because you already saw the Basque. I'm like, Sneasler makes the most sense here. It's the only real consistent Pokemon on his team to guarantee a win into Basque. It's also one of his 2 Pokemon I could deal with a Floette. So I'm like, okay, it's probably Sneasler last. I have to KO both Pokemon at the same time, more than likely. I can't like KO Delphox and leave Clef up. So I was like, okay. I have to go for Light of Ruin and just hope I kill, essentially. If I go for Moonblast, he Icy Winds me, and then I don't know how much speed he has on his Clef. I don't know if I'm faster or slower at -1. Essentially, it's kind of like gambling at that point on the speed tiers. So I'm like, more than likely, maybe he's Fizz Def. I don't know that calc off the top of my head. I didn't remember calc with Clefable. That's actually like one of the few ones I've fought, right? I'm still trying to learn the format, so I just like, I'm just gonna send a Light of Ruin. I figured he's going to protect Icy Wind, but it's like, okay, I could crit, flinch, or maybe I just straight up KO. I don't know.
Honestly, it was like a really interesting game too. Trying to keep those tools and like we were talking about during the match, was keeping your resources, and you were able to actually keep your resources for a very while, and then having the Gambit in the back just take care of the. Take care of the Bastion Legion. Also calling the switch in game 2 when Bastion Legion swapped in for the Kowtow Cleave was a very interesting game, because it was like, yep, as soon as Bastion Legion came in, Kowtow went off, and it was honestly a really interesting gameplay.
I was expecting maybe Delphox potentially last. I was just like, okay, there's no real reason to Sucker Punch here. I mean, if he gets a double protect, he gets a double protect. There's nothing really in the back that can like threaten me. It's like, I think I just go for Kowtow. I don't lose anything by going for Kowtow. Slow it out, speeds. I'm going to live Sucker Punch. I have Speed Clef, right? If it's Delphox last, then I can catch the Delphox on the switch, and he doesn't get to play like mind games with me, right? Potentially. So I'm just gonna attack here. That's why I protected the first time, because I didn't want to if it's Delphox last, I didn't want him to have Clef and Delphox on the field at the same time.
Most definitely. Well, you know what? You did an absolutely amazing job. You're in top cut. How does it feel?
Feels not bad. I've been trying to get used to. This is like my
great answer.
This is like my actual first Champions tournament. There was an online one last week, but I didn't go. Unfortunately, the Hawks were playing in Atlanta at home, and I had bought the ticket already. So I'm like, I don't know the next time they're gonna make playoffs. I'm just gonna go, and I got to watch them.
Yeah,
I got to watch them get spanked
alive. You see them make the playoffs, so it's kind of like.
They had to lose at home.
yeah, you either choose an online tournament or go to a game.
I paid $80 for
that's true.
As well.
That's true. You go to the game. It's a once lifetime game as well. But honestly, I'm gonna let you go, enjoy yourself, take a little break. But when we come back, guys, Top Cut will start, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, guys, welcome back, and we're gonna do some trivia here. I'm joined by, tell me your name, guys.
I'm Joshua Rivera.
I'm joined by Josh here. We're gonna be doing some trivia here. So right now, the category is missing vowels. So we're gonna be figuring out the word that's missing the vowel. It's either, like a mon, an item, ability, or a move.
So it could be anything then.
Yep. All right.
Got it.
So let's get started.
All right.
Pokemon ZR.
Is this one Zeraora?
Ooh, that's honestly a good one.
Oh, wait, but no. That would be double R.
That would be double R.
That would be double R.
Zera.
So it's got to be another thing with a Z and an R.
Zorak?
It can't be Zoroark. It could be Zorua.
Zorua.
Yeah, there we go.
It is Zorua.
There we go.
That's a good one. All right, let's move on to the next one. NDR.
NDR. Ooh.
Wait. Nidoran. Oh, to
No.
move. Oh, sorry. I thought it was
It couldn't be Nidoran anyway because there's no
NDR. What's a move that's NDR?
It's giving me like ice type vibes for no reason, but I don't know ice type moves.
Yeah, the NDR.
It's not Night Days.
Yeah, it's not Night Days. Starts with it has to ends with an R. NDR. Honestly, I don't know actually. What do you think?
This one's a tricky one.
It is a tricky one. So NDR. So it's a move, right? It's a move that starts with an N. So think of it we're not Night Days. Could be.
Thinking signature move here?
I'm thinking signature move, honestly, yes.
I'm thinking signature move.
What could it be, honestly? NDR. I'm drawing blanks here. I don't know what it is. What do you think?
Endor.
Endor. Oh,
we didn't think about the vowel
we didn't know that one. Yeah.
vowel
Let's see. All right, it's ability. VRCT.
That sounds like a TV, honestly.
Yeah, it does. VRCT. Ability. VRCT.
So I'm thinking does it start with a V? Because there's not a lot of stuff.
I don't think it starts with a V. Remember indoor it starts with an E, so maybe it's something in it.
Maybe like an EV start.
Yeah. It's a ability.
Confirm every single stat.
It's a tough one. Honestly, do you know? Do you think?
I don't think I got this one.
I don't think either. Let's see what it is. Overcoat.
Wow.
Okay, that I did not know.
Well, we were right with it not being about.
Yeah, it was true.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the next one.
All right.
An
Item. Is this
VLTZ?
Velt? VLT.
Assault belt?
It's not assault vest.
Assault belt.
No, assault belt. Maybe it's it's got to be one word.
It's got to be one word, yeah. Vel.
Eviolite.
Eviolite. Is it Eviolite? Oh, that was a good one.
The EV.
What? STN. I'm thinking station.
Station? It's question mark. Maybe it's a location even.
Wait. No, it's not. I don't think it's a location. I think is it a move? I think it's a move. All right, it's not a move.
Maybe it's maybe
it's a Pokemon.
Maybe it's a field effect.
Maybe it's a field effect, or maybe it's a certain STN.
STN. That's a difficult one.
STN. That's gotta be something. It's question marks. We don't know actually. STN.
Maybe the question marks are a clue though. Maybe it's
STN.
Maybe it's
maybe it's a Pokemon. Maybe
it
is a Pokemon. It is a Pokemon. Okay. All right. We just confirm it's a Pokemon.
It is a Pokemon.
All right. So what's STN?
Stan the Pokemon.
Stantler?
No, wait, Stantler has an L. Grass.
Grass? Oh,
Is it a starter?
Grass starter?
Maybe starter. I say always go through the starters first. We're gonna get this one.
No, it's not. I was gonna say Sawsbuck. It's not Sawsbuck.
I was gonna say Sawsbuck.
No, it's not Sawsbuck. I don't know actually. This is a tough one. What do you think? I think final call.
Final call, Stantler, and we're spelling it wrong.
Stantler.
Steamy!
Oh,
that's so
my
good.
god. That was such an interesting thing.
That one was a good one.
Oh my god.
Hey, 2 for 5 in bet. Oh wait,
All right, we have another.
one.
All right, the item DN.
Dragonite-ite.
Is it a Megastone?
No.
Oh wait, it is. Wait,
It is?
Dragonite-ite?
No, that's 2 T's. It's gotta be a Megastone. It's gotta be a Megastone.
Draponite.
No. Not Dragalgeite.
No, not Dragalgeite. Deoxanite?
That's Deoxys.
Sorry, Delphoxite.
That's a pH.
That's true. See, my guy. But
Is it Dynite, that item from the Crown Tundra? Like Dynite ore?
Dynite ore? No, wait. I think it is Dynite ore.
Is it Dynite?
Dynite? Audinite?
It was a Megastone. It was a Megastone.
Oh my god, I did not know
No
it was actually
way.
Audinite.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one more.
One more. Let's do it.
Alright, it's a Pokemon. NWN.
Alright, we gotta get this last one. It's the last one.
There's the last one. NWN.
Are we thinking it starts with an N here?
It could be.
See, like, I had those Pokemon books as a kid, you know, the one that puts them all in alphabetical order, trying to go through it in my head.
NWN.
Checking Richard.
Okay, check in. Yes.
Thinking, like, lots of vowels for this one. Why am I thinking, like, A is the first letter?
I think it could be. It could be that letter. So it honestly could play off as that letter. NW.
Maybe it ends with the WN, like on. Maybe it's like
on. Maybe. On. Oh wait. I was gonna say unknown.
It is unknown.
Unknown?
It's spelled differently. It's unknown.
Oh,
let's go!
I was gonna get that last turn.
It is unknown.
That was so much fun.
Did it. That was so much fun. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. When we come back, we're gonna have our top cut, so don't go away. Welcome back, everyone, to the Scarlet Championship Series here in Rutgers University. We're now here for our top cut match. My name is Chef Richard. I'm joined alongside my buddy here, Mr. Kevin Miller, and we're right now about to begin our top cut match.
We have a very exciting top 8 for us today. We have 8 strong trainers making top 8 of the tournament. We have the matchup of William Brown versus Joshua Robinson, Chris Hahn versus Richard Wan, Tyson Hughes versus Nicholas Morales, and now on stream featured for everybody today, we have the matchup of James Evans and Rob McNeely. Super exciting stuff here. Didn't get to feature James on stream at all today, but he had a strong day one with strong Swiss rounds of 6-1, and looking forward to featuring him on stream.
Absolutely. Coming off of a World's finalist finish and the last year's 2025 World Championship, James Evans is no slouch to this game. And honestly, against Rob McNeely, we actually saw Rob on stream here earlier doing a really good job, honestly, piloting his team. But we're right now going to see James Evans here, and it's going to be a really interesting matchup here as we look at the teams.
Teams are very similar, honestly. Both players opting for obviously we saw Rob earlier, but James has kind of similar stuff with the Whimsicott and Floette. I think it's a really cool core. Obviously, Whimsicott being an elite support Pokemon, but also kind of gains a benefit being next to Floette, because in this meta you really want to run something like a Focus Sash or what Rob has, the Fairy Feather. It's a support Pokemon that can just take full advantage of Floette's ability as well. So having that combination is super interesting. Like I said, James has the Focus Sash where Rob has the Fairy Feather. So interesting to see how these Pokemon are used separately, but
honestly, right now, we do have both Mega Floettes, and also the thing is too, I want to highlight is that James Evans is running the Mega Delphox on his team. The Mega Delphox does have the substitute, and also Rob is running the Lopunny. But I'm gonna go over the teams real quick so we actually can see what these players are running. We're gonna see Floette, King Gambit, Whimsicott, Sneasler, Delphox, and Basculegion from James Evans' side, and then from Rob McNeely, it's gonna be the Floette, Lopunny, Arcanine, Aegislash, Whimsicott, and Basculegion. Now, we also got to say, that the Basculegion over from Rob's side was doing a really good job. And honestly, the Focus Sash Aegislash, I remember it was versing up against a Charizard X, was doing a ton of damage, even at -1 with the Poltergeist, but also staying on the field with the Focus Sash, not taking a little bit of damage. But honestly, with James Evans' teams, it's kind of the same thing, but except we have Mega Delphox here and trying to get, momentum up with those Heat Wave, with those Psychics, but also Whimsicott going with Tailwind support and Encore, and then Floette with the Light of Ruin here. So you have 2 potential Megas here. King Gambit with the Choppleberry, and then Sneasler, regular old Sneasler, but also you have the Basculegion as well. Normal Choice Scarf Adaptability Sneasler. But the difference is also with Rob's team is Lopunny. Mega Lopunny here with the Fake Out Close Combat and the triple axle here, basically threatening against a lot of dragon types here. I don't know if actually Lopunny will be able to be good in this game here, but we do have Arcanine on the field as well. Arcanine is going to honestly be a really interesting mon, probably going to be brought into this matchup, but the 2 mons that I think are going to be really good here are the Floette and the Aegislash from Rob's team.
I would just like to thank you, Chef Rich, for that long rant about the teams. We are experiencing some technical difficulties here getting the stream match online. So
no, yeah, true. I was trying to figure out what else to talk about.
You clutched up there.
I really was, but we were going over the teams.
So
it was really good.
Let's we can just babble for a little bit while our trainers get connected.
Yeah, we'll babble on for a little bit.
This is a very interesting matchup. I'm excited to see the training between these Floettes. Will be very interesting. What else is similar about these teams? James importantly has the King Gambit. I think that's really big for something into Aegislash and Basculegion. But I don't want to talk too much about the matchup. I don't want to ramble on. Our trainers are trying to get connected. I don't want them to. I don't want to give up our. Can't give the secrets if they're.
Yeah, we
not
can't
into
give
the
up the
game
secrets
yet,
that easily. So
Chef, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing okay so far. I took a little break from the game, but now we're going back into champions, and so far it's been doing really good. Honestly, how you been though?
Feeling good. Been fun casting again. On my second energy drink, so the vibes are good. It's been a long day, but it's been a fun day, and yeah. So,
honestly,
sorry for the difficulties, but we are slowly moving.
No, don't worry about a thing. And honestly, it's all right. Sometimes it's good for the audience to get to know the casters as well. And what have we been doing for VGC as well? And it's been a really good experience with Pokemon Champions being out for about a couple weeks, and the next regional coming up is Indianapolis.
What mega Pokemon are you looking at right now, Chef?
For me to use? Oh, for me to use, I've been looking more towards. I've been using Mega Meganium, but I was also using Mega Gengar the other day, and it's actually been really, really good. What about you? What have you been looking at?
I am one of the psychopaths that spent so much time playing Legends EA, and when they announced Pokemon Champions and that Floette was legal, I already had I already got that Pokemon in game, I already had it, so I'm taking full use of my $70 and been using Floette. It's been really fun, so excited to see it piloted on stream here, and we're back.
We're back. You don't have to hear us ramble no more.
We have our trainers getting ready for game 1. A little refresh quickly. They both have Mega Floette. We saw Rob earlier on stream. James having the core of King Gambit, Sneasler, and Basculegion, and opting for Mega Delphox as well on this team, which I think is really cool.
I really like James Evans' team. It's very hyper offensive. It has the Mega Delphox, but also has the Floette here to just dish out damage. This team is just about dealing damage, but while having Tailwind support as well. And if you also look at Rob's team, it's the same thing. But also you have the Focus Sash Aegislash, which we saw last time was a very big menace.
All right, Chef. Let's cast our leads for everyone watching. What are our two trainers bringing to the matchup?
It's going to be the Whimsicott and the Basculegion up against the Delphox and the King Gambit here. So this Basculegion is threatened by that King Gambit. However, this Delphox is also threatening this Whimsicott. This is a very, very tough lead right now for Raw because James Evans could just go out swinging right now.
Yeah, Basculegion definitely threatened right now. Obviously, this King Gambit is Choppleberry, so these Basculegions are probably trained to live a Sucker Punch, but James can maybe pretty freely go for something like a Protect with Delphox and just a Kowtow into the Basculegion slot. It feels pretty safe. Don't know what Rob's switching to that would be. Maybe something like the Floette, but still feels pretty risky. But definitely a good lead from James here. See how Rob counteracts that.
Basculegion is going to switch out into the Floette. And what did this Whimsicott decide to do here? Actually, the Delphox is going to switch out as well. And it's going to go into the Whimsicott. So double Whimsicott on the field here, as the other Whimsicott is going to go for the Protect. But I think King Gambit probably went for a Kowtow Cleave. Actually, no, it went for Sucker Punch into the Floette slot. So it was pretty much just a dead turn. Nothing has happened.
Yeah, both Whimsicotts are on the field now. However, Rob's just locked into Protect. So James's Whimsicott could go for something like the Encore into the opposing Whimsicott, and if it is the faster Whimsicott, Rob gets 0 value out of his Whimsicott here. Floette is on the board, relatively in a safe position, can go for something like a very strong Light of Ruin potentially into this King Gambit. This King Gambit does have Iron Head though, so it threatens the Floette back. So very interesting to see how James deals with this Floette, who's relatively in a good position.
Right now, we're going to see the Floette going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, going to get that Fairy Aura, and also, with Rob's Floette does have the Light of Ruin, and also James Evans does have the Light of Ruin as well, but we do opt for the Mega Delphox from James Evans. But we're going to see the Encore from James Evans' Whimsicott into Rob's, Whimsicott, going up, just locking to Protect. But what did this Floette do? It's going to go for the Moonblast, and it's going to hit into the King Gambit, doing almost 95% of damage, and get the special attack drop, and going to get the Defiant boost. Oh my god, the Iron Head is going to go off and get the KO on the Floette. That is not a turn that you wanted to just give a King Gambit a free boost.
Yeah, not ideal from Rob. Potentially losing a speed tie between Whimsicott's, not getting the... opting to go for Moonblast over Light of Ruin there, which didn't pick up the KO on the King Gambit and also always had the risk of getting the drop. This King Gambit is now +2 and super set up. Rob's Basket Legion does have Aqua Jet, so might have to lock into something like Aqua Jet here, but his Whimsicott is now neutralized, locked into Protect, and this King Gambit, while on low HP, is super set up, and Rob lost his Mega. This is not how Rob wanted this game to go.
Honestly, right now, like, just that special attack drop, just getting the Defiant boost, it's very, very threatening for Rob right now. You honestly could try to switch out the Whimsicott, but we don't know what's in the back for Rob. But we are going to find out right now. Whimsicott switches out into that Focus Sash, Aegis-Slash. So right now, Aqua Jet is going to go off, and it is going to KO the King Gambit.
Yeah, Rob having to lock into Aqua Jet there with the King Basket Legion to keep his Basket Legion safe. Moonblast goes into the switch Aegis-Slash, which Aegis-Slash eats very comfortably. However, that is the Focus Sash broken, which is very important for James. But James did lose his King Gambit, which is his best way to deal with, honestly, both these Pokemon on the board. So interesting to see what he brings in here. Something like we saw the Delphox already. Will not want to take an Aqua Jet for sure, but I think can definitely hang on. Not the strongest move from the Basket Legion here, but definitely an interesting board position for James without his King Gambit now.
Most definitely, losing the King Gambit to just try to deal with the Basket Legion and also trying to deal with the Aegis-Slash is very, very crucial here. But also, you do have the Delphox that can deal with the Aegis-Slash, but then you're threatened by that Basket Legion. But the thing is, the Basket Legion is locked into Aqua Jet. So, I mean, it's not over yet for James Evans. It's definitely not over yet, but Rob, it's starting to look like he has the upper hand here.
Yeah, interesting to see how Rob navigates this with Basket Legion locked into Aqua Jet. Will he opt to switch out? Rob does switch out his Basket Legion back into the Whimsicott, doesn't want to be locked into Aqua Jet. We see the last respects from James going into the Aegis-Slash, and it is enough to KO at 100 base power. That move is so strong.
That is going to KO, and now we're going to see the Moonblast going into the opposing Whimsicott, going to do 50% of its health. And now, it's just the Basket Legion and Whimsicott up against Whimsicott Basket Legion, but there's also a Delphox in the back. The one thing also to call out here is that Whimsicott is Focus Sash. So, that Sash could also play a big, big role here, especially if you set up Tailwind. What will go first? Either James's or Rob's Basket Legion.
Yeah, both Whimsicotts have hit the field. Tailwind could be said by either Pokemon. Well, interesting to see the speed interaction going forward between both Pokemon very important as we move on into future games in this set. Obviously, James had the Encore off earlier into Rob, so leading towards James right now, but it could be a speed tie. Both these Whimsicotts could be trained super fast.
They honestly could, though, too. I mean, it's a battle of the speed ties right now. Basque could just go straight for the last respects, but you are threatened by that Whimsicott just going for another, Moonblast. However, Tailwind's going to get set up from Rob's side, and Tailwind's going to get set up from James's side. The real question is, which Basque will move first? And it's going to be Rob's moving first, going for the last respects, getting the KO on James's Basket Legion, and now it's just Delphox all by itself.
Which is not good for James. The speed ties in this set are insane. We see Rob's Whimsicott move first this time, meaning it is a speed tie. Just insane board position there that it kind of came down to speed ties there. This Delphox not in the best position in front of the last respects Basket Legion. And, I mean, it's interesting because you kind of might want to go for Protect here, but then the Whimsicott can always just Encore you, so not the best board position for James, and Rob has pulled this back with the help of some very fortunate speed ties.
Honestly, as well. I mean, it was just a battle of the Basket Legions, and, and now Rob's Basket Legion just, went straight for the KO, and it looks like just another last respects could KO the Mega Delphox here. But we are going to see Delphox go for the Protect. What did this Whimsicott decide to do here? We're going to see the Encore going to lock that Whimsicott into Tailwind, but is it enough? Because this Basket Legion is set up to go for a last respects into the Delphox slot. It's kind of tough right now because you either want to get the KO, but also how much will Moonblast do to the opposing Basque Legion?
Yeah, now that Rob's Whimsicott is locked into Tailwind, his only offense on the board is with Basque Legion, which is the fastest Pokemon on the field, but his targeting has to be really important here. Yeah, Delphox had to go for the double protect, does not get it. The Tailwind, obviously, from the Whimsicott does not work. It is already set. Basque Legion clicks last respects into the Delphox that just protected, will take it out. This Whimsicott has to go for Moonblast, but I just don't know if it's enough. I think this Basque Legion is just in too strong of a position.
Most definitely, Moonblast is going to go right into that Basque Legion slot, and it's going to do a good chunk, like 40% of its health. But also, the one thing I want to call out is that the Focus Sash is still on that opposing Whimsicott.
Yeah, I think this Whimsicott needs a crit Moonblast in this Basque Legion, and even then, I don't know if it is enough. You need 2 attacks, I think, to kill this Basque Legion, as much as the Basque Legion needs 2 attacks to hit this Whimsicott. So that will knock the Whimsicott 2 Sash with the last respects, but this Whimsicott needs to fire back a very strong Moonblast in this Basque Legion to have a hope to win this game.
Will Moonblast get the KO on the Basque Legion? And the answer is no, unfortunately not. The Basque Legion is still standing strong, probably, wasn't even able to get the KO, but now Basque Legion could just finish off this game, and Rob is going to take game 1.
Yeah, unfortunate for James there, losing multiple. The only speed tie that really mattered was the Basque Legion one, but we did realize, like, through seeing the interactions, that we have a double speed tie between the Whimsicotts and the Basque Legion, so super volatile matchup there, and super unfortunate because James had a pretty big lead, I think, with the play of his King Gambit. Interesting to see in Game 2. I think James's King Gambit is, like, the most important Pokemon in the matchup, and he lost it pretty early. And again, like, it came down to speed ties, but I think preserving the King Gambit could have been something that would have definitely helped James in the end game.
Most definitely, and especially getting that special attack drop into a Defiant boost was very, very great for James, but not keeping the King Gambit safe long enough and just having Rob's Basque Legion just take over the game. It was like, James had it at one point and then just completely lost it because of it. And the speed ties as well. We have to know also that those speed ties are also very, very, crucial in this game here too, because it also comes down to whether or not, you're able to get a KO with last respects first. If not, then you are just going to get wiped by a last respects from the opposing Basque Legion. So honestly, going into the drawing board, what do you think James could do here?
It's immune to last respects, Rich.
What is it?
Lopunny.
Maybe we could see it. That is actually true. Lopunny. And also, Lopunny does get scrappy.
We can also hit the Basque Legion back, but our trainers are ready for Game 2. Will there be adjustments? Will they run the same thing? Let's find out.
Basque Legion and Aegislash will be on the field, and it's going to be the Delphox King Gambit as it was in Game 1.
Very interesting board state. This Delphox is definitely pressured by the Basque Legion here. Not in the best spot, but he has the King Gambit on the board for the Basque Legion as well. I'll keep saying this Basque Legion, I believe, is safe from a Sucker Punch KO, as we see the Chopple Berry, not the Black Glasses. So be interesting to see if Rob is willing to maybe take a lot of damage on his Basque Legion for a hit into this Delphox.
Very, very true. Delphox does go for the Protect here, and also King Gambit goes for the Protect. So James is trying to scout out what this what this Basque Legion is going to lock into. It's going to lock into Flip Turn. It's going to go into the Delphox slot. And what is this Aegislash going to do here? It is going to go for the Close Combat into the King Gambit slot. So we now know what the turn is going to be, and Basque Legion is now locked into Flip Turn.
Yeah, this Basque Legion locked into Flip Turn. Delphox can play a little defensively here, and this Aegislash is now, importantly, in Sword mode. Clicks Close Combat into the King Gambit, which is Chopple Berry, but leaves it a little bit vulnerable now to a Kowtow Cleave, potentially.
Very much so, but Delphox is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve. Going to get that Levitate ability, but it's not going to matter here because these guys are not going to have any ground type move. Sucker Punch is going to go ahead and hit, and it's going to get the one-hit KO onto Rob's Basque Legion. We were saying it was going to live? Probably not.
What do I know? That is,
Heat Wave is going to miss the Aegis Slash, and it's going to be Aegis Slash going to go for the Poltergeist, and Delphox is going to miss as well.
What
is this game, bro?
That sums it up pretty well, honestly, James. We were literally saying, I don't think the Basque Legion dies a sucker punch without the black glasses. It dies a sucker punch. Both moves missed in a row. This game is crazy. Coming down to speed ties, coming down to misses. This game is all over the place. But Rob has lost his Basque Legion, importantly, but is able to bring out something like the Whimsicott here and maybe get the speed back in his favor.
Pretty much so, but now the Whimsicott is here trying to get, gonna go for Tailwind, and an Aegis Slash is gonna attack first. You have to attack the Aegis Slash before it gets off any move here. And the thing is, we were talking about Focus Sash, we were talking about it could probably be a max set, max attack or max speed, trying to resemble good speed tier with the Whimsicott or with the Mont in the back here. But also one thing to shout out here, so Basque Legion is done, the Whimsicott and Aegis Slash is here. The real question is, what Mega did Rob decide to bring here? We're going to see the Heat Wave going to KO both Mons. Actually, not KO both Mons. We're going to KO the Whimsicott here. Aegis Slash is going to live on that Focus Sash here. As what did this Aegis Slash decide to do here? We're going to see the close combat, but the Aegis Slash does have the Chopal Berry, and it's going to take at least 40, not 40%. It's going to take at least 80% of it, but honestly, it's looking very, very interesting right now.
Yeah, and now the Kowtow Cleave to follow up into the Aegis Slash. James has picked up 3 quick KOs here and has all of his pieces still on the board. Just kind of, yeah, I mean, Rob lost, losing you were fortunate to dodge the Heat Wave, but you still had your Sash intact, so you could afford to take 1 Heat Wave, and then missing the Poltergeist, leaving the Delphox on the board. It's really unfortunate. James playing aggressive, just clicking Heat Wave into, Rob could have opted for something like the Tailwind, so he could have got value out of it, but playing aggressive offensively, maybe calling a defensive play from James once he had the Pokemon advantage, but James playing aggressive, and it got rewarded for it, and now we go to Game 3.
That was a very quick game too. Just seeing how the opponents could actually try to make things a little more better in the long run of the game. We did see, Rob trying to have Basque Legion just take over the game. However, James in Game 2 just said, you know what? Heat Wave from Mega Delphox is just going to make sure that nothing is going to live. And honestly, we didn't even see Rob's Mega, but we may be able to see it in this game, as we are going to go on to a Game 3 in our top 8 match here. It is going to be the leads of King Gambit and the Delphox up against the Basque Legion and the Aegis Slash here. So it looks like we swapped places.
Yeah, we swapped sides, which is interesting. Sorry for all the confusion, everyone. Rob is now
on the left,
and James is now on the right.
Yeah.
A little confusing here. But so James has the Delphox and King Gambit lead once again. Rob going with the Basque Legion and Aegis Slash lead again. Maybe see if James goes for the double protect here again to scout. Worked out pretty well for him in Game 1. But James now knows his Sucker Punch picks up Basque Legion, so yeah, Rob playing defensive now. We do
Lopunny comes in.
Lopunny hits the board.
Lopunny comes in, as we are going to see the protect from the from the Delphox here. And what did King Gambit decide to do? He's going to go for the protect as well, so Lopunny just came in for free. Funnily enough, honestly, I believe that Mega Lopunny, if it's at max speed, it should outspeed the Mega Delphox.
It will be interesting to see how these I think it might just barely outspeed if it, trained properly. It'll be very interesting to see the speed interaction. This Lopunny comes in with fake out pressure after both Pokemon just protected. So really good swap from Rob and really good adjustment here in this Game 3. Super, we were wanting to see the Lopunny all day, and we finally get it in a Game 3 in top 8. This is amazing Pokemon we're watching here. And let's see what Rob does to put the pressure on with that really good swap. Fake Out is very free here, as long with something maybe like a close combat or an Encore. This Lopunny has Encore, can Encore either Pokemon into Protect. So Rob has a lot of options here. Does he pick the correct one?
Oh, we are going to see the withdrawal here from the Delphox, and it's going to go right into the Whimsicott slot. So what did Lopunny do? It's going to go ahead and Mega Evolve. It's going to get that Scrappy ability as well. And now it's just Mega Lopunny. It's going to be the selected Mega for Rob. Fake Out going to go into the... Oh, that's going to go right into the Whimsicott slot. But we're going to see the Sucker Punch from the King King Gambit into the Aegislash here. But what did Aegislash decide to do here? And it's going to go right for the Poltergeist, and it's going to go ahead and go into the Whimsicott slot. So now Whimsicott is going to go ahead and get KO'd here.
Wow, man. Huge play. Whimsicott being off the board, super important for Rob, and this Lopunny just looks like in a demanding position. Close combat is threatening this King Gambit so much, and really just really good like game 3 adjustment from Rob. But the Delphox comes out for James here, and you know, like we said, if this Lopunny is faster, it could be interesting what the targeting is here. I mean, you do pick up the fighting type when you Mega, so it is threatened by something like a Psychic from this Delphox. So very interesting to see if Rob feels the pressure to play a little defensively or if he wants to be aggressive and attack something into the King Gambit maybe.
That is very, very true, honestly. But honestly, looking at this, you know, Lopunny could go for a encore onto the King Gambit here, trying to lock it into Sucker Punch, and honestly could just drain those Sucker Punch PP. But Aegislash could also go for the Shadow Sneak, try to get some damage onto the Delphox here. Also, Lopunny does have access to close combat, but also we also noticed that that James's King Gambit does have the Chopple Berry, so I don't know how much damage that close combat is going to do. We are going to see the Mega Evolution, Shadow Sneak going to go off. How much is it going to do? Oh my god, that's 80% damage!
The Shadow Sneak into the Delphox, followed up by close combat, getting rid of the Delphox on James's side, and now what will this King Gambit do? James using both Pokemon to get rid of this Delphox, but I think that Rob getting dude, this switch up is driving me
insane. I know it is, but the Iron Head's gonna go right into the Lopunny slot, not gonna KO it. I know the switch is starting to get a little bit off.
James brings out the Basket Legion, also really threatened by something like a Shadow Sneak here. We could see something like a Shadow Sneak again while Rob has Pokemon advantage, but James is down to his final 2 Pokemon, and Rob just has to play a little safe, make sure James can't take advantage of Rob playing defensively here. But this Lopunny might be the difference for Rob to get into top 4.
It's a very close game right now, but Lopunny was able to, secure the KO onto the Delphox. I even said, like Lopunny could outspeed the Mega Delphox, but also we are going to see the King Shield from the Aegislash, going to protect it from any incoming turn. So basically, it's going to be the Sucker Punch, going to go right into the Lopunny slot too. Lopunny is down, so both Megas are out.
Yeah, we will see. Let's see what the Basket Legion locks into here. It is Last Respects, which importantly does not get the attack drop from the King Shield. So, okay, James claws back in a little bit. Let's see what Rob has in the back to maybe, seal up this end game. We bring out the Fairy Feather Whimsicott at full HP. It'll be interesting to see how Rob uses this Whimsicott to keep his Pokemon advantage. This Aegislash is on 1 HP. Maybe has to lock something like the Shadow Sneak just so it can't get Sucker Punched by James's King Gambit, but it is going to come down to the wire here. This just Whimsicott not having the most offensive pressure here will just set the tailwind for the team. This Aegislash maybe didn't go for something like the Shadow Sneak. We see
the Sucker Punch gonna KO.
We see the Sucker Punch calling no Shadow Sneak. What a good play from James, crawling his way back into the matchup. That is such an important call.
Last Respects is going to go ahead and KO the Whimsicott, and the only mon left on Rob's side is the Basque Legion, and I think James just took this game back. That is right.
Wow, what a call. What a call. I mean, James playing super aggressive there, not calling the Shadow Sneak, and got rewarded. James was behind, had to make a call. Rob thinking he could play safe with Tailwind, and James punished it.
Honestly, it was a really interesting game, and to be honest, a masterclass of Pokemon here, just trying to preserve the King Gambit for later, but also having Mega Lopunny as well, trying to get damage off. I don't think close combat would have been the best choice. Maybe if you knew they were trying to double up into it, maybe Triple Axel would have honestly helped you out too. But it's also kind of trying to see how the speed works too, because some people want to make their stuff faster or slower. I don't know how Lopunny is trained on Rob's side, but very, very great gameplay from both of them.
Yeah. just happy to see the Lock Money make a set on stream.
It was.
Most interesting Mega Evolution we saw today. And I really do think it was a good adjustment from Rob's end. Just a little unfortunate in that end game. Made a call, and James played a little more aggressive and got rewarded. But I think Lock Money was a really cool bring in that Game 3. And it switched in super well on that after turn 1, calling the double protect on fake out pressure. And yeah. Really cool adjustments from Rob. Really great set for us in top 8. James Evans, however, does move on to top 4, and we have, I think, most of our other top 8 sets are done. So we will very shortly move on to top 4, and we'll be right back with an interview with James Evans.
Yep.
All right, we are here with James Evans, your top 8 set winner. James, that was a stressful set. How you feeling?
I'm feeling very stressed right now.
Yeah, I can. Between the not being able to watch the stream to see, like, and then I want you to look at
words.
Words are tough, and that was such a close set. But I want you to look at these speed stats and look at all the speed ties that we were witnessing between the Basket Legion and Whimsicott and everything. It was so much fun to watch.
I say, Rob and I talked after the set, so like I see the low bunny and the Delphox speed stats, and I'm kind of, I just in my head, I assumed like, okay, Delphox just outruns this. It does not.
Yes, it does
as
not.
I've learned.
Yeah.
But the Bass speed ties, the Whim speed ties, the Floette speed tie, just.
Yeah, insane. What was the game plan game 1? And then I'll go into, were you ever expecting La Pony?
I was not expecting La Pony at all. Kind of my game plan was just, I figured Gambit's obviously very good.
Yes.
And I can play the Floette mirror. I didn't want to risk him being timid though. Because I just felt it's not particularly safe to, I would say both of us just lead Whimsicott Floette and then try to light up ruin each other. That's just not smart.
Yeah.
So I figured, like, okay, Delphox is actually probably pretty good here, because it just stops him from bringing the Floette, and it's pretty solid into like the rest of Rob's Pokemon alongside King Gambit. You can just throw out Psychic, Sucker Punches, Heat Waves. The Aegislash is kind of a problem, as we saw. And even his Basket Legion, like, obviously the speed ties are just really annoying at the end of the day, and if we both play obviously, depending on how we both play our cards, like, obviously neither of us want to get to that position where it is a speed tie, and generally because you both try to avoid it, it will end up happening anyways.
Yeah, for sure. Low Pony switch. Obviously, I think that the double protect on the fake out turn 1 felt very safe. It like happened game 2, and then game 3 it felt pretty safe again until the next fake out one comes in game 3.
Like,
and Low Pony could have went for fake out to create offensive pressure. It had CC pressure. It also was running Encore to Encore either Pokemon into protect. So what was your, like, how'd you navigate that?
So I figured, I originally thought that he was going to swap into Whimsicott, and I figured, okay, Gambit's really safe here, and it can kind of just create a lot of momentum anyways. Like, I can just click Iron Head and get a knockout, and Heat Wave is still very, very threatening. Or even the idea I had in mind was swap to Whimsicott, and get him to break my Focus Sash, because if the if the Aegislash breaks my Focus Sash, it can't Poltergeist anymore, which means that it can't like go for hard reads on that slot, and I can also Encore lock him into Poltergeist, which is really good obviously against Gambit and Whimsicott once the Sash is broken. I obviously did not know the speed stat on the Low Pony, so that kind of looked like a big goof on my end.
You'll know now forever.
Yeah, exactly. I figured I would probably live the CC from the Low Pony just because of Choppleberry. I wasn't 1,000% sure on that. I think once the Whimsicott went down, and I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna click. I clicked Heat Wave with Delphox, trying to just assume that Rob would try and swap out his Low Pony and try to get another fake out in or get an Encore later in the game. So I was like, okay, if he goes to Bass, like cover it with Heat Wave and Kowtow. That did not happen as we saw. But I think like even in the end game, like because I had probably the two best sweeping Pokemon you can ask for in an end game, like Gambit and Basket Legion alongside each other. Like as long as it was Basket Legion in the back, I felt relatively comfortable, and it was, thankfully.
It was a little dicey in that end game, however, because Rob had Tailwind pressure and felt like because he Tailwind, he didn't lock for something like Shadow Sneak would have stopped your Sucker Punch, but you correctly called that he wouldn't go for something like a Shadow Sneak and Sucker Punch the Aegis Slash. Was that just like a call in your mind that you were willing to make? Or?
I figured he had two options. He either goes for Shadow Sneak and tries to get the last ditch damage off, or he tries to go for Poltergeist. Or actually, he's got three options. It's also swapped to Basket Legion.
Yeah.
And I did double the slot. Like,
Okay.
I tried to make sure that, like, whatever comes in is not surviving this, because if it's just AG and Whimsicott together, I should be able to win this game. The only way I think I realistically lose is if he goes for something like Shadow Sneak into my Basket Legion, and then, like, next turn he looks Last Respects into it, and for some reason, like, I would say Gambit somehow just, like, dies to Moonblast, or it doesn't KO with Sucker Punch into the Basket Legion, so I was like, alright, just play my cards safe as possible, because then the next turn I can just go for Kotal and hopefully get a knockout.
Yep. And now you are in top 4 of the Rutgers event. Congratulations. And I'm being told that we're going to do some trivia. So
all good.
Let's do some trivia to waste the time. I'm kind of scared. What is this? Figure out which of the Pokemon is the I one out. Oh, we're not looking at these Sunflora. We're gonna get a different.
I think we're gonna get a bunch
I thought
of
this
different
Sunflora
Pokemon.
was our quiz. Okay. Name
related.
Silvally, Porygon,
Hold up.
Snivy.
It's name related.
Nidoran, Porygon. Dude, I actually have no idea of a quiz.
I think it's Snivy. Actually, I would say the other ones all have like a numeral or like some other different type of punctuation, I guess, because Nidoran female, Porygon 2 type null.
Oh, type. Oh, you're
there's a
I said Silvally, so I was already behind the game there. Yeah,
Yep.
Nice. I would not have figured that out. All right.
Mobile evolution. Is this like Go or? Oh, I don't know anything about Go.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude, my brother competes in Pokemon Go, and I still have no idea. Mobile evolution. Okay, well, I think it's Wailmer. I think the other.
I think it's Galissopod. I don't think Galissopod.
Okay, it's definitely not Feebas or Magikarp, because I don't
They
play
have to
Go,
be.
but my buddy is Feebas and it has never evolved.
Okay.
So that's definitely that.
Oh well, maybe it doesn't evolve then. Maybe it's just no, surely not.
It could be Gyarados. Is Gyarados that hard to get? It was like.
Was it like 400 candies?
Yeah, it was there from the start, so I don't know. If
I
they
haven't
made
played
it.
Go literally since 2016, so
I think I'm okay. I think
I'm safe locking that. I'm feeling comfortable.
I think I might go with your initial Wimpod guess. I think Magikarp might be kind of hard to get. I think Wailord is kind of hard to get too, if I remember correctly. Let's go. Let's go Wimpod.
Let's just see.
Oh, it is. Wait.
Oh.
Dude, what do I? Dude. I gotta check my Pokemon Go. There's no way.
I have no shame in saying I don't know anything about Pokemon Go. No, not type, stat, ability, move. Kangaskhan, Grimmsnarl.
Not type, stat. What does that even mean?
Well, it can't. I would say the first thing I noticed was that 3 of them get fake out, but.
Okay, that is So
it's
Frostlass
not-
doesn't get fake out. Is that what we're locking here?
No.
Can we get a clarification on the hint?
2 of these can run screens.
It's about.
This is so. The hint is throwing me
2
off.
Mega
here.
Evolutions.
Think like a casual.
I
Oh,
feel like a
God.
casual.
I just got off a 6-month break of chilling like casual. Now I gotta think like goddamn. Darn.
Frostlass and
It's they're all gender-based evolutions, but these all 3 are female. Grimmsnarl's male.
Cooked.
Alrighty.
Okay, sounds good. I'm getting carried by James here, so.
Anime Ash, not in Reason.
I did not watch the anime even a little bit, so.
Oh God! All right. Well, I know.
So who's got these Pokemon?
Noctowl. Ash has a shiny Noctowl in the anime. He also
Okay.
has a Crocodile.
But Ash is not. What is Ash? So it's.
He doesn't have a Gyarados, unless you count the manga where Red has one, but it's borrowed from Misty.
You're in some deep lore here that I am not.
It's from the Adventures manga. Read it. It's really good. I'm trying to think where I can think of a Metagross from, but I can't. These 2 were owned by Ash. This was owned by James, technically, because. Okay, Ash not in Reason. Right,
Yeah, so we get to not
Dang
count
it.
Ash.
Okay.
So maybe it's like Noctowl.
There's a Noctowl there though.
Anyone else have a Noctowl?
Who else has a Crocodile? Okay, Lance, Steven.
What if it's like. dude.
You're like saying you're right.
So,
Connect the dots.
did like Brock have a crocodile? That sounds like a Brock.
It doesn't have to do with the trainer.
It doesn't have to do with a trainer.
But you're thinking of the right examples.
So they're champion-related Pokemon, probably. But I'm trying to think.
Well, certainly Noctowl is not on a champion team.
Just moving on.
Is it Noctowl? I'm gonna guess Noctowl. I don't know why.
Not shiny in the anime.
You said the shiny thing. Oh my god, yeah. Wait, that's such a good pull.
Because like obviously, I only thought of the. Obviously, I haven't watched the Gen 8 anime. I don't know. I think what's the Steven one from? Is that the Orhas promo?
You know more than me.
I know they made like a 2-minute animation for like showing off the megas and stuff, but
that made me feel like I don't know anything about Pokemon, and I'm very sad. So let's swiftly move on to our top 4.
We're back.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to the Scarlet Classic Champions Tournament. My name is Chef Rich. I'm joined by my best buddy here, Kevin Miller, and we're going to be right now doing our top 4 match here, and we're going to have 2 titans of players. We have William Brown versus Richard Wan.
Yeah, Richard, who we featured round 1 of stream, and he has made his way all the way to top 4 since then. He is our defending champion of this event, so very interesting to see him all the way back in top 4 now. Will he repeat as champion, or will William Brown try and rip that title from him?
These 2 are rivals. I know for a fact, they want to do, try to see how they can actually, get in their opponent's head. But the thing is, we have 2 great teams here. Well, we featured William Brown earlier. The team of Billy is going to be Arch, Shaludon, Sneasler, Pelipper, Scovillian, Sableye, and Basque Legion.
Yes, I believe these 2 played in Swiss rounds as well, and I believe William got the best of Richard, so it'll be interesting to see how Richard, tries to change it in his favor. It clearly didn't go his way the first time around, but Richie is, to remind everyone, since it happened so long ago in round 1, he is running a team of Sneasler, King Gambit, the Mega Frostlass, the Aerodactyl, Mega Aerodactyl, Garchomp, and Basque Legion. Our trainers have gotten into the game. It is got into team pairing. We are ready for semifinals, and this is going to be really interesting. Like you said, these 2 are rivals. They play all the time, practice sets. This is going to be very interesting to see how, sometimes when you play so much against one person, you're not even playing Pokemon anymore. You're playing against the person. You're trying to read their tendencies, what you think, how they play the game. So it's going to be very interesting to see the dynamic here.
It's funny, whenever we play Billy, he always says, why are you making that play? What is going on here? And it's always a funny reaction here. But I digress here. We're moving on right now to our top 4 match here, and it's going to be going up for the leads. William Brown versus Richie Wan. One of them will win and move on to the finals. And we're going to see Frostlass and Garchomp up against Sableye and Archaludon here.
Yeah, Billy, this lead is so imposing for Billy. This Sableye is such a nuisance. This Sableye is Roselli Berry with Will-O-Wisp, Encore Disable, and Rain Dance, able to set the rain for our child on here.
Oh, wow, we are going to see Frostlass go ahead and Mega Evolve here, going to get up the snow, but will Sableye say, nope, we're going to set up the rain now. But I wonder what's going to be happening here. We could potentially see a blizzard going off. Garchomp goes for the Protect here, and what did Frostlass decide to do here? Sableye decides to go for the Will-O-Wisp into the Garchomp here, but Frostlass is going to go ahead and go for the Blizzard, and it's going to hit both, hitting them both for 50%, and the stamina from the Arch is going to rise up. Arch is going to have to go for Flash Cannon, and it's going to do a ton of damage, bringing the Frostlass to the red.
Yeah, Richard very much aware of the Will-O-Wisp on this Sableye, protecting the Garchomp very importantly, and that Blizzard did so much damage from this Frostlass, but our child on getting the leftovers here, maybe saving it from being KO'd by another one, but William does have the pressure of Rain Dance here to just obviously Blizzard can still land if it enters the rain, but it makes that so much more tricky for Richard if the rain is set here. But our child on with leftovers, maybe wanting to protect here, get the leftovers recovery, and Sableye is obviously threatening a huge encore into the Protect that the Garchomp just did, so...
Richie will think, it's going to set up. I'll probably hit my Blizzards. Richie will think, he'll hit the Blizzards. But let's see. Blizzard is actually going to connect on both Mons here. Get the knockout on the Sableye as well. So, you know what? Sableye is gone, so we're not going to see any Will-O-Wisp, no Rain Dance shenanigans. And what did Garchomp decide to do here? It is going to go for the Dragon Claw, and it's definitely going to get the KO on the Arch. So, just like that, Billy lost 2 Mons, and Richie still has all 4 of his Mons.
Yeah, huge play from Richard there, saying maybe you'll encore, and then I can still click Blizzard in the snow, but worst case scenario, you Rain Dance, and I can still hopefully land Blizzard. And because of that turn, William locks in the forfeit so early in the game 1.
This is just turn 2.
And yeah, turn 2, the game is over, and Richard Wan takes game 1. So, huge play from Richard there. That is very... it's just a risky play. You don't know what Billy's going to do there with the encore pressure. But obviously, sitting in Williams' perspective, you think encore is so obvious here. Let me just not click it. My opponent's going to play for that. But Richard just playing aggressive and it working in his favor.
Honestly, absolutely. But also the turn where, like, the rain gets set up. Obviously, trying to, get the move off where, Arch wants to set up those electro shots, but also he was trying to get the burn onto the Garchomp coming in, but not Ninetales, Frostlass, I'm sorry, I did have another snowboarding user, but Frostlass was able to come in and just say, I'm just going to keep going for Blizzards. Even when the rain is set up, Blizzard still connected, as we are going to move on to a game number 2. It's going to be Frostlass and Garchomp as a lead for Richie up against Basque Legion and Sableye, so a different lead from Billy, but Sableye still on the field for this game.
Yeah, switch up from Billy here. Didn't like how game 1 panned out. Interesting to see how Richie adjusts to the new lead. Clicking Mega with the Frostlass on turn 1 is really risky. Like you said, Sableye could just call that and click Rain Dance on turn 1 and then enable this Basque Legion to click a super strong, maybe like flip turn in the rain or something like that. So interested to see how Richard adjusts to the Basque Legion lead here and see if he maybe tries to conserve his weather a little bit with this Frostlass. Something like a Protect could be like, you could try and not get hit by a rain boosted flip turn or something like that could be the play here from Richard.
Honestly, absolutely. I mean, you could honestly probably also go for a Rain Dance and go for those big, heavy wave crashes, probably on a Garchomp or Frostlass. But Sableye is going to go ahead and going to go for the Will-O-Wisp, going to get the burn onto that Garchomp here. So Garchomp's attack will be halved. As what did the Basque Legion decide to do here? It is going to go for the Wave Crash into the Frostlass Protect. Garchomp is going to go for an Earthquake, but because of the burn, it is not going to do that much damage.
Yeah, we are playing mind games here, ladies and gentlemen. Richard playing a little aggressive with the Garchomp here, saying Sableye won't click Will-O-Wisp into my Garchomp again. I protected game 1. I could just protect again game 2. You're not going to click Will-O-Wisp. Billy sticking to his guns, going for the Will-O-Wisp into the Garchomp, knowing that you need to neuter this thing's attack to survive this game. Wave Crash locked into Basque Legion for just huge damage into Frostlass makes a lot of sense, but Basque Legion wanting to switch out here.
Well, now he's going to switch into the Arch because he knows that Earthquake won't do that much damage to the Arch. It's just going to keep stacking up those stamina boosts. But we are going to see Frostlass switch out into the Basque Legion, and it's going to go for the burn onto the Basque Legion. What a read from Billy. That is an insane read. And Richie, I'm sorry for Richie, but he got the burn on that Basque.
Yeah, unfortunate for Richie there. The switch in felt kind of safe. Billy calling it, though, getting huge momentum with the burn here. Now, there's 2 burned physical attackers, and our Chaladon has hit the field for free. This Sableye can go for Rain Dance, set up this Archalon to start clicking Electro Shots pretty freely, and Billy in such a good position here with his Archalon coming into this game, too. Just really, really good momentum play to get the Will-O-Wisp off into the Basque Legion switch in. Such a smart play from Billy here, and puts himself in a really good position to try and take this game, too.
Honestly, it's like really interesting gameplay right now. Just calling out that Basque Legion switch. Rain Dance is definitely going to go up for the Arch to set up those electro shots. Dragon Claw is going to go off. Not enough to get the knockout onto that Sableye. Liquidation is going to go ahead and KO that Sableye, but this Arch is probably going to go for an electro shot into that Basque Legion.
Yeah, Richie doubling up on the Sableye, doesn't want to deal with its shenanigans anymore, but, this Archalon is just free to get the boost with this Electro Shot and target this Basque Legion. This Basque Legion is not handling that very well. Archalon picks up a knockout, is +1 set up for the next turn, and just is in a really good spot right now.
Most definitely as well. Even with the burn, it was Sash on the Basque Legion, but even with that, it wasn't enough to even protect it. Now this Garchomp, it's burned, and it's just sitting there doing absolutely no damage to the Arch. If it keeps doing damage, stamina is just going to keep boosting it.
Yeah, both these trainers losing a Pokemon that turn, taking their time, trying to assess the board state, see what they need to do to, get back into this game. Richard, with a burn Garchomp, needs to bring out something here to really threaten this Archalon, or this game could get away from him.
Most definitely, at least. I'm very curious on what Richie has as his final Pokemon here. But we are going to see Billy's Scoville in here and the King Gambit from Richie's side here. So another load of physical attackers here. But there is a Frostlass in the back just waiting to Mega Evolve. But This is looking very rough because also there is a Basque Legion in the back waiting to go for last respects.
Yeah, Scovillain comes in. Interesting to see what Billy does. I know Billy likes to play a lot of games with the Scovillain, go for Protect, try and get the correct Moody boost. But Billy playing no Moody games here, goes for the Mega on turn 1, wants to get the Spicy Spray on board. Spread more burns around this board state, but the King Gambit goes for Protect, knows that this cannot hit this Scovillain without getting burned.
Definitely going to see the Earthquake going off onto both Scovillain and Arch, but that's not even going to do enough to both of them. They're still in the green, as Arch is still going to get more defense boosts. But what did the Arch do? It's going to go for the Dragon Pulse, and it's going to go ahead and KO the Garchomp, and now it's going to be a Frostlass in the back, but is it enough to actually get like momentum back from Billy?
What's it called? Billy will probably lose the weather here. Frostlass will be able to set the snow, but this Archaludon is already pretty set up. King Gambit just protected. It will be a little vulnerable. And interestingly enough, if the Frostlass chooses to Mega Evolve here, this Scovillain can freely click full strength overheat into the King Gambit that just protected too. So very interesting board state here for Richard. And down 2 Pokemon, you have to really manage this turn correctly, or Billy could just run away with game 2.
Honestly, yes. I mean, Richie does have to find a way out of this. I mean, you could just go for the Mega and just try to go for Blizzard. Maybe try to get, I don't want to say it, but, I've heard of commentator curse. I don't want to do that. But try to see what, Richie could do here. But the Scovillain is just going to be powering up with those overheats. But actually, you're going to see the Rage Powder going off onto the Scovillain here. But what did Frostlass do? We're going to see King Gambit go for Sucker Punch. So that's actually okay for Richie here, as Frostlass is going to go ahead and going to go for the Blizzard here. Now, what we're going to see here, no freeze here so far, and the Spicy Spray from the Scovillain here. But Arch is just going to go for Flash Cannon and get the one-hit KO.
Yeah, that Electroshot boost proving huge there for Billy. And Flash Cannon now able to pick up the Frostlass. King Gambit going for the Sucker Punch there, trying to dodge the burn from Scovillain. But yeah, picking up the KO on the Frostlass there means Billy just has too much for Richard to come back from. And after a very quick game 1, Billy fights back, and we now have a game 3 in our top 4.
Absolutely amazing performance from these two players. I mean, Richie just saying the Mega Frostlass in game 1 can just go ahead and go for Blizzards even if I miss in the rain, but he didn't miss. Game 2, Billy just came back with, the Vengeance, just trying to set up the Arch, and now Scovillain here to get more and more momentum in, and I can't wait to see what's going to go on for game 3.
Yeah, Billy really, I think, adjusting well and bringing Archaludon. Not having Archaludon in the lead game 2 meant he could bring it in when it was more suited to sweep the board. He was able to get burns with Sableye aggressively and calling the Basque Legion switch in. And once he spread the burns, Archaludon was free to come in and just win the game. So we'll see how Richard deals with that in this game 3 of our semifinals.
The only thing is, one of these guys will win and move on to the finals, but unfortunately, the loser of this will be eliminated. I don't want to put no money on this, but this is going to be an interesting lead right now of King Gambit and Frostlass up against the Sableye and Archaludon.
Yeah, Billy going back to the lead of the Archaludon, trusting it in the lead this time, saying he can play better than what happened in game 1. However, the Frostlass is here again, but Richard swaps out of the Frostlass, goes into the Garchomp, risking the Will-O-Wisp here. The Rain Dance straight from the Sableye, calling the Frostlass to Mega Evolve, setting the range for this Archaludon. It does go for the Electroshot. What target will it attack? Will it attack the Garchomp that just swapped in?
Well, the only question is, will it be able to attack it? And no, it actually went into the King Gambit slot. That's going to do a big chunk of damage, and that almost got the one-hit KO with the critical hit.
King Gambit surviving, gets to click a Kowtow Cleave into the Sableye, doing very good damage, getting some damage on the board for the Sableye so it cannot annoy him anymore. And importantly, not getting Will-O-Wisp there, Billy opting for the Rain, but we saw how important that was with the Electroshot. So very different turn in this game 3, but I think Sableye is just so much Will-O-Wisp pressure right here. It's really scary for Richie. He has to navigate this very carefully.
I mean, yeah, like looking at this, you kind of have to make a little bit of a call here that, that Arch is probably going to attack the Garchomp, that Sableye is going to go for the burn here. But King Gambit, it's at very low health, but it can still do one more thing. Garchomp is going to go for the protect here, trying to scout out if we see a Will-O-Wisp here. And we are going to see the Will-O-Wisp from the Sableye going to go into the Garchomp here. An Electro Shot, it is going to charge up. What did we decide to do here? It's probably going to go directly into that King Gambit again to get another boost, and it will be. So King Gambit is going to go ahead and get KO'd here. So that's one Pokemon down for Richie, but Billy has a very low health Sableye here and an Arch that's at +2 special attack.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp and Electro Shot was a pretty safe play from Billy. Obviously, Sucker Punch isn't going to do a lot from the King Gambit there. You can freely target the Garchomp with Will-O-Wisp and boost again with your Archaludon. So Richie has to bring in the Basket Legion here, but this pressure of Will-O-Wisp remains on Billy's side. This Garchomp just protected maybe has to swap into Frostlass so you don't get burned on something you care about, but Richard might have to hope for some Will-O-Wisp misses here, honestly.
Most definitely. I mean, Frostlass could come in, it could Mega Evolve, change the weather. However, you need to get the Sableye out of here because it will be a nuisance to all your physical attackers, basically to the Basket Legion and to the Garchomp here. And also could change the weather for Frostlass here. You need the Sableye gone. Arch right now is at +2 special attack, but it's like a mind game. What will Arch, who will Arch actually attack? It will either be Electro Shot into Basque or it will be Dragon Pulse into the Garchomp here. But also Sableye is threatening a very, very bad burn.
Well, it is threatening nothing now. It has left the field. Basket Legion switches in for Billy. Aqua Jet from Richie's Basket Legion into the opposing Basket Legion. William calling the switch very carefully. Dragon Claw in this Arch. Doing some pretty good chip, giving the Archaludon a defense boost. And this Archaludon is free to click another Electro Shot. This Archaludon is getting very strong. It is now +3, and it is going into that Basket Legion, and that Basket Legion is KO'd.
Wait, no, it is not. It has the Focus Sash.
I can't read the team sheet. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Focus Sash coming in very importantly for Basket Legion here. But this Archaludon is still +3 and now has a stamina boost and is in a very good spot. And William gets his Basket Legion for relatively free with the Choice Scarf adaptability boost. And it's looking very oppressive right now for Billy.
Most definitely right now, like Richie, he's trying to find a way to get Frostlass in, even with the Basket Legion will have access to that last respects, but also the thing is that Arch is set up. Basket Legion does go for the Aqua Jet into the opposing Basket Legion, but Garchomp is just going to say, nope, I have to go for the damage, and that damage is going to be the Earthquake. It's going to go ahead and hit Basket Legion for a lot of damage. And the stamina boost onto the Arch, as we are going to see Dragon Pulse going to go off into the Garchomp, and is going to go ahead and pick up the one-hit KO. So now Richie has to decide here, you have to go for a very interesting play here. Do you go for the double protect and just try to go for the KO?
Yeah, Richie gets to bring in the Frostlass here. We'll be able to change the weather, but this Archaludon is so set up, but it has taken a lot of damage. This Frostlass, the most important piece for Richie right now, is it in a good enough spot where it can just click Blizzard and maybe win this game.
Most definitely right now, as Frostlass does go for the protect here. That was an interesting play here from Richie, but what did the Basket Legion decide to do here? Actually, Arch goes for the protect here too, so I wonder what did this Mon do? Aqua Jet is going to go ahead and KO the Basket Legion, so now it is just Frostlass versus the world.
Frostlass is indeed versing the world. Billy has all 4 Pokemon still alive. This Frostlass yet to Mega Evolve, and Sableye in the back still with Rain Dance. So this Frostlass needs to do a lot of work for Richard here if he wants to come back in this game. We've seen stranger things happen than a Pokemon winning a 1v4, but Sableye switching in, I believe, at full health. Has it taken damage? I'm not sure if it's taken any damage, but we see the Mega from the Frostlass here, gonna set the snow, gonna try and click a very strong Blizzard here.
Very much so, but also the thing is that Richie did take off the headset, but also now that those two will get KO from the Blizzard, but you still have the threat of a Choice Scarf Basque Legion in the back that could just go straight up for the last respects. This game is officially over, and William Brown will be moving on to the finals here.
Yeah, very good adjustments from William Brown. Realizing that endgame was secured if he swapped out the Basque Legion, and just really good adjustments after losing in 2 turns of game 1, realizing that you need your Archaladon around and boosted to win the game against Richard.
Most definitely. It was a very interesting back and forth. Even that game 1 just went off of just 2 turns because of the Blizzards hitting and connecting, but Billy was able to take those 2 games back.
We've seen a lot of games today on stream where you could argue the most important Pokemon in a matchup has been not preserved properly to win endgames. We've seen King Gambits being the most important Pokemon in a matchup not being preserved, and then things like Basque Legion and Aegislash winning endgames for people. Billy in game 1 loses Archaladon really early and realizes he can't win, and then in games 2 and 3 really preserves the Archaladon to make sure that he can win games 2 and 3 as the most important offensive piece in the matchup. So really good adjustments from Billy there.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, also Richie could have honestly went for the double protect, but you know what? We play to our outs. We try to play to our outs too. But honestly, you do have the threat of the Basque Legion in the back. It is Choice Scarf, so it's kind of a very tough matchup. But huge shout outs to Billy for winning that matchup. It was. I thought we were gonna go for Moody Boost and Scoville, but Scoville just went for the Mega, and actually, it just was Arch's show.
Yeah, for sure. And now William Brown advances to finals. Our past champion has been knocked out. We will have a new champion of the Scarlet Classic this year, and we'll be very excited to see who Billy plays in finals. I cannot wait, and we will bring you the final matchup very soon. Stay tuned. We are back sooner. We have our top 4 interview with our winner, William Brown. Let's talk about that game 1 real quick. It was over in 2 turns. What happened?
Yeah, so the Protect on Garchomp resulted in a very, very difficult situation where it became an encore mind game where if I do encore the Garchomp and it stays in, I'm in a really good spot, but if it doesn't stay in and it switches to, say, Basque Legion, that position gets really, really precarious for me. So ended up losing pretty quickly because it did not go my way of the 50-50 for the encore mind game.
Yeah, I mean, from Richard's point of view, if he gets encored into Protect with Garchomp, then the rain isn't set and he still gets to land Blizzard 100%, which could have gone his way. You set the rain and the Blizzard still went his way. He double landed through the rain, so that happens sometimes. But then we adjust to the Basque Legion lead, maybe keep the Archaladon in the back this time, try and protect it a little bit. Was that the game plan?
Yeah, it was more so to keep him honest in terms of his leads, because the Garchomp does, as you saw, struggle into the Basque Legion specifically. It pressures a lot with Wave Crash. Rain Dance is a very, very it brings a lot of pressure, so it makes him have to make a lot of difficult decisions. And I made a lot of middle ground plays where I Wisp and Wave Crash, didn't necessarily have to go all out, and could make a lot more safer plays, and then made him honest, so in the game 3 I could lead my Archaladon again.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Is it a mind game to click Will-O-Wisp into the Garchomp on turn 1 again in game 2 after he protects it game 1, or is that something you're comfortable doing?
I don't think it's as much of a mind game when I have Basque Legion specifically, because of the fact that I am threatening that one-hit knockout on Frostlass, whereas Archaladon does not do that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little safer to, if I Wave Crash the Frostlass, Will-O-Wisp the Garchomp, worst case scenario, he Shadow Balls my Basque Legion, loses 90% of his Frostlass's health, and we're in the same situation, but I have full health Archaladon at that point. So the situation is a lot different and is a lot more pleasant for me to play from that point. So regardless of how that turn went, I would have been happy with it either way.
Makes sense. We were talking about how you two are good friends. You play a lot of practice sets together. You played in Swiss today. Is it a lot of mind games when you're playing it? it go on stream how it went earlier in the Swiss rounds, or?
Well, on stream was a lot different because it was not particularly close in the first game. However, he made pretty good adjustments to make it a lot closer and have me make a lot more decisions, whereas I was kind of going through a linear game plan, almost as if there was a straight up line to go through all the games. And in terms of playing him, it's a little different with him because he likes to use a lot of different teams.
Yeah.
So there isn't one particular matchup where we're playing it a lot and it's like, oh yeah, I've played him with this team 7 times, 8 times. And because of the fact that he has such a big team variety in the sense of what he runs, it doesn't always become, oh, I'm playing the player, because of the fact that he runs very different teams.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And yeah, made it to finals. You knocked off our past champion. How's that feel?
It was pretty good, to make finals always never hurts.
Yeah. And we will be right back with our finals matchup momentarily, where we'll find out who Billy is playing in finals. So stick around.
Welcome everyone to one of the biggest battles we're going to have here tonight, and that is the finals of the Scarlet Classics tournament. Again, my name is Chef Rich. I'm joined alongside my co-caster, Mr. Kevin Miller. And guess what, Kev? We've had a very, very exciting day of Pokemon.
Yes, it has been a long day. It is 9:38 p.m. Eastern Time. Yes, I am very hungry, but we've hit the pinnacle. We are at the finals. We have two very strong trainers here in finals. It has been a wonderful day. Thank you to Rutgers. Thank you to the Video Game Club. Thank you to everyone that contributed to this amazing event. And we have one final match to cap it off. William Brown, who we just saw win on stream, versus James Evans, two titans of the game. And this is what we want to see, man. This is an epic finals matchup, and super excited to get into it.
This is going to be one epic set between two titans and their teams. Let's go over these teams here. Again, William Brown's team is going to be the Archaludon, Sneasler, Pelipper, Scovillain, Sableye, and the Basque Legion. We did see that last one against Richie here, and now we're going to see James Evans here. He did actually play in the top 8. And now we're going to see James in the finals with Floette, King Gambit, Whimsicott, Sneasler, Delphox, and Basque Legion.
Yes, and just to refresh everyone, William is running Archaludon, Sneasler, Pelipper, Megasco Villain, Sableye, and Basque Legion. We saw on stream last round how oppressive Sableye Archaludon is. Let's see what James Evans does to counter that. I believe they played in Swiss as well. This is a rematch. Mind games are happening. I believe James took that set, but I did not put it past William Brown to adjust and make this a very good game.
Honestly, but to be honest too, like, we have like a really good gameplay here. Two of these guys could honestly like lead something very different as we saw in Swiss. But right now we're gonna move on to our first game of the grand finals here between James Evans and William Brown. We're gonna see Floette and Whimsicott here up against Scovillain and Sneasler.
William not opting for the Sableye and Archaludon lead, going for his Mega Scovillain, getting it on the board early. James Evans leads his special attackers, is ready for Scovillain. Gonna just power through resisted fairy moves is what it looks like, but this Sneasler does have fake out pressure on the board right now.
Most definitely, absolutely. And, you know, like, you could see the Tailwind here go off, and then you could also see a Light of Ruin just try to get damage off. However, you could also see Moonblast try to get the KO on the Sneasler here. It can go either way here. Scovillain is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve. It's going to get that Spicy Spray ability here. But also, I believe the Floette is going to be next to Mega Evolve, too.
Yes.
Oh, no, actually, we don't see a Mega from the Floette.
Whimsicott going for the Protect, playing it safe. We also see a Protect from the Floette. Fake out pressure is on the board. Double Protect does feel kind of safe. Dire Claw is clicked into the Protect of Floette, and Overheat is clicked from the Scovillain into the Protect of the Whimsicott. So Billy going on the offensive, James going on the defensive here.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, now, like, this next turn, you could potentially just try to go for a Tailwind here, try to get some damage off, you know, especially against this Sneasler that is a big threat to both of your fairy types. I mean, Scovillain is not really doing that much to threaten you. It is threatening a big Overheat, but also it could be threatening, like, you know, with a Rage Powder as well to redirect all those fairy type attack into itself. But, you know, it all depends now on what, you know, Billy and James have in the back, but these two mons right here are very threatened by just one Sneasler.
For sure, Dire Claw could go into either slot. James's Whimsicott is protected from a one-hit KO with the Focus Sash, but maybe a double into it to just remove Whimsicott's like Encore shenanigans and stuff like that is a very valid play here.
Most definitely. Now we're going to see James Mega Evolve the Floette. Going to get the Fairy Aura. And also it's going to power up Whimsicott's Moonblast as well. So we are going to see probably going to be a Tailwind going to be set up. No, we're going to see Rage Powder from the Scovillain.
Rage Powder from the Scovillain going first. We see the Tailwind set by the Whimsicott. This Floette will move second, but it is going into the Rage Powder of Scovillain. It is the Dazzling Gleam Power, getting damage on both Pokemon. Sneasler taking it not as well as Scovillain, but can hang on, can get a very strong Dire Claw off here. We see the Floette get burned from the Mega Scovillain. Dire Claw goes into the Floette and does pick up the knockout.
That's a one-hit KO, and now that Mega is down for James, and Scovillain is still standing here, but also that Sneasler, it's doing a lot of damage with those Dire Claws, and now I wonder what's in the back for James to actually try to make a comeback.
Yeah, James does have Tailwind on the board, so it does have all the speed pressure right now, but we need to bring in something that can get rid of this Scovillain. Sneasler comes in, can pressure a KO into the Scovillain, but it will have to trade getting burned, so James has to assess if that's something he can deal with right now. Fake out pressure is on the board. Billy could play this a little safe and protect, but Encore is on the board as well, so I think James has to really assess if he's comfortable with his Sneasler being burned or not here.
Very much so. I mean, we're also trying to see what James's fourth mon is in the back, but Scovillain is just going to go for the protect here. Remember, also Tailwind is still up, so James does have the speed control here. Moonblast from the Whimsicott is going to go into the Sneasler, and that's enough for the KO. So Sneasler is no longer a threat, but Scovillain is still standing here. And what did Sneasler decide to do? Is going to go for the Dire Claw, so it did not care about getting burned.
Scovillain going for the protect here, staying safe from the Dire Claw, but it now has Encore pressure from Whimsicott, so we play a little mind game here. Does James play it safe and just Encore the Scovillain, or does Billy play aggressive with the Scovillain? Like we saw last game, Billy had Encore pressure into Richie's guard chomp, and Richie just stayed in and attacked anyway. So we do have some Encore mind games here, but this Scovillain is definitely susceptible, and Billy brings out his Archaladon on the board here.
This is a very interesting turn right now because Arch is very threatened by a close combat. However, you could redirect that with the Scovillain and try to get a burn onto that Sneasler. And Whimsicott here is not really doing that much here. Just go for Moonblast into the Arch, but do you really want stamina boost if your last mon is a physical type attacker?
Yeah, Encore and close combat could be the play we see from James here, but William has to navigate it here. We see the Whimsicott actually protect from James, not going for the Encore, playing it safe. We see Rage Powder from the Scovillain would get around the potential Encore. This Sneasler now will get redirected into the Scovillain. It does go for Dire Claw, does pick up the knockout, but will trade a burn. And now this Archaladon gets to click an attack here. Obviously can't go for the Electroshot like we've been seeing on stream all day, but can click a strong special attack here.
Most definitely. We are going to see the Arch going to go for the Flash Cannon into the Whimsicott slot as the, Sneasler is going to be burned here. I mean, also one thing I want to call out here is that the Tailwind turns are dwindling down very, very far. It also depends on what James has in the back, to deal with this Arch here. You kind of want to get damage off, but then there's the Pelipper here. The Pelipper is indeed not Sash, is going to be the Citrus Berry set. So it's kind of like a mind game here of do you want to go for CC and get damage on Arch, or do you want to just try to get more damage on Pelipper?
The Whimsicott goes for the Encore in the Archaladon, locking it into Flash Cannon. We see the Dire Claw from the Sneasler go into the Pelipper. Will it... And Dire Claw picks up the sleep, the first sleep we see on stream today from Dire Claw. Dire Claw is a very toxic move and can do things like that and can flip the tide of games. James Evans has the burn Sneasler. Can't do a lot of damage, but what it can do is inflict status with Dire Claw.
That it was an interesting turn of events right now. The sleep on the Pelipper. How are you going to actually now, do damage if the Pelipper is asleep? But also, that Sneasler is threatening the Arch with close combat. It won't do that much, but it is going to threaten with a lot of damage. But Moonblast is going to go off, and it's going to hit into the Pelipper here. So James is avoiding hitting the Arch, trying to give it the stamina boost here. But what are we going to see here? Dire Claw going off into the Pelipper again, as the Arch is going to go for the Flash Cannon here. Going to bring it down to 1 HP from the Focus Sash of the Whimsicott. But will we see a wake up? And the answer is no.
Pelipper does not get the first turn wake. James gets good damage onto the Pelipper. It is in range of a double up here. This Pelipper does not have protect, so the double up is pretty safe here again, and James can then single target down the Archaladon. That sleep really killing Billy's momentum here. This Archaladon locked into Flash Cannon will probably pick up a KO into either slot here, but I think Billy has to trade his Pelipper now with the Dire Claw sleep.
Most definitely. I mean, you have the sleep turns from Pelipper. I might be able to wake up this next turn, but Moonblast could just KO the Pelipper at this time. And Arch, you could basically just try to ignore the Arch's stamina boost. I wonder if the Basket Legion is in the back to just take care of the Archaludon.
Yeah, these trainers are taking their time, thinking it out. This is grand finals. There are real things on the line. Moonblast from the Whimsicott into the Pelipper. Is it enough? Pelipper goes down. This Sneasler will be able to get a hit off into this Archaladon. it is a Dire Claw. It was doubling the Pelipper just in case Moonblast does not pick up, and this Archaludon clicks Flash Cannon into the Whimsicott, knocking it out, and we now have a 2v1, a Burn Sneasler, a Pokemon in the back versus this Archaludon for Billy.
Most definitely. I mean, the thing is that this Sneasler is getting chipped down more and more and more, but what will we see here from the, from James? It's going to be that Basculegion, so it's going to be probably locking itself into Last Respects. But the real question is, how much will Last Respects do to an Arch?
Yeah, this Last Respects is 150 base power combined with a burned close combat from the Sneasler. Is it enough to pick up this Archaludon? Is it enough damage for James to win this game? The Archaludon actually goes for the Protect, taking his time, seeing what the Basculegion locks into. Also, getting a little burn chip on the Sneasler, just playing it a little safe here. But we have the same board state in this next turn.
Most definitely. I mean, just CC and Last Respects to just try and KO the Arch. Arches also could go for the could also go for the Electro Shot here to KO the Basculegion here. It depends on if it lives this double up here. The burn is very susceptible here, but that 150 base power Last Respect with the adaptability boost, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, we see the Basculegion click the Last Respects into the Archaludon. It does a lot of damage. This Archaludon is on low HP. We see the close combat from the Sneasler. Is it enough with the follow-up? And it is not. Archaludon lives on 8 HP. It gets another stamina boost. This Archaludon is free to click Electroshot into one of these Pokemon and take it out, and then will it have enough boost in its defense to end this game for Billy? This is coming down to the wire.
This is coming down very, very hard to the wire because that KO was very, very crucial here. But Electroshot is going to go off and it's going to KO this Basculegion. And it's just a burnt Sneasler up against an Arch that's at very, very low health, but it does have leftovers.
And this Sneasler is on a timer with the burn. This Archaludon can get a little bit healthy with leftovers and can freely go for a Protect in front of the Sneasler. I think the Sneasler does live another turn of burn, so it will come down to whether this Archaludon has enough stamina boosts to live the burn close combat from the Sneasler.
This is really amazing gameplay right now, but the real question is, will this live one more burn? If it does, you're in a great spot. If it doesn't, this game is over. This is going to be so interesting right now. The burn's going to go ahead, going to live on 3 HP, but now comes the mind game of all.
Does Billy think that the CC picks up? Does you go for something like the double protect so it dies with the burn? Or the damage calcs, the mental damage calcs here are very important.
Double protect.
He doesn't go for the double protect. He thinks the close combat is enough. Sneasler clicks close combat. We see it into the Arch. Is it enough to hang on?
It is enough to get the KO.
What a close game one.
Oh my goodness, that was so close. I thought the sleep turn, but then when Arch lived the hit, I thought the burn was just going to take out the Sneasler. What a game.
Yeah, I guess in hindsight, if you want to double protect always if you're Billy there, because either you get the double protect and you win on the spot, or you live anyway and the Sneasler dies the burn. So unfortunate not to get the double protect there, and unfortunate that the close combat was enough to pick up the Arch, but it was a really close game there, and James takes game one, but that was so close it could go any way in game two.
It was so close. I mean, the unfortunate of the Dire Claw sleep here, it was so bad for Billy because that Pelipper was kind of crucial here. It could have set a tailwind for Arch to just go ahead and just KO majority of James's mons, but that sleep turn was so detrimental to Billy in the end game, where the Arch was trying to live as hard, as much as it can. That double protect would have honestly changed the game.
We now have our leads from our trainers approaching game two of Grand Finals. We see the Whimsicott and Floette lead from James, and the Sneasler and Scovillain lead from William. Both our trainers opt to lock the same leads.
This is the same leads, absolutely, but Scovillain could go ahead and Mega Evolve and just redirect for Sneasler to just go ahead and just take KOs with Dire Claw. However, we did see that Sneasler did KO Floette with one hit with the Dire Claw, and Whimsicott could just go ahead and set up the Tailwind, but at what cost? Basically, you kind of need Tailwind support for later on, but Sneasler is threatening you with those super effective Dire Claws.
For sure, Dire Claw is super puts on super pressure right here into either slot. William again not going for any moody boosts this game. We are going to do Mega the Scovillain on turn 1, try to inflict some burns into James's side. We see the protect from the Whimsicott on turn 1. Is it just another double protect from James? And it is. He protects both Mons on the fake out pressure. A safe play from James in turn 1.
Most definitely right now. And also we're going to see the Rage Powder from the Scovillain, so redirecting all those fairy type attacks, especially if Floette decides to go for and Mega Evolve here. But now it's going to be just one turn of just scouting, but what will happen next?
Yeah. Now you have Encore pressure into both slots, but you need to probably go for the Tailwind here, make sure this Floette is able to maybe take out the Sneasler before it gets to hit. But like we said, we have the Rage Powder on board with the Scovillain here, is able to redirect both fairy attacks. Maybe something like the Dazzling Gleam has to be locked for James just to get some chip on the board.
Most definitely indeed, because, you know, like, in the back, it could potentially be the Arch and the Pelipper again. But, you know, we are going to see James switch out into his own Sneasler here. So we are going to see the Encore onto the Scovillain here. So encoring it into Rage Powder. Interesting move here from James here, as, you know, Rage Powder is going to go off again. But what does Sneasler decide to do? Sneasler is going to go for the Dire Claw into an opposing Sneasler. That's going to do a ton of damage, though.
Yeah, very good chip from the opposing Sneasler. No status this time. This Scovillain is locked into Rage Powder. James may be worried about something like an overheat that turn. But now we have Sneasler on the board. We have big Dire Claw pressure into the Scovillain. I mean, James was willing to trade the burn last game for good damage on the Scovillain, so maybe something we see again here.
Most definitely. Like, Scovillain does decide to switch out. Archludon's going to come in, and it's probably going to take whatever it gets thrown at it. But we're going to see the fake out from the Sneasler, and it's going to get hit with a Moonblast from the Whimsicott. That's going to do a ton of damage, bring it down into the red of a critical hit.
Yes. James calling the defensive play with Archaludon doubling into the Sneasler. Very good aggressive play from James there. Billy maybe calling the fake out and attack into that slot with Archaludon trying to get some early stamina boost, but James calling it aggressively and really coming out on top that turn.
You really can't lose your Sneasler here if you're Billy. Like, you need the Sneasler to deal with the Floette in the back, but also, like, you have, like, Moonblast KOing the Sneasler, so now how are you going to deal with this Floette?
We will see Whimsicott taking out the Sneasler. James's Sneasler going in for a close combat into their Chalodon, and it just picks up. That is a huge knockout. Another critical hit. James has gotten 2 critical hits this turn, and that's just
tragic.
That is very
so tragic. Oh my goodness! And the forfeit is going to go in, and that's going to be James Evan as your grand champions. I'm speechless.
Insane end of the game. Very unfortunate. But that is the game we play.
That is definitely the game we play. He is going to be your Scarlet Classics champion here. What a game. Like, what a game. 2 crits from Moonblast and from CC. Oh my god, what a game. That was nerve-wracking too.
Insane, but we have crowned a new Scarlet champion. We have James Evans as our champion. Takes over the crown for Richard Wan, but everyone put in such a great performance today. I mean, game 1 was so close between those two. We deserved a better game 2, but
we did, yeah. I mean, it's the game we play. Like you said, we either get crits, we get nothing. But also, I wanted to see a game 3 between these two. It would have been down to the wire. But honestly, huge shout out to Billy. He made it all the way to the finals against James Evans. But James Evans actually came out swinging with those, with Sneasler and with Whimsicott, saying, you know what, I don't care if you're gonna go for like Encore Disable with Sableye or try to get damage off on me. I'm just gonna go swinging with what I have.
For sure. And that concludes all the games today. We have officially made it through. We will end with a winner's interview, but it has been an amazing day of Pokemon, amazing day of commentary. I am honored to be invited here, honored to have been a part of this event, honored to cast with the likes of Chuppa and Chef Rich. It has been an amazing day. It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun. I'm so happy to be here with y'all, and honestly here, like, we've casted so many great matches, and I'm super proud to be a part of this team. And like we said, I'm very grateful to the Rutgers gaming crew here for letting us cast this event here, and just monstrous Pokemon performances from our players here.
Yeah, over 90 people showed up today. We played 7 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of Top Cut, and that's concluded with James Evans, your champion. We will be back with a winner's interview momentarily.
Definitely. What is up, guys? I am here with your champion of the Scarlet Classic Tournament, Mr. James Evans. How you doing, brother? How you feel?
Feeling good. I am going to be honest with you. I did not expect to do as well as I did today.
Really? Why you say that?
So I'm coming off of like a 6-month break I haven't played since Las Vegas, and I wasn't even considering going I registered, and I had a lot of schoolwork and stuff. That's where I've been, these last few months.
Very important, yes.
Just doing school. And my friend Tyson texted me, he's like, "Are you doing the Rutgers thing?" And I was just thinking to myself, Friday night, I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Because I don't want to sit in my house, for another weekend when I could be playing Pokemon finally again.
And also hanging out with the homies,
exactly.
Too. And it's more than just playing a game. You're hanging out with homies, enjoying yourself.
Exactly. I was like, why would I stay at home? I would say, I can get in my car, pick up Tyson and Chris, and we'll drive to this event, and I don't care whether I do good or bad. I just need to play Pokemon again and just be around everyone. And I can say with certainty, I needed this today.
Most definitely. I mean, we've seen you perform throughout many different regionals. You did get second place at the World Championship. You qualified for Worlds for next year.
Yeah.
And that break, it's actually good to actually have a good 1,000%. Break, especially you play out of your mind. But it's also good to come back in the game and, get familiar with the format.
Exactly. I feel I think I really needed the break, but like I said, I really needed to come back today and play. I think it just, no matter how I did, I wanted to just be in the environment again, and I would say winning today means a lot, honestly, because after a while, 6 months is a pretty long break, all things considered. You're still asking, I asked myself when Champions first released, do I still have it? I might still have
Am
it.
I washed? Do I have
There's
it?
always the fear.
That is the fear. That is the fear. It's like, can I keep playing?
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm messing up. I don't know.
I'll say right now, I'm incredibly grateful for all the people that not only motivated me to come to this event, but over the past few months have just kept in touch with me, and I would say support me and just, be cool, chill. I would say I love my friends a lot. They mean a lot to me. And I wouldn't be here today. I would say all my Pokemon were named after my friends today.
That was really good.
So it means a lot, and obviously just winning again feels good.
Honestly, it feels great to also see you again.
Of course.
You're a homie myself, my guy. You're always a very good player. And honestly, you being crowned as a Scarlet Classic champion after a hiatus of 6 months, so now it feels good to be like, you know what, I still got it. And Are you registered for Indianapolis?
Oh, yes, I am.
We'll be seeing you at
I
Indianapolis.
unfortunately didn't get into NAIC, so that will be my last thing before Worlds, but hoping to make a mark like I just did today.
We hope we'll be able to see you make a mark in Indianapolis. But guys, this is going to be your champion for the day. We had so many great Pokemon events here, and honestly, this is just the beginning of champions as well. And also shout out to the Skip Bloom as well. But also, I can't wait to see what Champions has in store for us even more down the line. As we look forward to Indianapolis in a couple weeks, it's going to be absolutely amazing. But from here at the desk, my name is Chef Rich. This is my boy James Evans here, your champion here. And we're going to sign off and say good night, and we'll see you in Indianapolis.
Congratulations.
Thank you.